Good morning. Welcome back. We are on day 5 of the SheisMe conference. If you are just joining us on day 5, welcome. We're so happy that you're here. If you have been with us the last 4 days, you are in for a treat today. We have another lineup of amazing, wonderful women. This morning or this evening, depending on where you are in the world, we would like to present Devika Bahudanam. She's a single mother of 2, a cancer survivor, a filmmaker, and the founder of JD House Media LLP. Devika is coming to us from India today, and her presentation is Life's Good. Please welcome Devika Bahudanam.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Devika and I'm a filmmaker from India. I've been working in various fields of filmmaking for the last 25 years. I'm a mother of 2 beautiful boys and I'm a single mother. And single because I lost my husband 3 years ago. And I come from a very big traditional Indian family. And I believe that life is good. My mantra of life is good. Where does this come from? This is what I saw in my mother while growing up, in my father, in my grandparents. Despite all odds, I saw that they would find joy in everything, from mundane to really big issues in life. Their optimism is what kept them going. And that's what gave them strength to cope up with the obstacles and overcome the obstacles. They never cursed life. They believed that life is given to us as a gift and we should value it. We should give it its due respect. But one thing is that they believed in all of this. They never preached. Um, my parents never preached, nor did they teach us to value life and to be optimistic. We just grew up in that environment. And I think I inherited that sense of life just being around them, growing up under their care. All my life, I believed that I could design my life according to my choices. I believed that I can plan my life and I can live my life the way I wanted to. At one point, I even decided that I would live up to 99 because I thought living up to 100 is greedy. Because um, life is all about living happily. I believe that life is full of choices, and I chose a career in filmmaking. And I chose to marry a man who believed in equality among husband and wife. So, life was indeed good, right? A career that I wanted and a wonderful husband that I loved. And now, let's take a look at how things turned in my life. 20 years of beautiful marriage ended with my beloved husband's demise. I have 2 wonderful children. My elder one is a boy of 22 years, and he's been diagnosed with a chromosomal disorder, which is called 49XXXY, and it is irreversible. And I have a younger 10-year-old. And I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, a cancer that affects bones, in the beginning of 2018. And by the end of 2018, my husband passes away. So, all this belief of life is good and I can make choices, I can plan my life, everything was thrown out of the window. Everything that could go wrong went disastrous. It was completely a disaster. My husband was suffering uh, from chronic kidney disease and had a stroke and had a cardiac attack prior to his demise. In 2016, he lost a very high paying job in the IT industry, and I was the sole breadwinner. While he tried to make some money through trading, but he kept us well. Uh, Money was not a problem, fortunately, for some time. So, loss of job, angioplasty, stroke, dialysis, he underwent all of this in a short span of 6 years. And I thought, when he had his last cardiac failure in 2018, I thought he would survive this too. He fought so many battles, and I never had an iota of doubt that this man would not make it. But I think all these unfortunate health issues took a toll on him. He fought for 21 days in the ICU before he passed away. And I had just come out of my bone marrow transplant at that time. I wasn't supposed to be by his side in the hospital because of my low immunity, but I didn't leave his side. I didn't want to. For the first time in my life, I saw death from the closest quarters possible. My husband couldn't fight it anymore. It was terrifying. He passed away right in front of me. He passed away right in front of me after he heard me saying that it's all right, I'm there for the kids. And I had to let him go with those words, reassuring with those words that I am there for the kids. Reassuring him while I was fighting cancer myself. He was a good man, he kept us well, and I miss him thoroughly. I never thought I never thought I could just pick myself up and walk again after losing him. And talking about my son, bringing up my son, my elder one who has special needs, with his challenges, it was both difficult and joyous. Difficult because of the stigma attached to special needs 20 years ago. That stigma can actually put a parent's spirit down because you're the odd one out. You're walking with a child who looks different. People looking at you thinking, hey, what's with this kid and what's with this mother? But that really didn't bother me. Um, and it was difficult because there was lack of resources in India back then for children with special needs. Also, it was difficult bringing him up because of his behavioral issues, and those could only be dealt with utmost understanding and patience. It is extremely difficult. A lot of parents with special needs would agree with me that you have to derive strength again and again and again to raise a special needs child, and that strength comes from love. I mean, just to give you an example of what we face as a family on a regular basis is uncontrollable temper tantrums to just cycling away. He just cycles away from my house for hours together, leaving us looking for him anxiously. But he comes back. Now, I spoke about all the difficult situations with my son. And I also said it is joyful bringing him up. It is a happy experience. It is joyous to bring him up because of his unfiltered innocence, which is divine, and his live in the moment happily attitude that keeps me going, and him being the most affectionate child around with no inhibitions whatsoever. What you see is what you get. There's no pretense. And he's the most friendliest child one could meet. He has a great sense of humor, and there's never a dull moment in our house. Even with the biggest crisis going around, there's fun happening when he's around. And he makes up for all the tantrums by putting a smile on our face and making us laugh. I know he's dependable, he's dependent on me for life. I know it for a fact. And I'm happy to have this extended babyhood of a 22-year-old grown up. He's the joy of my life, and my younger one is my happiness. And talking about talking about myself in February 2018, my family was devastated with the news of my cancer, multiple myeloma. And I was told that a bone marrow transplant could be the solution, and I could be in remission after that. And me being me, who looks for solutions for every problem, I said, that's it. So, bone marrow transplant, and the results are, the success rate is pretty high. So, that's about it. It solves everything. In a few months after some chemos, I'll go for the transplant and I'll be out of it. I believed in that solution, the bone marrow transplant, so much that I looked forward to it. And continued working through my chemos. In about 2020, in 2020, when I was coping with my husband's death and recouping from my transplant, I was told that I had an aggressive relapse of cancer, and cancer came back with a vengeance. All the available options were almost exhausted. The only option available in India at that point was an obsolete allogenic transplant, which had a life risk of 15%. And well, I thought I'll weigh all my options, but I had no options. After my husband's death, I could not afford not to live. It was not even an option for me. I had to live for my kids. I had to find a way to live. I wasn't willing to give up. My doctors never gave up hope. They told me that there is probably one possibility. There is a certain CAR-T treatment. It's called CAR-T, CAR-T treatment, which is still under trials abroad and was probably the only solution to my cancer. It wasn't available in India. It still isn't. Hopefully, it will be in a couple of years. So, while this option gave us hope, CAR-T treatment still seemed like a distant dream with the attached unaffordable cost and its availability being in faraway countries like USA and Spain. So I got thinking, how do I get the money for the treatment and how do I go abroad? There is no father to my kids. What do I do? So there were a lot of questions without any answers. But I had to find a way because I had to live. And with many well wishers, friends, and family, and their help, I could raise funds for my treatment through a fundraising platform. And this is one of the best experiences of my life. The entire world of kind hearted people coming together to donate funds and to give me an opportunity to fight cancer is the most heartwarming experience of my life. In 15 days, I could raise the funds needed, almost all the funds needed for my treatment. And this experience, it only reinforced my belief that the world is still a benevolent one. It is, it really is. Because if this isn't, then what else is? So I truly understood the meaning of gratitude. I woke up every day praying for every soul that donated towards me in cash, in kind, in prayers, in thoughts, in actions, in all kinds of help. So even now I wake up with gratitude. God bless them all. And finally, I managed to raise the much needed money for my treatment in China. And then now I have the money and I have the treatment available. COVID plays a villain, and I couldn't get a visa to China. Time was running out, and probably I had 5 months to live. This was in 2021. And my doctors in India were trying all lines of chemos available to keep me alive so I could avail the CAR-T treatment in China. With China denying entry, I went back to researching all over again, researching for a hospital that provided CAR-T treatment in a country that granted visas during COVID. Now, this is a very, very tricky situation to be in. You have the money, CAR-T treatment is available, but you cannot go because there's COVID and the visas were not being granted. After talking to 15 different countries, I got an entry. I think universe was kind. I got an entry into a CAR-T trial in Spain. And I was asked to go to Spain for 6 months. Applied for the visa, I got the visa finally. And then I had to decide 6 months away from my kids. I said no. I decided to take them along with me. It meant, it's a trial, CAR-T trial. It meant that it could fail or succeed. There's no guarantee. And taking my children would mean they would probably never see me again. So there was a lot of emotional turmoil, but I said, it's all right. It's okay. We'll try this one too. And I took my children. And I think in hindsight, that's the best thing that I did. We were in a foreign country. We went there, packed everything. We went like we went on a vacation. Um, we went there and we tried to settle in for 4 to 6 months. And I enrolled my children on online classes from Spain. And it was like starting a new house, an apartment close to the hospital. And then my treatment started. And the joy I got from being with them during my treatment worked like magic. The daily mundane stuff, like what would they want to eat? What do I cook? What will I get to cook in a foreign country? To their online classes, India time and Spain time, and get them to sit in front of the laptops. All of this kept me going during my treatment. And I found joy in going for walks with them, trying different kinds of food in Spain. I focused on my children and my time with them while I let my doctors worry about my cancer treatment. I told my doctors, you worry about it. I'm being happy with my kids. And after 5 months of treatment, the doctors declared that I was in complete remission. Science, human effort, and the universe were all so kind to me. They were the kindest. My treatment is a success. Well, at least for now. So I have my life back and I'm home happy with my children, my family, and my work. So, this is my story so far. Coming back to the mantra that life is good. Let's see if it still holds good in my life. Is life really good after all these experiences? Loss of my husband, my child not getting the right resources, me going through cancer with an aggressive relapse. Is life really good? And I believe, yes, it is. Life is good. Here are the examples. Here are some examples of what kept me going. I would just like to give two to three situations and how my thought process was during those situations. About my child, his name is Dhruva. Many people would sympathize with me about my special child. They used to say, I know you must be thinking, why did this happen to me? What I must have done? I'm really sorry you're going through this. You must be thinking, why me? And my answer to them, right from the day he was born up until now, he's 22 years old, my answer to them was always a big no. Why me never occurs to me. That thought never crossed my mind. And the only thing that crossed my mind when I got to know about my child's condition is, what do I do now? What now? And what now is so powerful because it makes you think of what you have to do next. It shows you a path. Why me shuts the doors because there is no answer to why me. So, this thought process made me explore all the avenues and therapies available for my child, and I never gave up on him. Today, my son can walk and talk, and he brings joy to my life. So, I believe that this question, what now, helped me and not why me. Why me does not exist because there is no answer to that question. So, try it out. Ask yourselves, what now instead of why me? And another situation, when my husband passed away, I underwent so much sorrow and grief. And I never experienced such heart wrenching pain physically, mentally, emotionally. It was like someone was drilling a hole in your heart, and it's an endless pit. You never know when that drilling is going to stop. I cried so much that I had no more tears left to cry. I slowly came to terms with it, with this loss, and told myself every day, it's okay, move forward. It's okay, move forward. It's okay, move forward. That was another mantra that helped me take some baby steps towards recovering from this loss. And I believe this acceptance mantra, telling myself it's okay, helped me in moving forward. And the third situation is about me and my cancer. When I had an aggressive relapse, I experienced depression for the first time in my life. I never knew what depression was. I always said very proudly that I don't recognize stress. I do not know what it is. Because everything I did, I found meaning in it. My work was always joyful. I'm happy being with my kids. But when they said you have a relapse and an aggressive one at that, that really pulled me down. And the thought that my children might have to live without any parents hurt me the most. And I didn't know what solution was there for me. This depression lasted exactly for 4 days because, and I kept to myself. It lasted for 4 days because do I really have the choice to stay depressed, keep, you know, just keep to myself and stay in a corner and not get up and do something about it? I didn't have the choice. I didn't have time by my side. So I told myself there is nothing I can do about that possibility of my children becoming orphans. There's nothing I could do about it. It is a possibility. All I could do was ensuring that they are taken care of after me. So I had to get up and move ahead with the best possible solutions available. I made a will for my children. I formed a trust for my elder one, and I looked for a rehab for him and made sure that just in case I'm not around, they're taken care of. And that gave me a lot of peace in the depressing time, and I came out of depression. What helped me at that time was the belief that I got to do what I got to do. That was the most helpful mantra. I got to do what I got to do. So, and I've been working in films in various capacities for 25 years now. I would never ever trade my work for anything else. The joy my work brings to me is immense. A good balance between work and family helped me cope with challenges on both fronts. I never believed in giving up family for work for family or vice versa. Both were important to me. When my cancer was at its peak, I got this opportunity to debut as a director on one of the prestigious platforms, and I truly believed in keeping this passion alive despite going through cancer and a painful time. My bones were breaking. I had my ribs fractured thanks to cancer. I had my left shoulder fractured. But I said, I want to do this. I'm getting an opportunity to debut as a director. I want to do this too before I go on with my treatment. And I went ahead and did that. So I truly believed in keeping my passion alive through my journey of loss, my husband's loss, through my journey of cancer, through my journey of raising my children. And what helped me in keeping this passion alive is another strong mantra. This is a quote I wrote to myself long, long, long back. Seek happiness, and it will definitely find you. Seek passion, and that passion will definitely find you. Keep seeking. So, this is my story. These are my beliefs. So, I just want to sum it all up. In all the turbulent situations in my life, these mantras, beliefs, help me cope and move forward. Never question why me, but ask what now. Accept, move forward, and it's okay. Just keep moving forward. You got to do what you got to do. Don't give up because if you do, you're giving up on beautiful life. Seek happiness, and happiness will find you. All these mantras stem from one core belief that life is good. And it's a choice. It's a choice I made to keep believing in this that life is good because then your perspective changes at how you look at life. You never curse life. I saw it in my family, my grandparents, my parents. We never saw them cursing life. So I made this conscious choice, and that choice is life is good. And if I didn't choose to believe that life is good, I wouldn't have explored the revolutionary treatment in cancer. And if I didn't choose to believe that life is good, I wouldn't have provided for my children the love of two parents. If I didn't choose to believe that life is good, then I wouldn't have moved forward from my husband's loss. And if I didn't choose to believe that life is good, I wouldn't be working on scripting and directing my films and my life. So, indeed, life is good. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be with you all. Thank you for this opportunity.
There we go. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Lisa.
I the key takeaway for me was instead of saying, "Why me?" saying, "What's next?" That is such
Yes.
a strong way to pivot, um, on such an easy question to ask, right? Such an easy way to say, "It's happening. I have to move forward. So what's next? What's next?" And I think that just keeps your momentum going forward, right? Even if you feel like you don't have the strength, even if you feel like you don't have the courage, if you can just get to that next step, just what's the next thing? Oh, well, I think we may have lost Avika. She is in India and other side of the planet. We're having connection problems. There
I
she
apologize. Something went wrong. Yeah.
No, no, it's okay. It's okay. Um, but thank you so much for joining us and telling your story and being courageous enough to let us in and have a look at everything that you've gone through. And, even if I tell everyone, even if one woman sees your story and can identify with it in some way, then we've done our job here.
Yes, Lisa. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And thank you actually for making all of us a part of this because um, all the experiences are so enriching and everybody gets to learn from one another. And I, I think it's a great thing, this platform. Um, so I really thank you for doing this for everybody and for yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I really want to make sure that we create this network, this woven, community of women who hold each other up, that we know that we're not alone and we know that there's help out there for us and that that there are other women out there who, and I'm sure this is true for you, but that will be happy to speak to you and happy to help you and happy to, um, be there for you. And we've all come together in knowing that our commonalities are more than our differences. And I think that's an important message when you look at the representation around the globe and we know that we're all alike. We all are going through the same things. And it's important to know that so that we feel connected. My
That's
belief,
true.
anyway. Yeah. Thank you so much. Stay with me here just for a few minutes, and we are going to be back at the top of the hour. Leah Wagner is joining us. Leah is going to be presenting this time. It's my turn. Leah is the host of the Leah Ideology podcast, and she'll be with us in just 30 minutes. Thank you. See you soon. We are on day 5, and we are just getting started this morning, so I'm really excited to welcome today Leah Wagner. She's the creator of the Leah Ideology podcast. Leah shares her stories on her weekly podcast, which debuted at number 68 on Apple Podcasts and reached 1,000 downloads within 22 days, which is phenomenal. If you know anything about podcasts and them, just putting them up there for the first time, I mean, that is a phenomenal number. She maintains a 5-star rating on Apple Podcasts, and today she's going to be presenting This Time It's My Turn. So please welcome Leah Wagner.
I am so honored to be here. I don't even know if I haven't, oh God, I don't even know if I could adequately express with words how grateful I am to share this space with you here this morning. Thank you for not just tuning in and listening, but for just choosing to spend some of your precious time here with me and with the She Is Me conference. I am I am grateful. I am grateful to be here with you, and I am grateful that you are here with me. So, October is usually a pretty busy month for me. October is one of those months that I just love. I'm a pumpkin spice girl and I love sweaters and all that kind of stuff, but October is also my birthday. For one, I turned 39 last week, which I feel is like I'm okay with it. I'm good with it, right? Like I've never really been one of those people who has been like someone who dreads birthdays, right? I'm not usually someone who does that. I think that I kind of belong to the camp of not everybody is granted the gift of getting another year older. And so I feel like that's worth celebrating, right? I feel like that's worth paying attention to. So I tend to try to embrace getting older, uh, be proud of another birthday. So I turned 39 on October 10th. I do feel though, with the change of a decade, right, which is what I'm approaching right now. I feel like the change of a decade is a time when I usually get a little bit more nostalgic and a little bit more reflective. Um, I feel like looking back on the past 10 years, like when you get to that 39, 29, 19 kind of age, you kind of start to look back and think, yeah, girl, what do you have to show for yourself? What have you done the past 10 years that is worth noting? Because I don't know about you, but when I was younger and I looked, when I was like 8, 9 years old, or even like 14, 15 years old, and I saw a woman in her 30s, I thought that woman had all her ducks in a row. I thought she was a full-grown woman who probably knew how to, like, do her taxes on her own, like, probably knew how to find car insurance, like, she was a full-grown woman who had all of her ducks in a row, and I don't even have the same animals, let alone put them all in a row. So, I feel like when we get to that point, that 39, 29, 19, we start to get a little bit more self-critiquey, right? And this is no exception for me. This year, this decade of being in my 30s, I think I've really kind of embraced the notion that I might be a creative person. Let me tell you why I say it that way, because in my mind, for as long as I can remember, creative people, okay, and this is just my own neuroses. Creative people are the ones who cut things out of felt, right? Who made like popsicle stick picture frames and who made like macaroni necklaces. That stuff grosses me out. You guys, I don't want to have anything to do with that, not in any way, shape, or form. I didn't even want to have anything to do with that when my son was age appropriately doing those things. They're sticky, right? They're sticky and, like, truth be told, they're kind of gross. So coming to terms with the fact that I might also be a creative person was kind of hard to wrap my head around. But in my 30s, I have come to accept that my form of creativity might not be popsicle sticks or macaroni necklaces or anything like that. My form of creativity is my writing. My form of creativity is my speaking, is my listening, and my choosing to connect with other people. So I decided that there has to be an outlet out there for me that is going to embody all of these things, and I can use all of these things to produce one awesome thing that I can be really proud of, right? And that's when I decided to enter the world of podcasting. Okay, here's the thing about podcasting though. Podcasting to me sounds like something smart people do. Right? Like techie people. If you were to ask me like a year ago, if you were to say to me, "Hey Leah, I have a podcast and I'd like you to check it out." I would be like, "I would love to do that for you. Just let me know when it hits theaters." Because, right? That's where we listen to podcast. I have no idea. I had no idea about podcasting. And so I decided to take the initiative and I decided to try to get creative. And I did what most of us do. I feel like in today's day and age, I attended the University of YouTube. I watched every video on YouTube about podcast. I finished YouTube. I got to the end of YouTube. Okay. By the time I got to the end of it, I was a sound engineer. a podcast editor, a marketing advisor. So basically, you guys, I'm coming to you today as the host, the editor, the producer of the Leah Ideology podcast. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I actually can't see you. I just feel like when we can point and wave and say thank you, we should do that as much as possible, right? So, thank you. I know you're excited and I know you're going to listen in because it's worth a listen for sure. So, the podcast launched in June of 2022, so it's still in its infancy. But when it did launch, it was super important for me to introduce myself to my listeners in a very real and vulnerable and open kind of way. I've learned over time, I've learned over being around people now for 39 years, I've learned that the quickest way for others to be vulnerable with us is to offer that vulnerability first, right? Is to open up and share and be brave enough to do that first. So I wanted to do that. I wanted to show my listeners that anybody listening from all over the world, I wanted them to know and to feel that I am a safe space. And I wanted to do that by showing my wounds and showing my battle scars. So I came up with this idea. This is how I decided to introduce myself to my listeners. I decided to write a letter to myself 20 years ago. Okay. So right now, the year is 2022. I just turned 39. 20 years ago, the year was 2002. 2002, and I had just turned 19. I had just graduated from high school. I was about to head off to college. That's the girl that I wanted to talk to. That's the girl that I wanted to write to. So, for you this morning, for you today, for you listening to this speech right now, I want to share that letter for you. I want to share it with you because I want you to know who I am, all of my walls down, all of the curtains down. You can peek behind the curtain and see the wizard. This is her. And I want you to hear my story from me, right? That's important to me. I want you to hear it from me. And when it's over, when the letter is done, I want to talk to you about what is important to me. I think it's important to mention that I would love it if you could just sit and listen. I don't want you to write anything down. I'm not going to be teaching you anything. I have no presentation. I have no bulleted items or worksheets for you to work on. I would just love it if you could just sit with me and just listen and just be here with me because I want to tell you my story so that you and I can feel at the end of this like you and I are a little bit closer. Okay? Let's do it. This is the letter that I wrote to my 20-year younger self in 2002. Here we go. Dear 2002 Leah, hi, love. Before we get going, I feel like it would be helpful to acknowledge the uncomfortable and gigantic elephant in the room. I mean, you're graduating from high school, you're going to college in a couple of months. Maybe enough time has passed that you need to talk about it so you can put it to rest so we can all move on. Okay? Girl, that haircut that you got in seventh grade, you know the one. You know exactly the one I'm talking about. You walked into the hair salon and you felt like such an adult when you said, "Hi, I'm here to get the same haircut as Rachel from Friends, please." The hairstylist looked at you and said, "Yeah, no problem." And she probably did the very best she could with what she had to work with. But I need to tell you right now in 2022, now that you're kind of old enough to know the difference, girl, it wasn't it. That wasn't it for you. The Rachel haircut, you in no way, shape, or form resembled Jennifer Aniston from Friends. You kind of looked more like a lost boy from Neverland. So I just feel like maybe now we can move on, right? We learn, we grow, we mature. Okay. So I'm talking to you right now from the year 2022, okay? 20 years into your future. I know that you're in a phase right now. Everybody's in a phase at 18, 19 years old where ain't nobody can tell you nothing. And I get it. I get it. So I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to talk. And you keep getting ready to go out with your friends. And maybe something I say will grab your attention. I'm going to be talking about tough stuff, is the thing, stuff that's going to be hard to hear. Because up until now, your life has been damn near perfect. You are loved and you're safe. You are confident in who you are, and you are confident in what's expected of you. And you are determined to not disappoint anybody, most especially your family. You are expected to go out into the world and do well. And right now, as you stand in your bedroom, putting on that mascara to go out for the evening, these are expectations that you can guarantee that you won't just meet, you will exceed them. So, the things that I'm going to be talking to you about may be hard for you to hear. Your fall from grace is not a pretty one. The perfect little world that has been created for you is going to be invaded by the larger outside world, and all the dreams and the expectations that people have for you will end up not matching and not aligning the dreams and expectations that you have for yourself. And that's when you will have to figure out how to navigate through your life using only your gut instincts and your own intuition. Ah, I said something that maybe caught your attention, right? Maybe. I see you've put down your mascara and you're starting to stare at your reflection in the mirror. Let me just answer that question for you, babe. You do not need any more makeup. You are beautiful without any of that junk on your face. But I know that this isn't a lesson that you'll learn until you're well over 35 years old. So I'll just take advantage of your pause and I'll keep talking. Okay, love, here's the tough stuff. Let's do it. In a couple of months, you'll go to college and you'll major in communications because your dad told you that you're a good communicator. And in your world, dads are never wrong. In fact, they're the heroes of the story. You will have amazing friends. You will love your professors and they will love you right back. You will do exactly what you set out to do. You will meet and you will exceed all expectations. But on October 13th, 2002, things will take a turn. You will be sexually assaulted. You will be raped by someone you know and someone who you consider to be a friend. You'll survive it. You will get through it. But then you will be assaulted again 1 year later. On October 13th of 2003, you'll be raped by 2 college football players. They will trap you in a dorm room and they will overpower you. And you will fight back. You will fight back. And you will try to save yourself. But you simply won't have the strength to do it. You'll move home in December of 2003 and you'll file a lawsuit against the males who assaulted you and against the school that you were attending for the way in which they handled your assaults. You'll file this lawsuit not because you want to necessarily, but because your family is hurting. Your parents are desperate for justice, and you want to give them what they want. You want them to feel better. You want to help put their souls at ease. The lawsuit will be invasive. It will be brutal. It will be excruciating. You'll lose friends. You'll lose touch with the world. You'll lose your sense of security, and you'll lose your will to live. And I'm writing you from 2022. So obviously you live through it, but you will limp across the finish line. You'll date the wrong guys. Your self-esteem will be so low, it'll practically be non-existent. You'll date guys that not only reflect that, but will also take advantage of that. But then in March of 2008, you'll meet a good guy, and his name will be Joe. He will be kind, and he will have a big heart. Life will have hurt him just as deeply as it hurt you. And you two will commit to fixing each other. Joe will propose to you in June of 2011, and you'll be married 3 months later. And at the time, on the surface, this was the next step of the fairy tale, right? This was the next step on the path to success. Getting married to a good guy was the next right thing. That was the next box to be checked. And you understood that and you completed the assignment. But you started to wonder why, in your own private thoughts and in your own late night moments to yourself, why are you feeling, no, wait, hold on. This doesn't feel quite right. I can't put my finger on it or give it a name, but something doesn't feel quite right. Yes, I love this man, but getting married and moving forward with all of this feels like somebody else's story and not mine. I don't know how to say no to marriage, but yes to still wanting to be together. I don't know how to say no to this when it feels like I will disappoint literally everyone. I mean, you've been dating him for 3 years. Marriage is the next logical step. This is what's expected of you. So why doesn't it feel right? Why aren't you more excited? You'll bury those thoughts. You'll bury them deep inside, and you'll tell yourself to be grateful instead. And you'll get married. In July of 2013, you will have a son. I know, girl, it's crazy. No, like a human son, like a human baby. You're going to have one. I know, I know, I know, I know. Children are not in your plans. But here's a little life hack from me to you. Leah, I think it's adorable. I think it's so cute that right now in 2002, you think that you can plan and control everything. It's adorable. It's precious, it's ambitious, and I'm very proud of you for reaching for those stars. Yes, I am. But here's the thing, very little. I'm talking very, 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 very little is going to work out like you planned. I'm talking tiny, minuscule amounts. I mean, dare I say nothing? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say nothing. Nothing is gonna work out the way that you planned, and you're gonna have to roll with the dice that you get tossed. So, yes, I know you don't want kids and you aren't going to have kids, and kids are gross and sticky and needy and blah, blah, blah. Fun fact, your son will be born on July 28th, 2013, and you'll name him Isaac. Shh, it's okay. It's okay, love. It's okay. I can feel your stress and your overwhelm. I know kids are weird, but don't worry. I know how you feel about motherhood. I know you think that you can't do it. I know that you think that it's not for you. But here's the thing, I'm standing in front of you in 2022. I'm telling you right now that I am 9 years into being Isaac's mom. So I can tell you with absolute certainty that those feelings and those thoughts that you're experiencing right now about being a mom, oh, love, they're only going to be amplified by like 8,973%. This is the hardest and craziest shit I've ever done, being a mom. I want to run away from it at least 900 times a day, and that's being pretty conservative. My point is that you will question your motherhood abilities and your motherhood capabilities every single day. Even after being a mom for 9 years, you will think that you are screwing your kid up on a daily basis and twice on Sundays, and you will feel absolutely out of control every single day. This is normal. Even after being a mom for 9 years, you will think that you are ruining him. You will think that you are destroying him. And I can tell you that as long as you're having those thoughts and as long as you are thinking about your child and the relationship that you have with them, you're doing it right. Parenthood and motherhood for you is a very lonely place. It's going to feel insufferable to you at times. But the world will constantly tell you to be grateful, to be happy. And so you will try your damnedest. That's what you do. You are nothing if you're not a pleaser. So you try to be okay on the inside. You try so hard to be okay on the inside that you actually do damage and you hurt the one thing that you literally need to stay alive, your heart. In December of 2015, the week of Christmas, age 32, you will be admitted to the hospital with heart failure. Your ejection fraction will be 12%. And you'll be told that if you hadn't come to the hospital right when you did, you would have likely died later that week. You will be diagnosed with left ventricular non-compaction cardiomyopathy. It's a genetic heart condition that makes the heart weak, and there is no cure, just meds. And this will change everything. You'll sell your house that you and your family are living in, and you'll move back to your hometown. You'll live on the same street as your parents, 21 seconds away from them to be exact. You'll write your will for after you're gone. Your will. The lawyer doing your will won't even charge you because he's on Team Leah and he's rooting for you and your recovery. You will make decisions about what will happen for Joe and for Isaac after you are gone, after your light is extinguished. Ultimately, your marriage with Joe will disintegrate. You'll make a lot of mistakes, and you will have to learn to live with the regret that comes with making those mistakes. Joe will make mistakes, and he will have to work to find his own path. But don't worry, there's no hatred, there's no rage, there's no animosity. You will try counseling and therapy, and you will do everything that you can to mend what is broken. But after many years of trying, you will decide that while you are amazingly good friends, perhaps husband and wife are not the roles that you're meant to play for each other. Maybe your timelines crossed so that Isaac could exist, so that you could co-parent together, so that you could be supporters of each other's lives, just not in the way that you had originally intended. He will move out. He will date. And you will date. And you will both try your best to quiet those voices that are in your head telling you that children who come from a broken home, which we know from our upbringing, no child should come from a broken home to begin with, right? But if they do, they stand no chance of happiness in achieving success in relationships because of the instability and the lack of role modeling in the home by the parents who couldn't just keep it together for the sake of the family, right? Instead, they decided to embarrass everybody and embarrass the family and make family gatherings uncomfortable and awkward. Also, Leah, Joe, you do know that God doesn't approve of divorce, don't you? So not only does your son not stand a chance at happiness and you've embarrassed your whole family, you're also disappointing your creator. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Speaking of church, you will make the very difficult and tough decision to leave your home church, the church you've attended since early childhood. It was the church that you grew up in. You'll be hurt there. And you'll see that just because people attend church on Sunday mornings doesn't mean that they have any kind of understanding of what human integrity means. Just because someone dresses up and plays the part on Sunday morning doesn't mean that they know what it means to love another human. So you will leave. You will leave and you will believe in the reasons why you leave, and you will not look back. In 2020, there will be a global pandemic. No, okay, listen, like an actual global pandemic. Like people were quarantined and everything. It was crazy. I don't want to like ruin the surprise for you because it gets pretty wild. But I will tell you, if you want to be the most popular girl in the year 2020, Babe, I would just start saving this. I would just start stocking up on that toilet paper right now. I just trust me. I know it sounds weird, but to stock up on the toilet paper and you're going to be the most sought after girl in the year 2020. Trust me. During this time when you're quarantined at home and not allowed to leave your house, you'll decide to download an app on your phone called TikTok. You'll give it a try and you'll actually become mildly TikTok famous. I know it's so weird. Just let it play out. People do like everything on the internet these days. I'm not kidding. Like people can straight up make bank on the internet for making YouTube videos. I'm totally serious. It's a wild world in 2022. Speaking of the internet, though, in 2021, you will fall in love again, and his name will be James. You will meet him on an online dating app, and you'll fall for him as soon as he hugs you in his driveway. He will tell you that he loves you. He will look at you like no one else in the world exists. You will feel a connection like you've never felt before in your life, and he will tell you every day how beautiful you are. He will serve you in so many ways that you have to actually remind yourself that you're not a queen. You will be sensitive to your sensitivities, and he will make you laugh harder than anyone ever has. And he will put in the work to show you that he is a man who loves you, who will protect you, and who will be your biggest hype man. He is your person, your partner. So listen to me. Do your very, very, very best to be open to this relationship. Don't make your old mistakes. Don't withhold any part of yourself because he is going to love all of you. Don't live in the past. You don't deserve that. You listen to your gut. She's never been wrong, not even once. And you, my love, are deserving of this kind of love. So you do everything possible to allow yourself to receive it. In 2022, you're going to start something that they call a podcast. It's basically a radio show, but like anyone can do it as long as you have a microphone or a cell phone. You don't even need to have a microphone. It's pretty easy, although it sounds very techy. You're going to start one because at the age of 38, you're going to succumb to the fact that writing and speaking are your most powerful and relatable and creative outlets. And you want to create a community where you fit in because you don't quite feel that yet. You know that feeling that I'm talking about, the one that you probably have right now as you're looking at yourself in the mirror, 19 years old, full makeup, your hair looks amazing, your outfit is perfect, but you just feel like you don't quite fit in. You feel like you don't have the exact right place to belong. At age 38, 39, you're still going to feel this way. And then one day while you're obsessively scrolling through social media, which is something that we do in 2022, it's super fun and super addicting. Not at all like beneficial, I don't think, but it's definitely something fun to do. You'll see a post on Instagram that says, create what you wish existed. And so that's exactly what you'll want to do. You'll want to create a space for you to exist because you are going to create it. You are going to build a community for people who want to belong and who want to be met and loved exactly where they are. You are going to create a space just like that with your podcast. And I'm not sure how it's going to turn out, but for now, your mission is to create it. And this is how you are going to find your place in the world. Now, girl, honestly, you look beautiful. You look great. You look like a freshly graduated high school senior who is ready to take on the world that she knows it to be. So here's my advice for you right now. Love, do everything you possibly can to pay attention to what you are telling you. You are someone that you can trust, even if you don't fully believe that right now. You have amazing intuition and a huge heart for people. These are your superpowers. Think about it. You feel things very, very deeply. And up until now, you've thought that this was your deepest weakness. Stop trying to change yourself. I know. I know I'm talking to you from age 39, so I can tell you with all the certainty in the world that you will still very much be struggling with this as you enter the year 2023. But I feel like if I can convince you, if I can try to convince you to love yourself in a truer and a more authentic way, even for a second sooner, that's where our hope comes from, right? That's where our strength grows from, right? It's from that place inside of you that you find your light. And I'm rooting for you. Oh, by the way, you're a cat person now. I know, wild, right? You've been a dog person like your whole life. You have two cats now, Chunk and Pretty Girl. And I'm not saying that you love them more than your own human son. I'm just saying that if you had to choose between the two, Isaac and the cats, you would need like a full minute to like think things over. Girl, life is wild. It is unpredictable. And it is all yours for the taking. Get ready for the ride. Love 2022, Leah. Friends, that was harder for me to get through than I expected it to be. I have come to you today. I am here today to simply offer me to you. I don't own a business. I don't have services that you can subscribe to. I don't have a master class that I teach. I'm just here to sit with you this morning. I'm just here to share some stories with you and tell you that I know how overwhelming and unpredictable and unfair life can be. I know. I know that it feels like the heavy feelings oftentimes outweigh the light feelings. I know that being lonely is one of the worst places to be, but sometimes, somehow, it feels like the safest. I know that it feels like some days are impossibly long and that you are never going to get caught up. I know what that feels like. And I know that there are days that you don't even recognize yourself when you look in the mirror. I wish I had answers. I wish I could fix it for you. I wish I could make all the uncomfortable feelings go away. But here's what I'm going to say to you instead. This is why I'm here sharing my space with you. This is what I want you to hear. I am rooting for you. I am rooting for you, friend. I am cheering for you, and I am going to be your biggest hype girl. What does that mean? What does that phrase mean exactly? What are you truly saying, Leah, when you say that to us? When I say that I'm rooting for you, this is the warmth that bubbles up inside of me. This is what I want you to feel every time that I say that I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you means that I want for you whatever it is that you're wanting for yourself. Do you want to lose 10 pounds? Girl, I'm going to root for you. Do you want to sit on the couch and eat 10 bags of potato chips? I'm likely going to join you. It means that I am excitedly listening to what you have to say. It means I'm thoughtfully paying attention to the words that you're saying, and I'm not going to impose my own shit on you. And to be clear, my own shit includes, but is not limited to, my expectations, my beliefs, my advice, my opinions. I will not put those on you because I know that these things don't matter when you are brave enough to share space with me. They're irrelevant because right now I am rooting for you. And it means that I trust you to know what you want and what you need for you. I believe that you have exquisite expertise in who you are, even if you don't feel that way sometimes. And even if you believe, and if, and I believe that if you took time to listen to what's inside of you, that you would know exactly what you need and want. I believe that that answer is inside of you. The one that comes from the inside to the outside, that feeling that makes you exhale, like you finally found that puzzle piece that fits in the exact right spot. I'm telling you that I trust you to listen to that feeling inside of you. I'm rooting for you. It's my acknowledgement to you that I don't know every single thing that you've seen or heard or felt or touched or experienced. So I'm not in a position to tell you how you should live your life, right? I'm simply I'm simply rooting for you. It means that I'm willing to pause. I'm willing to pause and exist with you, hoping that we'll both be a little bit better afterwards, simply because we took the time to be with each other. It means that I know you might not be where you want to be right now, and I might not be familiar with where you are trying to go, but I see you trying to get there. I see you, and I trust you, and so I'm rooting for you. This is what erupts from my insides when I say this phrase. This is the energy that I intentionally try to bring to the world. This is why I started the podcast. I want to speak this exact phrase into the universe because this is the exact phrase and power that I need as I live my day-to-day life. I think it's the energy we all need right now, isn't it? I know it's tough out there. I'm rooting for you. I know you have feelings of being out of control, and I know you feel pulled in a million different directions. Just pause for 1 second and hear me say that I am rooting for you. Being a human is hard. And even though I can't fix things for you and I can't heal what ails you and I can't take any pain or frustration away from you, I can acknowledge that I am human too. So I know how hard humaning can be. And so I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. And I look forward to the day. I am so excited for the time, the moment that you and I can stand in our full power without needing anybody's approval, that you can stand in your light and say with love and confidence and conviction that this time it's my turn. This time it's my turn. I'm going to take the last piece of pizza. I'm going to choose to eat the last cookie. I'm going to push the door to open the elevator doors. Girl, you deserve that time. You deserve a moment to sit and take in all of the speakers that are here for this conference. You deserve to sit and listen to hear what they have to offer. And then you deserve to take the next step and connect with them. You deserve to be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. Because this time, it's your turn. This time, it's your turn. And I want you to know that I very deeply and wholeheartedly and am very, very much rooting for you. Thank you so much for joining me and for spending time with me. I'm so grateful to have been here. Lisa, thank you so much.
Can you hear
There.
me now?
There. There,
Oh
there,
my
there. I can
gosh.
hear you now. There.
Pressing all the buttons
I
today.
know. No, I know. Technology
I'm
is
sorry.
the
So
kicker.
I was just saying that that was such a beautiful ride. Thank you,
Thank you.
Leah.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes, I'm
you
glad to be
for
here.
coming here and sharing your tr- sharing everything. It's beautiful. The letter was beautiful. I only cried a couple of
I
times.
know.
Um, but you bring me so much joy, Leah. You bring me so much joy. I
Thank you.
literally was sitting here laughing out loud on a couple of occasions. And
Kids are weird and gross. I try to throw that in every
It's
speech I give.
kids are
Kids are
so
gross.
you know
Yeah.
what? I had this list when I was a kid. I had this list of things that I was going to do, and in no way, shape, or form did they involve marriage or children.
Yes. Yes.
Now, I've been married a couple of times, and I have many children. So, like you said, nothing, not one thing that you expect to happen in your life is going to turn
It's
out the
gonna
way that you,
happen.
yeah, it's not going to
Nope.
happen. Um,
Nope.
I was going to, I was going to uh, own my own business and be like the ruler of the planet and travel around and have a man in every port and like love him and leave him, love
Obsessed
him,
with you.
love him and use him and leave him.
Yes.
And it was going to be Ricardo in Spain and Jacques in France and whoever else. Right? I had this whole list of things that
Yes.
I was going to do, and yeah. Anyway,
Oh,
none of that happened.
none of that happened. Yeah.
But a couple of things. Creativity is icky made me laugh so hard because the glue and the sticks and the and everything else. And you're absolutely right because as you said that I was thinking but creativity is so many, because I teach creativity, right? Teach people how to get in touch with it.
Mhm.
And I'm like, but it's so many things. And then you of course said it.
I know. Yes.
But so many people think, well, I'm not good at painting or I'm not good at drawing, so
Yes.
I can't
Yes.
be creative.
Yes. I fell into
Wrong,
that. Yes, I
wrong.
fell into that for
Yes.
years. I mean, until my 30s, until I really, oh, writing is creative. Speaking is creative.
Gardening,
Sharing your time is
arranging your
creative. And
furniture in your
yes.
house or your pictures on the wall or, um, you know, baking cookies for your kids or making, Christmas decorations with that little salt dough thing, whatever that is.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yes.
there's all kinds of amazing
Mhm.
creative things. Um, Point, wave, and say thank you as often as possible.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I do it all the
I
time.
appreciate it.
I
Thank
walk
you.
in from work and my kid rolls his eyes and I'm like, "Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be here." I try to do it as much as I can. Just a little
Like
ego
I say
boost that I
plot
gotta give to myself.
twist. I say plot twist all the time. Like, whenever I was walking down the stairs the other day with a laundry basket and I'm I'm shit on stairs. I cannot navigate stairs. I never have been. And I never I anyway, stairs and me, we don't get along.
Yeah.
And felt myself starting to lose it, and I just threw the basket down the stairs, right? And you can hear this bam, 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 and there's this trail of clothing going down the steps, and I just yell out, "Plot twist!"
Well, yes. This is yes.
Like, this is
You have
not what
no
I
idea.
expected. Here
No
we go.
clue.
Yeah.
No clue. No
So,
clue.
um, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Kids.
life. That's
Yeah,
life.
kids.
Yeah.
We make so many mistakes with our
I
kids, don't
know.
we?
Yep.
We learn what we learn about parenting from our parents. They're not
Yes.
the best examples, many times. Some people have wonderful folks, and that's good for them. I mean, I'm
Mhm.
happy for
That's
you.
great for them. Yes.
Super happy for you. Go go parents.
Yes.
Um, you know, but some of us have to learn how to be parents, or some of us, um, I was having a conversation earlier with someone who did not have the best parents, but naturally was and is one of the best parents out there.
Yes.
And she and her husband both came from families that were just like, oh my
Yes.
God. And they are just the most amazing parents and raised the most amazing woman who is now a teacher and helps children. I mean, so it can change. You don't have to
Yeah.
be like them. You don't have to
I
be
just
like
think
them.
that it's interesting because I think my parents were beautiful parents. So we had a beautiful childhood.
Mhm.
But everything shifted when I had my own son. Well,
Yeah.
now I want to try and do things my way.
Right.
And it was shocking. It was shocking. Like, what? You're
Yeah.
not going to that's not the way you were raised. And so then
Right.
it created this chasm between us because and they took it as offense. They took it as as a front to them that I didn't agree with their parenting, and I'm very grateful for the way I was parented.
Mhm.
But we grow and we evolve and we learn and we want to try things our own way.
Right.
And instead of being supportive of those things, I think sometimes parents get offended, and it's not meant to be offensive. It's just meant to
Right.
let me try it my way and let me see how I can
Yeah.
impact the family. And
Right.
so yeah, it's tough. It's a tough balance.
It's a tough
Yeah.
balance. But most importantly, um, I love that you're rooting for me. Thank
I
you.
am rooting for you. I've said
And
that from the beginning. I adore you,
it
Lisa. I
it
just
gave me such a good feeling and such a warm hug, and because
I'm so glad.
I know it's the truth.
It is.
I know it's the truth. So, Leah, thank you.
No, thank you, Lisa.
And
It's my honor.
know that everyone here, everyone at She Is Me is rooting for you.
Yes. I'll take it.
Every single
I'll
woman on
take
this
it.
platform is rooting for you, is rooting
I'll
for
take
you
it.
and you and you and
And
you.
you yes, and all the
Everybody.
point to all of them. Yes,
Point to
to
all of them.
everybody. Yes. Yes.
But we're here for you. We're rooting for you. And if you need anything, you reach out
I
because
will.
there's this huge network of women who are here to
Yeah.
support you and here
I love
to
it.
that are rooting for you too. Leah, thank you so much.
Lisa, thanks. I will contribute in any way I can. It was so, 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 so great to be here. The blessings are all mine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. So next up we have Johnny J. She's going to be here in about 10 minutes and she's talking about healing in the spirit of creation, which is that is just so
Mm.
beautiful.
That's a
So
beautiful sentence. Yes,
so
that's a
beautiful.
beautiful sentence.
Um so we have someone who says, "I'm always grateful to hear your words and your voice, Leah. I love who
Oh.
you are and how laughter erupts from you. Cannot wait to hear more from you."
I'm so glad. Oh God, that's a beautiful comment. Oh my gosh, that's a beautiful comment. That's great.
So
That's
thank
great.
you again, and we will talk soon.
Yes, thanks, Lisa. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
We'll be right back. And indigeneity. I bet you haven't heard that word before, but you're going to find out more. Johnny will be presenting Healing in the Spirit of Creation. Please welcome Johnny J.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I am super excited to be here. More importantly, I'm super excited to be awake in time to be here. I'm not really an early bird, so I was a little worried about being able to get up. But I'm here and I'm super excited to be here. And as Lisa mentioned, my name is Johnny J, and I am the founder of a tribe called Geek, which is an incredible media platform for Indigenous geek culture and STEM. I really wanted to make sure that, as Indigenous people, we're very invisible on our own lands. And so, when I started Tribe Called Geek, it was really to celebrate the contributions that we make to pop culture and also to STEM, which, there's so many stereotypes about Indigenous people that a lot of people believe that we were very primitive and that we were just kind of hanging out here before colonization happened. And that wasn't true. We've always been scientists, we've always been teachers and healers. And that's something that I really wanted to celebrate through a tribe called Geek. And I'm super fortunate that, it has grown to the point that it has and that I'm able to do the work that I do. And so that's a little about what I do. Um, but I am here today to talk about healing in the spirit of creation. And this is something that Boy, it's something that I think a lot of us have struggled with is trying to find our path to healing, whether it's from grief or traumatic events in our lives or, just life changes that kind of throw us for a loop. It's really hard for us to kind of find the path forward. And some of us struggle with that because life doesn't stop to let us recalibrate. It doesn't stop and give us a moment to really think about, what's next for us. We just kind of have to just kind of roll with the punches as it goes. And that's really difficult, especially when you're in the midst of grief. And that's really the focus of what today is trying to heal from grief and trying to navigate and find your way through it because I think over the last couple of years with this pandemic, a lot of us have been hit with grief, um, and I may cry a little bit. I try not to, but it's really hard for me to talk about my experience still because I'm still healing. So through this pandemic, it was really hard for my family. We're all we're all immunocompromised in some way. And so my family right away, we knew that we were going to have to take a lot of drastic measures, for my aunt and her husband and their family, they right away, they basically said their goodbyes and they were isolating apart. That her sons worked for the tribe, worked for IHS services, and were working with the public. The same with her husband. So they understood that they were at greater risk and they were taking precautions. My aunt has lupus. My uncle had diabetes. And so, they knew that they were compromised. And they were both infected early on in the pandemic. And, this was like in 2020. This is probably about 2 months after the shutdowns. Um, my uncle contracted COVID and, he had to be ventilated. My aunt started developing signs soon after, and she also had to be ventilated. And it was really hard for our family because we didn't know what was going to happen. And my aunt was ventilated for 3 months and she survived. And it was a miracle because she had lupus and, she had a lot of other health problems. And, we were pretty much prepared to have to say goodbye. And, she recovered. And, she's been doing very well, which is a miracle. And we're very grateful for that. My uncle, he passed away after being ventilated for 6 months. And, that was really hard for our family because when my uncle passed, we were basically just waiting for him to wake up. The virus had cleared his system and, they were just like, okay, his body has healed enough, it's time. And, they started pulling back the sedation and we were waiting for him to wake up. And they told us because he had been under so long that, it may take a couple of days, it may take a week. It just depended on his body. And unfortunately, um, it was a lot of damage that was done. And when they started pulling back the sedation, he did have a stroke and he passed away. And it was really hard for our family because, like, as I said, at the beginning of this pandemic, we knew that we were at higher risk. And we knew it was a possibility, but you just don't expect it to happen. And, we as a family just kind of couldn't be together. We couldn't mourn. The family couldn't have the funeral the way that you normally could. And that's really hard for Native people because we do have a process of how we mourn, of how we say goodbye to our loved ones in a way that allows us to kind of navigate our grief. And as a community, there's a lot of community care that is given. And because of the pandemic and because of, just how impacted Indian country was, we weren't able to have those ceremonies. We weren't able to have, that community care that is so vital. And it was really hard. But we kind of did our best. We navigated it the best we could. And, we kind of just counted our blessings. But then, last year, um, my family got hit with COVID. We'd taken a lot of precautions, especially for my mom, because, like me, she has lupus and she was very immunocompromised. She also had diabetes and she was going blind. And so my family, they're home in New Mexico. I'm here in LA. But we took a lot of care, like making sure that we were safe. Even my partner kind of went to extremes here to create a safe environment for me. And I'm still COVID free to this day, and it hasn't been easy. But it really doesn't matter how careful you are, because there's a lot of other people in the world, and when they don't take those same precautions or they don't take that same care, it's going to end up impacting the people, even if they do take precautions. And that's what happened with our family. Um, my sister's partner got COVID from a coworker who knew she had COVID, but because it was so mild for her at the time, she didn't think it was a big deal and that it was something just like the flu. So she went to work. And it kind of caused an outbreak through the, not just my family, but through the town, because of the contact that she had with different customers. And my sister's partner got COVID and he had to be hospitalized. He developed COVID pneumonia. And my sister, because they have small children, she wasn't really able to isolate right away, and they didn't know that he had been exposed right away either. So it kind of presented a lot of different problems. But as soon as they found out that he had tested positive, they went into lockdown. They isolated my mom, my dad, and my brothers, pulled together to take care of the littles while my sister was taking care of her partner. But then a couple of days into their isolation, my niece, who was 3 years old, started showing symptoms. And they had her tested and she tested positive for COVID. So then there she goes into isolation, and because she had been with the rest of my family, they started watching for symptoms and started testing. And a couple of days after my niece started showing symptoms, my mom started showing symptoms. And so she went into isolation with my sister as well. And at that point my sister's partner had been hospitalized, so it was just my mom and my niece. And everything seemed to be going really well, actually. um, my mom didn't have a lot of severe symptoms, but we did have to fight for her care. you know um, I don't know how many of you guys are immunocompromised or have health issues and had treatment plans developed with your doctors, that were like, okay, in case you get COVID, this is the course of action we're going to take. Well, that's something that we had with our doctors. We had treatment plans laid out in our charts, like, okay, if this person gets COVID, this is what we need you to do to try and make sure that they come out of this okay. um, but those treatment plans aren't necessarily followed by the hospitals, and it depends on the resources that the hospitals have as well. And unfortunately, because my parents lived in a rural area, my mom's treatment plan wasn't able to be followed. And she had been doing very well, but we had to fight for her to get treatment. And, when she would get the treatment, she was responding. She was only maybe 2 days away from the end of her isolation period. And it seemed like she just had a mild case. We were super excited. And I had talked to my sister, like I'd been in constant contact. I was talking, calling, and we were FaceTiming and just staying in contact. And every time I would call, like, my mom was in good spirits. And, the 2 days before her isolation period, we were just doing our morning check in and everything was good. We were joking, we were laughing. And then 6 hours later, everything changed. My sister called and she's like, Jay, she's like, I had to take mom to the hospital and I don't know what's going to happen. And she goes, they wouldn't let me stay with her. And she's like, I'm just waiting to hear back. And I was like, well, what happened? Because my mom was just laughing. My sister was like, well, She's like, we had dinner. She goes, Mom was feeling really good. And she goes, I called Nanette and I had her pick us up some dinner. And she goes, because Mom wanted a milkshake. And she goes, so, I thought because she's feeling better, she wants to eat, let's kind of celebrate. And she goes, we ate dinner. She goes, we were laughing. And she goes, and I turned around to ask Mom a question. And she goes, she didn't answer me right away. And when she did, she was slurring her words. And she's like, and I turned around like, what? And she's like, Mom was blue. She goes, her lips were blue and she just wasn't breathing. She goes, so I went and I got her oxygen tank. And she goes, we got her at oxygen and she was starting to do a little bit better. She goes, and I thought, okay, it was just a little rough patch. And she goes, but then 30 minutes later, she goes, I looked over and she's like, and Mom, like I started saying, Mom, Mom. And she's like, and she couldn't answer me. She couldn't breathe. And so she's like, we got in the car. She goes, I brought her up here. And she goes, and I'm just waiting to hear what's happening. My mom has always been prone to pneumonia. And being a mom, you oftentimes put your needs aside. And my mom was doing the mom thing. Um, she was trying to be strong, trying to be brave. She was trying to be there for my sister because her partner was hospitalized. And we didn't know, if he was going to come through. And she was trying to help my sister with my niece. And, she was kind of downplaying a lot of her symptoms. So we didn't know that my mom had been struggling for a few days. We thought she was getting better. But my mom was hospitalized with COVID pneumonia. And she seemed to be responding pretty well. But because my mom was going blind and she couldn't breathe, she started having panic attacks in the hospital. And we kind of fought with the hospital. And I know it sounds crazy, but like we were like, somebody needs to be there with her. She can't, if you can't sedate her, somebody needs to be there with my mom, as if there's somebody there, even just that you could call or whatever, that could help her kind of calm down and remember where she's at, because she would go to sleep and wake up and she would have panic attacks because she didn't know where she was and she couldn't see. And she was tearing out her IVs and she was just having a hard time. So we started fighting with the hospital to see if somebody could be with my mom. And, we understood the risks. And thankfully, the vaccines had come out at the time. And I had already been able to get vaccinated. I was 2 weeks after my second shot when my mom was hospitalized. And when we started to make these requests, and the hospital said, well, if someone's willing to take the risk, we just require that they be vaccinated, and you could be with your mom. They were like, but once the person enters the hospital room, they're not going to be able to leave, and when they leave, they're not going to be able to go back in. So you need to make sure that whoever is going to be with your mom is going to be there kind of like for the long haul, because we need to eliminate the risk of exposure for everyone else. And we kind of decided at the time, because I was the only one that was fully vaccinated, that I would take the risk to go in. And and everybody was also really scared because I have lupus, and my partner was worried because we'd been taking really strict precautions to keep me safe. And here I was, willing to go into a COVID ICU unit. And we got approval. We made our plans, and we were getting ready to leave here from LA. We literally had just got on the road. We were like 10 minutes into our trip. And my sister called me and she's like, Jay, they had to ventilate Mom. And she's like, so when you get here, she goes, just go straight to Albuquerque. She's like, we already called the hospital, and they're going to honor the arrangement that we had with this hospital. And she's like, so they know you're coming, just go directly to the hospital. And so, we drove through the night, and we got to Albuquerque, and like I was calling, and I was trying to see where my mom was at the time because I'd gone to the hospital and she wasn't there yet, and they had a snowstorm and they couldn't fly my mom out to Albuquerque yet. And they were like, but she's on her way, and she'll be there in about 30-40 minutes. And I was like, okay. So we went, we got breakfast, and I got the call from the hospital that my mom was arriving. So we headed to the hospital, and I was there as they were taking her off the helicopter. And, I got to be with my mom while they were kind of getting her situated. And, we hear the stories about the toll that it takes on healthcare workers. And just, we understand, this is a very serious illness, but I wasn't prepared to actually see it. Um, when I got to the hospital, they were still trying to figure out the right settings for my mom's ventilator. And even though she was sedated, her body was struggling to breathe. And she was just, hyperventilating. And they were like, we're sorry you have to see her this way, and they were like, give us an hour, let us get her situated, and we'll bring you back. And I was like, okay. And, I held my mom's hand and I told her that I was there. And they took her back, and, I was waiting in the hallway, and they finally came and got me, and they're like, okay, your mom's settled in. Um, we need to walk you through the protocol. And I was like, okay. Um, so they took me back, and we were on a COVID ICU unit. And when I walked onto the floor, walked behind the doors, I was kind of shocked because every single room on the floor was full of people in the same situation that my mom was in. And, we've had heard the stories, my aunt, my uncle had been ventilated, and, my aunt had shared, like her experiences, and, we've heard stories from healthcare workers, but being able to see it like up close really kind of changed my perspective, that this was something more serious than what even we thought it was. And it was really hard. My mom was ventilated for a month, and we had a lot of hope. My aunt had pulled through, and we had no reason to believe that my mom wouldn't do the same because she was so stubborn. But unfortunately, the damage that COVID did to my mom's body was so severe that she wasn't going to recover. And even if she had been able to recover, she would have spent the rest of her life in a rehabilitation center. She wouldn't have been able to eat, um, or even breathe on her own. And they just told us, that there was no way that she was going to come out of it. And we were with her for a month. Um, they let me and my sister take turns because my sister's partner was still had COVID and was recovering. And, of course, she had the kids. So, when she couldn't be there, I would go in, and, we had a pretty strict protocol that we had to follow in order to eliminate the risk. We had a hotel room set up, and, we couldn't really go anywhere. It was to the hospital, it was to our hotel rooms. We couldn't see the rest of our family. We had to make sure that we weren't putting anyone else at risk. And it was a very strict protocol. And when we would go to be with my mom, we also had to be in full PPE um, while we were with her. But we were very grateful to be able to be with my mom. Every single day, one of us was with her, and we got to hold her hand and talk to her. And, we'd call our relatives and let them talk to my mom. And the day that we knew my mom wasn't going to make it, was a really hard day for me and my sister because it was ultimately going to be our decision. And, we really struggled. But my mom passed away on April 2nd. And it really changed everything for us. And we've been struggling with grief. Um, as I mentioned, life doesn't slow down to let you catch a breath. Um, we were with my mom for a month and fighting for her to survive, to come through it. And then all of a sudden, we're making funeral arrangements and, trying to, in an instant, actually become adults and not, who didn't have their mom to make these decisions or to help us navigate or to know what to do. It was on us. And it was really, really hard because, like I said, because of the pandemic, we weren't able to really get that community care. We weren't able to mourn the way that we should have been. And for us, we were really fortunate as a family because, we got to be with my mom um, through the whole thing. We were there as she took her last breath, and her funeral was one of the first funerals that our tribe was allowing. And so the protocol really wasn't fleshed out that well, and it was also really difficult because our tribe is located in a state where they didn't really take COVID seriously. And having gone through everything that we did, it was really difficult for us to really make people understand, why we were taking the precautions that we did or why we were so cautious. We literally just watched our mom die. And it was really hard to kind of that back and forth of trying to find a balance between, being safe, but also following through with our traditional protocols for the funeral and getting people to understand that, it wasn't just a matter of having my mom's funeral or letting people say goodbye. Like, we didn't want other families to go through what we had gone through. And it was a really, really hard process. They were still trying to figure things out with the tribe. And, of course, as a community and a global community, we were still trying to figure out things as well. And it was just really, really hard. And it really felt isolating. And I found in the aftermath of everything that I couldn't do the things that I normally did. Um, it was the coping mechanisms that I've developed over my life. Loss is nothing new for me. I've lost a lot of friends to suicide, and it's something that unfortunately I think a lot of Native communities deal with. We say goodbye more often than we say hello to people, or more often than we're able to celebrate life events. We're saying goodbye to people. Um, and so loss is nothing new. And, I've developed a lot of coping mechanisms over the year, and none of them were working. I'm a writer, so usually when I'm struggling, I write. I put my feelings into words and I express them in some way. But all of a sudden, I couldn't write. I couldn't talk, and I'm a talker, um, because words made the whole thing real. And there are still things that I can't say because it makes this all real, and I'm not really ready or prepared to face the realness of what it means, when of what it means for me, when I am ready to say these words. And I found that, I couldn't, there was no way to really express myself. Words, they were just too real. And I struggled so hard, and I couldn't figure out a way through. I couldn't figure out, like, well, what do I do? And, like, I was in therapy already previous to the pandemic, and it was kind of helping me get through the pandemic. And, like, I struggle with grief, and that was why I started therapy in the first place, and was to figure out how to cope. And I couldn't even do therapy because I couldn't talk about what I was experiencing. And so a lot of my therapy sessions ended up being joke sessions, like a stand-up comedy routine where I was just making jokes and, just trying to find humor in everything, even if it was inappropriate. Um, and just, trying to entertain, or I would rant about my favorite TV shows to my therapist. And, like I couldn't say what I needed to say, and I still really can't. It's really difficult for me to talk about this experience because it was just it was more than I was ready to experience, and I think it's more than anyone should experience in their life. But my mom was an artist. She was a singer. She did a lot of things in her life, and I never really thought of myself as an artist. I've been a graphic designer for over 20 years, but I never really thought of it as being an artistic extension of myself because I was always bringing somebody else's idea into fruition. And so I never really considered myself an artist. My brother is a brilliant artist. And, I have a lot of family members who are just incredible, really well known artists. And, I never really thought of myself as an artist. I'm a doodler. But because I couldn't write, because I couldn't talk, I kind of reverted back to childhood a little bit. So when I was younger, because I have lupus, I was sick quite a bit. And I was under a lot of stress, and stress, of course, triggers flare ups. And my dad had been doing a lot of research on, how to help me. And he ran across an article where they were talking about art and it being a really great stress reliever. And he ran across a particular article where they were talking about coloring and how giving somebody a coloring book and crayons and letting them just color helps them refocus and helps, calm, like it has a very calming effect, and it takes a person out of the moment and they're able to just concentrate on, staying in the lines. And even if they're not staying in the lines, it's therapeutic because they're letting out like aggression in ways that they don't know they are. And so every time I would get sick, my dad would buy me crayons and coloring books every single time. And I had an abnormal amount of crayons growing up because every time I would get sick, he, like, even if I had crayons, he would just buy a new pack. Um, and I had coloring books galore, but it did actually help me. And so I started reverting back to that, and I started coloring, um, just trying to figure out, like, okay, what do I do? Like, how do I get through this? But I started coloring, and I had been before this all. I had been selling T-shirts online and designing them, but again, like I never thought of my graphic design or anything as art. And so as I was coloring, I started realizing, like, oh, like when I'm doing my t-shirt designs, it's the same effect. Like I'm getting out of my mind. I'm able to focus on color and, making sure everything is just right. And I started designing more and I started coloring more. And a few months after my mom passed away, there was a contest for the eighth generation blanket design contest. Eighth generation is a really great company that really kind of works to develop Native artists and to give them the opportunity to, to create and to be supported in that creation. They sell wool blankets and a lot of different goods that are designed by Native artists. And they have this annual contest. And every year, that since the very first year that they announced it, I wanted to enter, but I was so afraid and thinking that I'm not good enough, I'm not an artist. And I would see all the other artists that had entered, and I'd be like, no, not now, maybe next year. And because I'd been doing this and kind of realizing that, life is short, like we can't really wait um, for things to just happen or for us to be ready. That's not the way the world works. We just have to jump in and do things. And I thought, I'm going to enter. I don't know what's going to come of it, but I just want to say, like, for my own peace of mind, that I did this. That way, in case something happens to me, then I'm not looking back like I should have done this, I should have done that. I can start making that change now to where it's like I did it. It doesn't matter um, if I win or not, it's the fact that I tried. And so I entered the contest and I kind of forgot about it until they started announcing the contestants. And I was like, crap, did they have to put my art next to that artist's art? And I was just kind of cracking up because I was like, yeah, there's no way. And because everybody was so incredible. And then a couple months went by and they announced the finalist. And I was among the finalists. And I was like, oh no. And the other two artists who were also named as finalists are very well known. They have huge social media followings. And, like their work is just incredible. And I was like, it's an honor just to be here in the finalist. And it was a people's choice contest. So, people were voting on the art. And, I was sharing the links, but I was just like, there's no way I'm going to win this. So I'm not going to get my hopes up. And I ended up winning the contest. Um, and they called to tell me that I won. And I remember just kind of thinking, oh, okay, my mom's just, this is a joke. My mom's messing with me again because my mom would always, she was a prankster. And I was thinking, oh, now that she's an ancestor, things are going to get really funky because my mom's over there now. And it was the first time that I realized, like, oh, like, okay, I am an artist. And because I won this contest, they have to do promotion. And they were like, can you do a live Instagram with us and and show people like your artwork? And I was thinking, oh, I was like, you mean live? And it was really a hard process because I never really thought of myself as an artist, but here they are wanting me to do artist things. And I was just like, okay, they're going to know I'm a fraud. But I started trying to, because all my work is digital at the time, and they wanted something like physical. And so, like, I started trying to figure out, like, okay, well, what can I do artistically, physically? And I landed on fluid art because, it's a lot like coloring. And it just like you have to mix colors, you have to mix your paints. And, I found it was very cathartic for me. And I started doing art. I started doing paintings. And you can see a couple of the things that I've done back here. I'm still learning a lot of techniques. But the crazy thing is, my art's been selling. My t-shirts have been selling. And I've been able to kind of find my voice in all of this. And, I need to share my story because when we're healing, and for Native people, grief is a really sacred time. And it's hard to really wrap your head around the concept that grief is sacred. Um, but it is. And for a lot of us, our tribes believe that when a family is in mourning, that's when their prayers are more powerful because they haven't fully said goodbye yet. So there's a connection between us here in the realm of the living and the world beyond. and there's still a connection there. So, they believe that our prayers are more powerful because of that connection. And, during that time, a lot of families are, it's just protocol that you don't participate in certain ceremonies, you don't go to like social events like powwows. And it's not supposed to be isolating. It's just because of the power that you have during that time, because our tribes believe in balance, in keeping a balance of power. And sometimes when, like during grief, when those emotions are so strong, when that spiritual connection is so strong, it could disrupt the balance in ceremony. So there are certain ceremonies that you're asked not to participate in for the year that you're grieving. And when your grieving period ends, there's a ceremony that closes that connection, that allows the family to fully say goodbye and to start living again. Because in the moment of grief, like my hair is still short. When my mom passed away, we had a hair cutting ceremony, and they cut our hair. And our hair is buried with my mom. I had spent so much time trying to grow my hair out, and I'd been joking, like nobody die, because it took me so long to grow my hair out. And I cut my hair when my uncle passed away, and then I had to cut my hair when my mom died. And my hair grows so slow. And I also ended up cutting it again because I kind of had a little breakdown where I thought, you know what, I can't do this. And I made a big change. I bleached my hair and dyed it green, and that was a big mistake. But but hair is sacred to us, and it carries all our memories, our that we have. And that's why natives don't often cut their hair. That's why they try to have the long hair. It carries all our memories. And when you lose a loved one and you cut your hair, you're saying goodbye to that time of your life. And it's the start of a new beginning. And traditionally, once you cut your hair, you don't cut it again, or you don't go and get it fixed, because they literally just pull it back in a ponytail and chop it off. You don't go and get it evened out or anything like that, until a year has passed. And for our tribe, we have, once that year passes, we do ceremony again. And for us, it's when the person dies. Like my mom had what is called a hintaro, which it means basically friend. And we call them Indian friends in English. But throughout your life, that person becomes your family, and you treat them as your family, and even better than you would your family. And when you die, that person's family is responsible for putting you away. So they take care of the family. They do the cooking. They sit with the body through the days of the funeral, um, and they really make sure that the family has the care that they need. And my mom had a really great Indian friend who's very traditional and kind of helped us navigate all this. But she did our hair cutting ceremony. And when the year ends, the tables turn. It's the family's turn to thank the Indian friend for all of the support that they gave us. And so, where they cook for us, we cook for them. And we have a feast. And we close out the ceremony with a hair brushing ceremony. And she comes through and she uses a comb and she brushes everybody's hair in the family. And she shares memories our like of our mom with us. And it's a beautiful time. But it doesn't feel that way. And so when I started doing art, I started finding that, oh, it's not just art. It's healing in the spirit of creation. And I don't think we really think about that. But especially as women, we have a very unique connection, because we are life givers, we're life bringers, and we nurture our communities. We build our communities. Even if we don't necessarily give birth ourselves, we're aunties, we're teachers, we're the people within our circles that give care. And it gives us um, a unique power that we don't often think of, a connection to creation. And art is another extension of that. And I find that when we start changing our perspective of grief and healing, and, and even through just art, it kind of reminds us that we're not powerless. And I think oftentimes when we're grieving, it's really hard to see that because we do feel isolated. We do feel like there's no way through. And depending on how you experience that grief and what caused it, it's different. We don't always come through it unscathed. But I find that when you start looking inward and you start creating, and it doesn't matter what you're creating, it could be art, it could be, what you're doing in your job, writing a code, or, just whatever it is that we do, whatever it is that we create, whether we're cooking or we're making a meal for our family, there's healing in that. Because we're giving care, we're making sure that not only we are taken care of, but that the people around us are taken care of. And it really opens a whole new path forward for through grief. And that's really what's been pulling me through over the last year, is just understanding that, yes, I feel stuck and I don't know my way forward, but I'm getting there. Like I'm making that path as I go. And with everything that I create, whether it's a painting or a drawing or what a meal, in just doing something, um, I'm healing. And I think that's something that we just kind of miss out on, because when we're grieving, it's we're so focused on trying to navigate what we feel, trying to function as if everything is normal. But when you're grieving, nothing is normal. Nothing feels right. And our year ended of grieving, and you know you like we know it's not the way it is. That you don't it's not just something that you can be like, okay, it's been a year, you're over it. um but I was hoping that's what would have happened for me, but it wasn't. And so, like this last year, I really struggled with like, okay, my grieving period's over, but I'm not healed. I haven't really said goodbye. I'm not ready to. So what do I do? And so like I've really learned over this last year that in order for me to heal, it's to realize that there's not a timetable for healing. There's not a schedule, and it's not going to be on my time or as soon as I want it to be. It's just going to happen when it happens. And in the meantime, you have to just keep making your way forward through that grief. And for me, it's through creation, through creating art, through creating, my doodles, creating t-shirt designs, creating platforms for Native people to have a voice. These are the things that are helping me to navigate my grief and to heal. And I think for all of us, I think it's important for us to find that pathway to healing. And I don't know how many of you guys are nerds out there, but there's a movie called Fanboys, which is one of my, I think it even tops my love for Star Wars, and would go to my number one because it deals with grief, and saying goodbye, before death happens. But there's a great line that stuck with me because they're talking about like, what do you do in life? And one of the characters says, you got to find your Death Star. And the guy's like, okay, wait, I don't understand, but you know what? I'll bite. Go ahead and explain what you mean. And he's like, you got to find your Death Star. He's like, the greatest thing that Luke Skywalker ever did was he destroyed the Death Star against all the odds. He found that one, not only found it, but he made that one perfect shot that destroyed the Death Star and saved the universe. And he's like, and that's what you got to do in life. You got to find your Death Star. And so, for me, my Death Star is art right now. That's the one thing that I have right now that, is helping me to find meaning and to find healing. But, I think that's something that we should all strive to do, is to find our Death Star in this life, to find that one thing that makes us great, that makes us feel great. And it's not always going to be something as epic as destroying the Death Star, but it's a beginning. And so, I thank you all for just listening and for letting me rant. And I really appreciate having this platform to be able to share my story, um, and to be able to talk about this, because I think it's something that we're all struggling with. We're all trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure out, like, what happens now. Um, how do we move forward, not only as individuals, but as a global community? Like, how do we move forward from this in a way that, is not only healthy, but helps us build a better future than what we are saying goodbye to, when this pandemic happened. It changed the trajectory of everyone and everything. And, I think we're all just trying to figure out our way forward now. And as hard as things have been for me, I cling to the hope, and I see that hope being created, like, in the people around me, just in the way that we're striving to build community care, not just for, like, our immediate communities, but for global communities, um, to help them heal from the tragedies that they've gone through, the struggles that they're facing, um, and just really trying to be in this together. And I think that's the one thing that, we should all strive to remember as well, is that, we're not alone in our grief. We're not alone in our struggles. And there's always going to be somebody there to reach out their hand and to pull you up when you are down and you don't know how to get up on your own. There's going to always be somebody there who will pull you up and help you. Um, so, again, just thank you all for being here, and thank you for letting me rant and just talk. I really appreciate it. So, thank you all so much.
Johnny, thank you so much for being here with us and sharing your story. Um, I definitely can relate. In the beginning of COVID, we lost my uncle on Christmas Day. Um, a month later, my mother passed with COVID. And then 2 months after that, my cousin and one of my dearest friends in my life was um, put on a ventilator for a few months. She has recovered, but her recovery's been long and slow, and she's doing amazingly well for being as near death as she was. But um, I I feel your grief. I feel your pain. I want you to know that we are here for you. We are the community is here for you. Um, and there was even a time that year that in a 2 month period we lost 8 friends to COVID. So it definitely hit hard. It hit hard in our family. I know that it hit yours incredibly hard as well.
Yeah.
Thank
And,
you.
I think the thing too is, it's not just, like, I share my story, but, there's so many other people, like, within Indian country, through the work that I do. I know over 400 people who've passed away to COVID,
Yeah.
um, from the work that they do in the community. And, our native country is small. And so,
Yes.
we all know somebody who knows somebody. So,
Right.
as a community, like, we're still just trying to figure out how to collectively navigate, not only our individual grief, but our community grief as well.
Yeah, I traveled this summer, and actually was on a few different reservations, and I wore my mask, I social distanced. In fact, some of the places that we had planned on visiting would not allow us to come in because they're protecting the tribe, which I completely respected and had no issues with whatsoever, and was grateful for the time that we did get to spend on reservations and see some of the beautiful things that our country has to offer that are located there. So that was
Mhm.
beautiful and wonderful. I love your art. I love that you're creating. to process your grief and to express yourself. I do want to tell people as well that for one of our attendees, we're giving away this huge bundle, and Johnny is donating some of her t-shirts. So you will get a Johnny J t-shirt if you win the bundle. Um, thank you so much for being with us, for being vulnerable, for sharing your story and allowing us to receive it. I truly appreciate you.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
We'll be right back. Srimati Arya Moon will be back with us in just a few minutes, so stay. Hello and welcome back to the She Is Me conference. It's 10 a.m. Pacific time, and we are having an amazing and a wonderful day. So we're going to continue that today and welcome Srimati Arya Moon to our platform. She's an artist and an interfaith minister. Her story is called My Journey from Patriarchal Religious and Family Oppression and Trauma to Freedom. So please welcome Srimati Arya Moon.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. So today I'm going to be talking about how I basically recovered from intergenerational trauma through shamanism and through somatic therapy. So I'm going to kind of talk about specific logistics around that, specifically related to intergenerational trauma, shamanism, and patriarchy, and sort of how I went from kind of living a really oppressed, I would say, pained life to feeling more freedom, more liberation, and just more access to my creativity and divine feminine awakening. So first, I kind of want to talk about intergenerational trauma and exactly what that is, because I think um, there's a lot floating. There's a lot floating around out there, I think, about all of these topics, and we sort of kind of get caught up in I think, the heated discussions of them without really understanding what it is we're talking about when we're addressing these things. So, intergenerational trauma actually there's two parts of it that I want to talk about, and it's sort of like nature versus nurture. So, one of those parts is genetic, and we can look at that through the lens of epigenetics. So, epigenetics tells us that intergenerational trauma these are trauma adaptations that are passed down through the genes. And we can scientifically observe this in laboratories. We understand that through laboratory studies, we've been able to see in my studies that mice remember traumatic events, and it's encoded. It's sort of encoded in how the genes are expressed to the next generation. So whether or not those parents are still present, the next generation of mice remember a sort of threat in their system, and it's not that their genes are coded differently, it's just that the way they're expressed is different. So in that way, these are actually reversible trauma adaptions. So while one generation might have those trauma adaptions, if the next generation chooses to, they can actually change those trauma adaptions if they want. So these are totally reversible adaptions. But a lot of people aren't really aware that these things are taking place. And there's actually, surprisingly, a lot of denial around trauma. A lot of people don't really understand the nature of trauma. They don't understand that there's plenty of scientific evidence to back it up, to understand that especially children who endure trauma in childhood have a much more difficult time in life later on. They have a difficult time in relationships. They struggle in their careers. They really aren't successful sort of by the patriarchal standards of success. So the other aspect of intergenerational trauma is actually nurturance. So part of it is epigenetics. So when our parents experience some sort of intense trauma or threat, and then we're conceived after that takes place, it's highly likely that we will sort of receive their traumatic patterns in our own gene expression. And then there's also the nurturance aspect. So our parents can have a certain way they interact with us and raise us, right, and rear us. And then that's passed down to us as well through sort of our programming, how we're patterned, and how we how we interact, how we hold ourselves, our posture, our tone of voice, the way that we respond to difficult situations, right? So it's kind of encoded in us through the regulation that we learn through our parents' nervous systems, that we receive that nurturance, guidance from them, and that's intergenerational trauma. So it's working on both the nurturance aspect and the nature aspect, which is the genetic aspect. So there was a point in my life in which I kind of looked around and I noticed that my family was really struggling, and we were existing in a lot of uh, a lot of things that affect primarily women. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But first, I kind of want to talk about these other two interesting subjects, shamanism and patriarchy, because again, we're kind of entering into territory where there's a lot of buzzwords out there. People have all sorts of opinions on both of those things. But I think in order to really understand how my story how my story panned out, it's important to understand what those two things are and what I'm talking about when I talk about those things. So shamanism is kind of an interesting subject because there's a lot of people who are kind of coming into it and having these experiences. It's sort of like call it spiritual awakening or some kind of awakening they're having where suddenly they're connected to something that they can't explain and they don't understand what it is, and they go through this process of awakening and having spiritual experiences that are really kind of in the realm of mysticism, and it's really difficult to define. And then there can be a lot of buzzwords around it, a lot of, I don't know, I guess beliefs kind of forged around it, a lot of different ways people talk about it. But I kind of want to look at it just from maybe a little bit of an anthropological lens, because I think that when we understand that this is something that this isn't just some kind of new age phenomena, this is something that actually has existed across the world for thousands and thousands of years, much longer than the patriarchal systems we presently have. In fact, shamanism is often called the world's oldest religion because before sort of patriarchy, Christianity, the Abrahamic religions, and then other places where other religions have sort of swept across the culture and upended the indigenous spirituality and religion that was innate or inherent to that space, that was native to that area. There was this, we call it shamanism, I guess for lack of a better term, possibly because the term shaman, which is Tungusic, has Tungusic origin, um, kind of really defines this phenomena that we can kind of see and understand across cultures in pretty much every area in the world, in North and South America, in Africa, in India, in Northern and Southern Europe, across the Orient into Asia, China, Japan, up into Siberia, all across in every region. And there are thousands and thousands of cultures that have these medicine people, these healers, who seem to be in contact with some kind of other reality or some type of, let's say, altered state of consciousness that they're embodying that allows them to connect with this other space. And they're connecting with, a lot of times people call them entities. It's sort of like some people just call them spirits or helpers or guides. There's a lot of different ways that we kind of define these things. Um, but basically, there's this sort of observation anthropologically when we look across the world and across cultures, we see the history, we see that there exist these people who were kind of in communion with some kind of spirit world. And it's really interesting that across the world we see very similar types of practices in all of these different regions. And so shaman kind of became this sort of universal term that anthropologists began using to define this this sort of culture of practice, these spiritual practices. And so now people kind of throw that word around a lot to define, I think a range of practices that have indigenous roots. So, and when I say indigenous, what I mean is just native roots. It's native to a region or a location. So it seems to be inherent to the people of that location who have been inhabiting that location for possibly thousands of years or longer. We also, sorry, I forgot to mention in Australia too, the Aboriginal people of Australia also have medicine people. So it's pretty much everywhere. We find it's just so fascinating how you find this everywhere. So I'm going to kind of talk about how I kind of came into shamanism and how that was really central in my healing. Um, yeah, one last thing I want to say about shamanism is there's this Andean shaman who says that the shamans say to think with the heart and feel with the mind. And I really love that because I think one of the major things that I feel about shamanism is it really is about coming into the body. It's about bringing kind of this spiritual, what we consider the spirit world or the spiritual into the body and having a physical embodied experience of it. So we're tapping into the body, we're getting in touch with thinking with the heart, which really just means thinking with the body, realizing that the mind comes into the body and we can actually experience gnosis in the body. And that is this gateway that connects us to this other world. So now I'm going to kind of segue into patriarchy and how that sort of takes us out of that, actually, and brings us out of the body and into the mind. So we are no longer thinking with our body and we are no longer feeling with our mind. We're just thinking with our mind and we're getting out of the body in this sort of system that we're living in. So if shamanism is the world's oldest religion, patriarchy is sort of what kind of upended shamanism in the locations where shamanic cultures were colonized and they kind of had their cultures completely wiped out, right? We see that in the Americas. We kind of see that with the Roman Empire coming to rise. There's this really great book that I have here. Let me see where I put it. Oh, it's right here. It's called When God Was a Woman. I think it's going to show it in reverse because I have this mirrored up. It's by Merlin Stone. So she goes into really deep detail about the history of patriarchy in this book. I think it's a really wonderful resource to kind of understand the history. And I always just say, keep in mind, these are just theories. We really don't know what happened exactly. We don't know our history. Only that we can really gather from studying different cultures across the world that for the last few thousand years or so, we seem to have this system of male domination that has sort of come into power. And we understand that many, many places in the world were colonized and that this sort of globalism, this global industrial force kind of took over, uh, at least a couple hundred years ago. And so now we have this sort of global environment today. But before that, many cultures just lived sort of in these little pockets, these regions where they weren't really so much touched by the outside world, and so you had more indigenous practices present, even in places in Northern Europe, sort of before. There's the whole war that took place between England and Scotland, for example, and so the culture there, the Celtic culture there, kind of got wiped out. But before that, there was a really rich sort of pagan history, and you see shamanism present there with like the Druids, and so it is something that we can kind of track throughout the world. We understand that there is a precedence for shamanism in these cultures, and that patriarchy was sort of the system that wiped it out. So patriarchy has two aspects. I like to look at it from two aspects. One of those is religious, and the other part of that is secular. So from a religious aspect, patriarchy kind of claims to be benevolent, right? It's sort of like saying, "Oh, well, this is benevolent. Men are protecting women. They're the umbrella over the family that protects and shields the family from outside forces, and it's wholesome, it's good, and it's something that we want." Right. So in patriarchal cultures that are primarily religious, we see this a lot in Christianity and Islam. We see this sort of patriarchal precedence that women just sort of get in line, they follow the leader, they don't make a fuss, and that's religious patriarchy. So religious patriarchy tends to be monotheistic, although that isn't always the case. Um, but either way, there is this male dominance. So there is this the primacy, the divine primacy is male. It's inherently masculine. We see that there is this sort of male right to preside. It's a divine right that is only given and granted to men. Women do not have this right. Women are often treated like property. They're kind of sold from their fathers to their husbands. The father is usually choosing the husband. And of course, this ranges from culture to culture. This isn't like this way in every single culture. And I'd hate to stereotype it that way. But basically, this system, uh, we can see it through history. We can track it through history. We can understand that although we in the first world, in America and in Europe, we have, and other first world countries, we have a lot of freedom compared to where we were 100 years ago, 200 years ago. But we also understand that it was a battle. It was a fight to get those rights. Women had to rally for those rights. They had to really push for them. It wasn't something that was given to us. It was something we had to fight for. We had to stand up and ask for it. And we had to ask for it very loudly. And in a lot of ways, we still are. So patriarchy is present. It isn't something that is we can track it in history. We can look at the historical precedents for it. So it isn't an illusion. It isn't something we're making up. It's truly present in the world. I don't even know why I have to say that. So religious patriarchy, right? Then there's secular patriarchy, which is in a lot of ways a lot worse than religious patriarchy. So while while religious patriarchy claims to be benevolent and for women, secular patriarchy sort of objectifies women. It's the complete opposite. So it's devoid of a spirit, it's devoid of a soul. It still has that male dominance present, and it's controlling, it's forceful, and it sort of takes it takes what it wants. It doesn't ask for permission. It goes in, it overtakes, it overpowers, it steals resources, it takes whatever it can get without consideration for anybody really in that process. And I think that both religious and secular patriarchy have both light and dark sides. So there's sort of the more benevolent side for each of them and a more malevolent side for each of them. And so in the benevolent side, in secular patriarchy, you have sort of like medical advancements, you have a lot of I would say materialistic type advancements that are coming across the world, that are coming um, as we kind of become more technologically advanced, and we can end world hunger. All of these really seemingly good things are kind of coming from it. On the other side, though, there's this really dark side where you see human trafficking, you see drug and gang violence, institutional power dynamics that are really um, not good for anybody. You see, again, male domination, you see imbalances of power in institutions. So it just creates a lot of problems. So we've kind of established that patriarchy is a thing. It sort of upended the oldest religion of the world, which is kind of the other name for kind of the nickname for shamanism. We understand that there is this intergenerational trauma present and that it can be rooted in patriarchy. So Valerie Rain is a psychologist who she kind of coined the term patriarchy stress disorder, and she actually has a book about it called Patriarchy Stress Disorder. She's a psychologist with she has a PhD and two master's degrees, and in her therapy practice, she started noticing that every single person that she was treating seemed to have an underlying trauma, no matter how severe other types of trauma they were coming in for or whatever was going on in their life. There always seemed to be this sort of underlying thing that was present in all of her clients. And then she noticed that despite having so much success herself, she was also experiencing that. She also had uh, struggles in life that she felt like shouldn't be there for someone who was as successful as she was. So she felt this sort of low grade, um, I guess maybe you could call it trauma response. So when she started applying trauma treatment to herself and she got better, she was like, hold on, even though I've never experienced anything traumatic in my life, I have trauma because the trauma treatment is working. So she began to kind of put the patterns together and see what was similar across the board. And that's when she really truly felt that patriarchy was the common denominator, the sort of system that keeps women in with an inherent belief that they are worth less than men. And so she says that at the root of patriarchy stress disorder is an inherent feeling of being worth less than men, and that both men and women can have those beliefs in them. She says that this is thousands years old trauma adaptation that's been passed down epigenetically from parent to offspring, and also through the nurturing environment. So, how can we really track this? How can we really look at this and know that this is the truth, right? Because again, all these terms are kind of flung around. There's a lot of controversy around them, a lot of people who feel one way about them, a lot of people, maybe they're religious and they really want to uphold patriarchy. They think that it's good. They want men to be presiding, they want men to be leaders. Um, how can we really look at this and see and understand the harm it's actually doing? Well, the I think it's called the International Women's Health and Human. I'm gonna forget the name of this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm forgetting it. Well, anyway, so they were actually able to track um, four of the major health concerns. It's an organization for women's health and human rights. Sorry, International Women's Health and Human Rights Organization are able to track four of the primary concerns affecting women's health. And the first of those is being born female, which is kind of shocking. I was really shocked when I read this. Um, what was shocking to me about this is that all four of these things have affected my health considerably throughout my entire life. And when I read this, I was kind of like, hold on. All this time I thought I thought what was affecting my health was all these other things, that I needed to be concerned about according to everyone else. But then I read these four things and it sort of shocked me because I was like, wow, the trauma that I carry and is really rooted here. And these really are my four primary obstacles in life that really have affected me and affected my health very negatively. So the first is being born female, and I want to kind of talk about why that is. So that might come as a shock because that's kind of like, well, hold on, girl power, female power. We don't want to say that to girls. We don't ever want to teach that to girls, that being born female is a problem. But worldwide, being born female comes with it demeaning and discrimination, and actually threat of violence. In some places in the world, uh, baby girls are more likely to be killed at birth. They're more likely to be sold into slavery. They're more likely to have tremendous violence done against them. They're more likely to be discriminated against, so they don't have access to the same types of healthcare, education across the board. The mothers who give birth to baby girls are actually also in danger of being of having violence done against them because they gave birth to a girl instead of a son. So there's this thing called son preference worldwide, where across the world, sons are preferred. And unfortunately, this continues to be the case. It usually affects third world countries more than first world countries. But even in first world countries, you can kind of see the remnants of this. You kind of see it where a father really pushes to want to have a son versus having girls. Or you see people say things like, oh, all girls, huh? That's too bad. It's sort of like this sort of backhanded comments that you might have when presented with that situation. So it could be kind of operating underneath our awareness, right? Because again, these are epigenetic trauma adaptations that have been passed down genetically. So we might not even be aware that we have these types of preferences, and we do. So the next one that really affects women is poverty. So worldwide, more women are living in poverty than men. And so poverty is something that greatly affects women's health. People who have more access to resources obviously fare better health-wise, especially, and I would say that poverty isn't just about money, it's also about access to resources in general, because you could have all the money in the world, but if you don't have access to resources, then you really don't have much of anything. So that would include like a family system that's supportive and nurturing, having access to specialists, having access to healthcare, having access to food, to healthy, whole foods that are nutritious and wholesome. So those types of things, those are the types of things that affect us when we're looking at poverty. The next is institutional discrimination. So that includes discrimination in the workforce, discrimination in institutions such as governments, um, such as the police systems, and healthcare, and access to food and other types of resources. We kind of established that with number one being born female being one of the leading healthcare risks for women, which is, I know it sounds so strange to say that. This is because of number three, which is discrimination. It's because discrimination in the institution is so prevalent in patriarchal systems against women. And the final one is violence, and that includes domestic violence, sexual violence, and institutionalized violence, which we see taking place in Iran right now. So worldwide, we can actually track these things. These aren't things that we're just making up. These are visible things. And so these are the types of traumas that we're talking about when we're looking at patriarchy stress disorder. So now I want to kind of segue into my story and what happened with me and how I sort of looked around my life and realized, hold on, something's not right here. um, so I was raised in a really really difficult situation. I was my both my parents were only 16 when they got married. They had 6 kids by the time they were 24 years old. So I was one of 6 kids in a very young, very poor family, and all of those things on that list that I read off affected my family. So we lived in poverty. Um, my dad was violent towards my mom. He, at one point in time, he almost killed her in front of all 6 of us. So that was a very traumatic event that happened when I was around the age of 8. Um, my dad was very cruel to my mother. I noticed when I looked at both sides of my family that the sons always were faring better than the daughters. All of my aunts struggled with domestic violence and substance use and just all sorts of obstacles that, especially around career and living in poverty, that my uncles didn't seem to so much struggle with. They had more opportunities given to them. They seemed to just be able to move through life easier. They didn't carry so much heaviness in their systems. It seemed like my uncles were lighter. They had a better attitude and they were happier in life. My aunts just seemed so weighed down with so much heaviness and so much sadness and anxiety. And I just noticed that that was present from a young age. I actually noticed that. And it sort of kind of sparked something in me like, hang on, what's going on here? Why is this the case? And then I looked inside my own family system and I was very questioning of it. I didn't really understand what was going on. I was born into the LDS church. So I was raised Mormon. And I just really felt like the power imbalances were wrong. And in my system, they didn't feel right. And I would always question it. And everybody would always tell me not to question these things, be a good girl, play nice. But I was always adamantly questioning, and I was kind of serious about my questioning to the extent that I my voice was kind of, believe it or not, very pushy, very persuasive. So around when I became a teenager, I couldn't subscribe to those belief systems anymore, especially given what happened with my mother. My mother was just between the domestic violence, sexual abuse that occurred from when she was younger, coming up and resurfacing. This she would tell me just really horrific stories that were hard for me to hear at a young age. So she had established a dysfunctional relationship with me that was sort of this reverse role dynamic, and I was kind of living. They call it emotional incest in psychology. So it's when a parent has an inappropriate relationship with their child that puts them into a sort of more of a spousal role emotionally. And also, it can be a reverse role dynamic where a child is caretaking for the parent, and the child is more of the parent to the parent than the child is a parent to the child. So it's a reverse role dynamic. So I entered into this sort of relationship with my mother from a young age. And it kind of flipped back and forth at times, but it was a consistent pattern that kept showing up in my life all the way until actually recently when just for the sake of my own healing, I had to go no contact with my mom and with pretty much the rest of my family so that I could heal myself from all of this. Um, but that pattern of dysfunction followed me way too far into adulthood. So so my mom became disabled. There was one point in time where institutionally, she actually had the state of Utah investigating her for fraud, despite the fact that she was truly disabled. And we had these videotapes. I remember watching them when I was little. And I actually liked watching them because it was the only time I really got to see my mom with me. But there were these videotapes of her walking us to school. And one in particular, I remember of her walking me to school. So the police were kind of watching her. They were investigating her, and they arrested her at a family dinner. She was acquitted of all charges. They couldn't prove, that she had committed fraud against the state. And later on in my life, when I was about 13 years old, my mom became permanently disabled after a series of back surgeries went wrong, and she had her spinal cord cut in two. And there was all sorts of institutional abuse taking place around that, and she actually won a lawsuit against her surgeon for the mistakes that he made when he cut into her. So it was quite serious for me. Like I was living this reality, the violence, the institutional discrimination, the religious discrimination at church, being born female, right? I could see clearly that my uncles were doing so much better than the women. That my aunts, and three of my aunts have actually passed away on my mom's side. One died from breast cancer. The other had a rare liver condition. But there was sort of this consistent pattern that all of them had been abused by their spouses. And especially my aunt who died of breast cancer, like she was horribly abused by her first husband. Um, so yeah, so I kind of just looked around. I noticed, hey, this is happening in my life. I see this everywhere. I see that these four things are really affecting my family. I can see that there seems to be this risk involved with being born female, being a female in this society that seems dangerous to me and seems kind of like these patterns keep coming forth of the women in my family not doing as well as the men in my family. I noticed that even now, my mom is living on disability and she's barely making it in life. My parents are actually divorced, and my dad is living very comfortably and has a very comfortable lifestyle. So even between both of my parents, my dad is faring much better. Um, so I noticed that there was this sort of institutional discrimination present, and it was really hard not to look away from it. It was really hard to sort of everyone was just encouraging me to forget about it. It's just get over it, just let go of the past. And I couldn't. I was just stuck. I was like, but hold on, this is happening everywhere. And I was so impassioned, and I really got heavily involved with sort of feminism. And then in my 20s, I got married. Well, actually, like, I got married when I was 19, but in my 20s, I gave birth to my first child, and that was when I sort of went on this spiritual journey to kind of heal myself and really come into a type of spirituality that was more represented more what I felt was equitable, fair, and just, and also inherently, I think, who I am at the core of my being. When I kind of talk about shamanism being this original religion, the world's first religion, I feel like it's more accurate to say that it's the native religion. It's the inherent religion of the earth. Because if we were left alone without society interfering and kind of out, we were raised by nature. It is sort of the intrinsic relationship that we would have with everything. And so I kind of discovered a spirituality that's more like that. It's more about my inherent connection to the earth and who I would be if I didn't have all these trauma adaptations. These these trauma adaptations that get passed down from parent to child genetically. Um, so in my 20s, I really didn't want to kind of repeat the same mistakes that my mom made. I didn't want to end up in an abusive relationship. So I married a man who I thought was very loving and gentle, and he has been. We're still married. I'm 37 today, and he's a wonderful partner. He's very loving and kind. And I have my child is now 17 years old. Um, they are transgender, so they transition from female to male. And I love my family. They're just really wonderful people. I feel like in so many ways I've been able to shift those patterns of dysfunction in my family, although I think it's still an ongoing process because it's so challenging to overcome those things. It's so challenging to overcome the inherent belief of that worthlessness, right? That women carry. I think a lot of women carry. Not all women. I think that some women really feel very strong in themselves and confident in who they are. But that was never my experience. I always felt just sort of, yeah, I carried the weight of that worthlessness, that feeling like I was worth less than men. Um, so I was really able to identify with that part of it when I was reading Patriarchy Stress Disorder by by Valerie Rain. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my spot here. Um, so yeah, I noticed that there were patterns in my family. There were these trauma adaptions that were present. There was trauma bonding. The kids in my family had trauma bonded to my dad. They upheld his position in the family without questioning any of the dysfunctional dynamics present, the domestic abuse, any of it, despite everybody really suffering. There was this hiding, so everybody sort of went out of their way to hide what was happening, and a tendency to hide everything, even in adulthood. So, like I said, this relationship I had with my mom carried into adulthood, followed me throughout adulthood. She would be doing well, and then she would spiral and relapse, and she had substance abuse issues from prescription drugs, alcoholism as well, and that would come into my life, and I would take care of her. I would nurse her back to health and get her strong again, and then she would repeat the same pattern over again. Go out, uh, find a man, and then repeat the same pattern of usually it had to do with abuse or abandonment. And when she was either abused or abandoned, she would come back to me and I would nurse her back to health, nurse her back to strength. So this pattern would repeat and continue. And there came to a point where it just became so destructive to my soul that I just could not keep doing it. And I finally put a stop to it. Um, so that pattern kind of continued in as I would say, a trauma adaptation. Um, so substance use was a real issue. A lot of my family, my siblings struggle with substance use. Um, Throwing away feminine power, I think, is a really strong one. Like when I look at my mom, it's I think the most heartbreaking thing to watch happen was that slowly over the years, being abused repeatedly over and over by this sort of male dominance just broke her. And I watched it happen. I saw it happen before my eyes. She went from being this beautiful light and having so much joy in her heart to being broken, spiritually, emotionally, physically broken, and just battered. And so that was probably one of the hardest things to watch. I think trying to become successful at any cost, that's a pattern I see in my family. That's, I believe, is a trauma adaptation. So whatever the cost is, we will be successful. We will work ourselves to death. That's a really awful one present in my family system. We will pretend like we have no feelings or emotions, and we will work ourselves to death. The women act like men. The women sort of throw away their feminine power, and all of my sisters really pushed to kind of express themselves in more masculine ways, and to have this type of success that men have. So there is this sort of valuing of that within an environment. Um, so toxic femininity and toxic masculinity, which I think I don't need to go into what that looks like. I think a lot of us can kind of know that. So it's all work and no play. Uh, Taking from nature, not really being in a reciprocal relationship with the environment and nature. I think that's a tremendously patriarchal trauma adaptation. Abuse and family dysfunction, avoidance of intimacy is a huge one. Uh, denying instincts, so suppressing our animal instincts, suppressing when we have a like, for example, when you're tired, you will keep working. You won't lie down and rest. Or when you have to go to the bathroom, instead of stopping for a break, you'll just push through and wait until you absolutely have to go to the bathroom. So you're denying instinctual impulses. Maybe if you're hungry, you'll wait to eat. So you're not actually taking care of what's present and showing up in the body now. You push and you wait to take care of that. So that would be a trauma adaptation. Fitting in to be safe. So that's probably the biggest one of all, right? Is uh, changing who you are so you fit in. And there's all sorts of trauma adaptations that come from that. Not using your voice, never saying no, kind of being a doormat, always saying yes to people please. This is something we know women struggle with. Um, just kind of feeling like you're doing all of the emotional labor. So these are trauma adaptations that women carry. Um, yeah, so I looked around and I noticed all of those patterns in my family. I noticed I carried all of those trauma adaptations within myself. And I didn't really think to so much heal it per se. I kind of thought I would just fix it, right? This is something I can fix if I'm just spiritual enough, if I'm just a good enough, if I'm small enough. So I want to say about like every patriarchal standard, I have failed. I'm too fat. I don't make enough money. Despite being really educated, I haven't really like been super successful in my career the way patriarchy might want me to be. My success is more it's more based in I would say my relationships and how I connect with people and the way my work inspires people. That's what motivates me. I'm not necessarily out to make profit with my work. So yeah, even in my marriage and as a mother, I have a transgender child. I have a child who is also queer and doesn't fit in by any standard into that heterosexual patriarchal dynamic. So my family system is like wildly different than what would be standardly accepted in the patriarchal system. And we have very much rebelled from that. And yet I still see places where I'm living more traditionally. I think my husband and I have sort of dynamic that's a little bit more traditional. And um, I don't know. It's kind of like understanding, like, who am I? Who would I be without these trauma adaptions? And how would I naturally express myself without them? And that's kind of been the I mean, maybe you could call it a journey, but that's been the path for me anyway. And it's been a slow unraveling and kind of going into the places where I had trauma, where I had those things present. So there was a period of my life, for example, even though I left Mormonism at a young age, where I actually came back to Mormonism and I had my child baptized in the church. That happened, I think it was in 2013. And I was only there for like a year or so. And then I was like, I don't believe any of this. Why am I here? I can't sit through these sessions in Sunday school. I can't listen to this anymore. I can't hear all of this sort of the male presiding over hierarchy stuff, the denial of a divine feminine, the denial of the divine mother. I can't sit through this anymore. There was also a lot of superiority and just that general sort of domination thing that you see present in a lot of patriarchal cultures, especially present in religious spaces where people think that their religion is the one true religion and everybody else is wrong. So that was present. And I just felt like it was just violent to my system and I had to leave. And then I found Kundalini Yoga and I got really into that. And I still absolutely love Kundalini Yoga. I'm actually studying right now to be a yoga teacher. And then then I had my feminine awakening. So I was actually a high school dropout. Like I said, my family was very dysfunctional, and I don't really want to go too deep into the details. I actually only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to try to keep this succinct. But I did when I was so I did go back to school. I got my diploma and then I went to school. I have an arts degree from the Academy of Art University of San Francisco. But when I got out of school, I was sort of like, what am I going to do? I worked at a gallery and I worked around a lot of painters and I got really inspired and I started painting acrylic paintings and all these goddesses just poured out of me. And so all of my paintings had very common themes of nature, the divine mother, the divine feminine. Shamanism seemed to be present, and I don't know where it was coming from. But over the next few years, I had this awakening, this feminine awakening come through where it was like the divine mother was waking up inside of me and I was being connected to her. And then I found shamanism. I was healed by a shaman from a life-threatening condition I had developed that I was going to have neurosurgery to fix. And the shaman did a healing on me, and I took radical action with that healing. I removed myself from the group I was in that was revealed to be doing harm to me, and I shut myself off from the teacher who was sort of invading me energetically. And when I left that space, a week later, I healed miraculously from this condition. I had a cerebral spinal fluid leak, so I had cerebral spinal fluid dripping out of my nose. And I didn't have to have surgery, so it was kind of crazy. I was gonna have neurosurgery and everything to heal from this. Um, and I was so happy to be healed. So that kind of started this whole awakening where my husband studied to be a shaman. He did a lot of work on me, and I awakened to this practice that brought me into a new sort of way of being and discovering the divine feminine within myself. And that's what led me to become an interfaith minister and to do the work that I do today, writing and teaching other people about and talking about these things in my social network and social media, pretty much everywhere I'm at. I'm sharing my work. I'm sharing my art on my website. I have a newsletter where I kind of talk about the ceremonies I do as a shaman and as a priestess. Which wow, there's a word right there, right? How much charge is in that word priestess? How much charge is in the word goddess? How much charge is in the word divine mother, right? You can say those to people and they get very uncomfortable with those words a lot of the times because that's patriarchy. Those are those trauma adaptions that are telling us, don't use those words. Those words are dangerous. And so I even still have that in my system a little bit like, oh, I'm using that word priestess. So yeah, I discovered this way of being and I got in touch with who I feel myself to really be. And I'm still healing. I'm still moving through trauma healing through somatic therapy and through shamanism. And so there's so much more I could say about it, but I've run out of time. So I'm just going to go ahead and end my presentation now. And if you want to learn more about me and my work, you can visit srimatiaryamu.com and kind of check out what I'm up to.
Srimati, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. So interesting. A couple of books, new books on my list. One of them I've read, but what you've been talking about is amazing. And I've been on a similar path as far as uncovering the the genetic predisposition of that patriarchal trauma and what's going on with that. And really just finding out more and more of the origins and how it affects us on a daily basis. And yeah, I'm a big believer that we must smash the patriarchal society. But sometimes I'm I'm trying to soften my approach a little bit, but
Mm-hmm.
uh, come at it with a little bit more of the feminine energy. But
Mm-hmm.
sometimes
Mm-hmm.
you have to meet things where they are, right? So
Yeah.
we'll we will definitely be talking more about this. Thank you so much for
Mm-hmm.
your time. And if I could let everybody know that how wise you are, and I think that is really the feeling I get when you're an amazing communicator. Your writing is so succinct and beautiful, and when you read her writing, like your posts just are so inspirational and
Oh.
so like deep and
Mm-hmm.
complete. I mean, they're very well thought out, and I just every time I read your posts, I'm like, "Yes!" And I think she's so wise, and her words have so much meaning. So I urge anyone who is, watching this presentation to really follow her, find out more about what she is doing and work with her if in any way possible. So,
Mm.
Srimati, thank you so much.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate your time. So stay
Mm-hmm.
tuned with us. We will be back with Aiko Smith. She'll be here in about 10 minutes. So we'll be right
Mm.
back. Mindset can transform your life. Please welcome Aiko Smith.
Thank you for having me. The talk, like we were just told, is called "The Wound is Where the Light Enters." And if you don't know, that's a Rumi quote. And a lot of his poetry has been a reflection of my life in just profound ways. So check him out if you don't know. So I won't start from the very beginning. I'll start from the wound, and I think that that's where I can meet people the most is our suffering. And I'll weave in my history as I talk about the mother and wife version of me that I was living. Well, I'm still a mother, but living through like a decade ago. So I have 3 kids, a dog, a blue house with a white picket fence, and a husband. In my mind, we are the family that I always pictured I'd have. It's exactly the way that I wanted it to look. I worked in schools while I finished college, and I was privileged enough to be able to stay at home and work and go to school and finish. I graduated college. I loved being a mother. I loved my role at home, that traditional role that we all kind of think of when we think of mother. I loved cooking, grocery shopping, planning new healthy meals. I actually enjoyed doing chores. And I'll explain how I learned to enjoy chores later. But I love going to the library for story time and hanging out at parks with a picnic basket while the kids wore themselves out. I loved going to museums and outdoor concerts. I loved keeping up with the kids' busy lives, sports, all of the things. The nighttime routine was my favorite. Getting everybody fed and clean in bed around the same time every night, lights out, kitchen closed. I loved my mom routine. If it was possible, I would have stayed in that routine for the rest of my life. But there were consequences of staying in the relationship in that life. I would have stayed in that role to the day I died because I enjoy being a mother at home very much. And it's so bizarre how we as humans, just how we are. I don't know if you've ever had the experience of watching a friend battle addiction or watching a friend date somebody that you just know or everybody knows is not good for them. It's like our denial gets so extreme sometimes that we can't see the forest through the trees, the bigger picture. We're really caught up in the little arguments and anxieties of the days, and we lose focus of the larger picture. The root of the problem is always just one problem, you see. If you're addicted to alcohol and you're getting into arguments, your problem's the alcohol. That's the root. And when you fix that, things will change. Um, what I'd like to argue is that it's just not people and their addictions that do this. I believe that we all kind of do this on some level with certain really difficult things in our lives. We ignore and suppress the difficult things so much so that we become apathetic, numb, and we go blind. I know you've seen those commercials about a room smelling and they say, "Oh, you went nose blind." It's we become the dysfunction becomes what we're used to, and so we go blind to it. So my trees, which would in this case would be the distractions, so I wasn't able to see the whole forest, was my weight, right? My weight, how I looked, how I felt about my body, how I was perceived, how people were looking at my body mattered to me. I wanted to be fit and thin, and I think that's part of the culture, right? So it was my body was one of the biggest trees. The tree standing next to it, blocking my vision, was this tree of productivity. How much am I performing? Am I a successful human? Am I being a good mom? Are there healthy meals in that lunchbox? Are we getting homework done? Are my kids doing well in school? How clean is my house? How organized can I be? How together can I be? That was my focus, my body and my productivity, the trees blocking the bigger picture. And, as social media, so this was a decade ago. So as social media became more of a part of our lives, I was caught up in that shame and compare game that I think that we all kind of get used to dealing on social. It's kind of like that thing that we do. Maybe we don't recognize it, like a lot of the things that we don't recognize. But while we're scrolling, looking, we're judging ourselves, we're judging others, we're comparing ourselves to others, we're doing this thing constantly. And so I was caught up into this world of social media, and in the fitness world, it's kind of a thing. So it's not all bad. So I made some lifelong friends in the community of women on the same fitness journeys, through social media, through these communities online, and we ended up all kind of suffering in the same ways during this specific time in our lives. In the beginning, we would use Instagram to connect with each other. We would work out every morning, plan our meals, and we would take photographs of our meals and our us working out with our sweaty selfies so we could share and check in. And there was this genuine, authentic connection that was happening between the women. But as most things happen, it's this space started to get commodified and we started to get marketed to heavily. And that's how diet culture works, right? It's not just diet culture, it's also industry and business pumping tons, billions and billions of dollars into these marketing plans that we were kind of blindly we were just in and with no awareness. So inevitably, this space of community of women where we were sharing workouts and healthy meals and how we felt during the day became kind of a toxic place to be. The check-in photos got less spontaneous. Um, they became more filtered and staged. The meals that we used to post, with like chicken with sauce like sloppy on the sides of the plate or bad lighting, we would just post those, no big deal. All of a sudden, everything kind of looked like a Pottery Barn ad, like where you would have to clean your whole table, get a white plate, get a light, and then it turned in to we were all marketing. We were all marketers, marketing for companies without our awareness. And during this time, we started being very competitive with each other. It's this human nature of being in this space where these outside factors are being rewarded by attention. If we would post beautiful pictures, people would share them. You would get on someone's Instagram. You might win some money. It became about who was working out the hardest, who was eating the cleanest, who worked out for the longest, and who looked the best while they were doing it. Can you imagine? The space became toxic. I focused all of my energy and my attention in this space during a very difficult time in my life. So I was focusing my attention here, trying to be well, caught up in this thing. But there was a bigger issue looming in the background of these distractions, let me just say it. And so the wound is where the light enters, and for a reason. Something even bigger than just comparing my body to women on social media or being judgmental of women or myself on social media. That was all a learning too. But something even bigger was revealed to me. So I was fit. I got to where I wanted to be. I was 40 pounds less. I could run 5 miles in a today, right now, run 5 miles. Sure, no problem. That was me. I could do burpees forever and jumping jacks for hours. I was checking things off my list during this time. I was extra productive. I woke up in the morning, made the kids lunch, prepped dinner, had all the laundry folded. I was being like that mom that I wanted to be. I slept solid, but I was having these debilitating awful migraines. Like, and I know that a lot of people have experienced this where you need to turn off the lights because if you're not turning off the lights, then you're getting dizzy, you're getting sick, and you can't even have anybody's voices in your space because it rings in your head. So I ended up in the room a lot with the lights off, telling everybody to shh, 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 because I couldn't handle the pain of this migraine. So I looked fit, I looked healthy, but twice a week I would feel this way, this awful, awful way. And I just couldn't put my finger on it. I drank more water. I stopped eating sugar, ate more carbs. Maybe I need more sugar, ate more protein, stopped drinking coffee. I stopped drinking coffee. And I don't know what coffee means to you, but to me, coffee is life. That's how bad my migraines were. I had to stop drinking coffee just to see, okay, maybe this is it. It wasn't it. It was bad. I exercise at different times of the day. I thought maybe I need some yoga, a spiritual practice, something to stretch out my muscles. I felt so tense. My jaw was locked. my brow was furrowed, and I'd get these really constricting migraines that would make me clench into the ball. My muscles were tense. Maybe I just needed to relax, I thought. And then I thought, maybe this is stress. Light bulb, maybe this is stress. When I was when life is so predictable, or when life is unpredictable, I was always taught that having a routine can help you feel a sense of comfort. I've always been into spirituality. My mother created this environment for me. I'm half Black, I'm half Japanese. My mother grew up as a Buddhist seeker, so she would not qualify herself as a Buddhist now, but she's an artist and she's a Reiki healer. And so I grew up with her. She was single, an immigrant woman, and spirituality was just part of our lives. And so she was a single immigrant woman with no help from my father. Life was unpredictable. Life is unpredictable if you live in poverty. Things change in a dime, you know? My mom was a waitress. If she got sick, then our lives for the next month could be jeopardized. And so with a lot of people that live in poverty, um, you have to build something that's bigger than yourself, something that you could rely on because you can't rely on life. It's people without privilege stay emotionally and mentally well enough to continue living with joy and compassion and hope when they have a spiritual practice. So it was something that's always been embedded in me. And then that's kind of just got lost through having children, having to go to school, having to figure out work, how to pay bills, having to do all of those things, being a mother. My life got put on the back burner. What was important to me got put on the back burner. And then I was performing a role. It was not being, it was doing, and doing not so much for me, doing as in a performance so that I felt a sense of worth from my partner, from the culture and the society and the community that I lived in. So, as I said, my mother was a single mother. She left my abusive father when I was probably 5 years old. And she worked multiple jobs. She was gone from the morning until midnight. And we kind of just had to grow up by ourselves. And because my mother had this really great foundation of just a lot of spiritual practice, a lot of healing, a lot of chakra aligning and feeling a sense of peace, even though she was absent, it was still in my DNA to be attracted to spiritual teachers. When I came home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I wasn't watching TRL like my friends. I was watching Oprah, and she had spiritual teachers on there every single day, just kind of opening my mind up for what is possible when we're talking about hope, belief, peace, joy. So I had this awareness inside of me. She had a guest on her show, and I'm sure a lot of you guys know this man, Michael Bernard Beckwith. And he said something to me, not to me, to the audience that really kind of changed my life in a way, and still does. When I need clarity on something, I always go back to this quote. He says, behind every problem, there is a question trying to ask itself. Behind every question, there is an answer trying to reveal itself. Behind every answer, there is an action trying to take place. And behind every action, there is a new way of life trying to be born. And just that has changed my life, gave me a roadmap So the wound is where the light enters. The wound is the problem, okay? What was my problem? My migraines, those debilitating, life-sucking, draining migraines. That was the problem in my very little awareness, those may be the tree, not the whole forest, right? What is the question? What is the source of this suffering? The answer, apparently, there was stress in my system. Something in my system was dysregulated. Something, my body's wisdom was trying to tell me that there is something in my environment that is causing me stress. The action that I needed was to become more aware of what exactly in the environment is stressing me out. I need to pay more attention to these parts of my life. I need to feel a sense of peace. My intention became peace. My intention became peace. I didn't really understand the stress, where it was, why it was there, how it was cultivated. I didn't know. And I don't need to know. Martin Luther King has this great quote: as long as you can see the first step, you don't need to see the rest of the staircase, right? My first step was awareness. Awareness. Like I said earlier, we become apathetic to our pain and our suffering because there's still life to live. We still have children, maybe not. We still have jobs. We still have families. We still have things that we need to take care of. So a lot of the times we and how we feel get put on the back burner, but how we feel creates our actions, thoughts, feelings, actions. When you don't understand your actions, you've got to backtrack. What are these beliefs? How am I feeling? What's going on in here? The awareness. I read a lot of self-development books in this time of this performative nature that I had going on when I was trying to be the fittest, the smartest, the mom that had it all. I was trying to develop a career in behavioral therapy, which I had been doing. I was in a master's program. I was working out every morning. I was training as if I was running a marathon every day. For what, girl? I don't know. I just wanted to feel a sense of worth. And in that community online, you got it if you were performing in that way. It was like a really toxic system that just kind of kept reinforcing itself. The thinner I would get, even though unhealthy, I would get positively reinforced for my very thin, too thin of a body for my frame. So without awareness, just listening to this will convince you that you're doing something right. But we are the only ones that know what's right for us. And this, me, completely disconnected at the time. No mind body integration. My body was trying to tell me something with these migraines. It was saying, there is stress here, there is an issue here, and you need to be here to help me. Check in, check in, check in. And I wasn't there. It's like creating a system for yourself that will make you sick without awareness. We live in systems of very harmful systems. There's systems of racism, of poverty, of capitalism that is actually bad for us. There's all kinds of systems that we live in. And when we're not aware of those systems, we kind of start, and how they affect us, we have no control. We're just being affected. We kind of take on those things as our own, and it affects our sense of self-worth. So every self-development book that I've ever read really harps on the importance of a morning routine. So that was pretty solid for me. Esther Hicks, she's law of attraction woman, says that a morning routine is like creating the trajectory of your day, right? Priming your pump, as she calls it. You're embedding safety and security in your day because you have a home base. You start the day off feeling good, right? So my goal became to have a practice every morning where I was meditating, I was exercising, but not exercising in this performative way, just moving my body just to move my body. They say that our trauma lives in the tissue and our fascia, and when we release it and we stretch, that actually releases trauma in our body. I read these things in these books. I was like, cool. I'm going to do yoga. I heard meditating is great for you. I heard journaling is great for you. I heard all these things are great for you to decrease your stress. And so I was all about it. So my morning routine stopped being so focused on how many carbs and proteins that I ate or how fast and how long I ran or how much weight I was lifting and what I looked like in my leggings, and became more about my intention of being in peace at as much as possible throughout the day. Like we talked about, life is up and down. And so this morning routine actually did change my life. Uh, this was the beginning of the end of my 17-year-long partnership with the father of my 3 children. He would joke, "Why are you getting up so early in the morning? And why are you working out so hard? You trying to build the strength to leave me?" But actually turns out yes. When I looked at my life mindfully, mindfulness isn't just paying regular attention. Mindfulness is paying attention on purpose with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to be with what is in kindness and compassion for yourself and others. So it's a practice. It could be meditation, but it also is a way of being. Um, when I looked at my life in this way, through this lens, and I was willing to really see what was there, my life started to change. I realized that actually my life was an exact replica of my mother's life. I had 3 children. I was in a relationship that had an imbalance of power, financial power, which in a relationship can mean everything, right? I was dominated by the temperament of my partner, a wounded man with kind of an outrageous sense of entitlement, for simply just being the man of the house. And before I continue any further, I want to say something about my partner, is that he is my spiritual partner. He has been the best teacher in my life. And there's no animosity anymore. There's no emotional reactivity anymore because I did my work healing. And his unhealed self isn't a reflection of who he is. He is love. And I like to see him that way, even though we've had ups and downs. And if I didn't have this practice, there would be a lot of anger and resentment inside of me, which is poison. Self care is learning to do this, decreasing this emotional reactivity. So you're in the space with people and you're regulated. Um, our family unit, like I was telling you earlier, it looked great. It looked healthy and loving. My kids had a mom, she was fit, they had good lunches. We got the blue house with the white picket fence. But inside of the fence, inside of that blue home, we were on a roller coaster, an emotional roller coaster that was not in control by me or the children or the dog. It was in control by one person, just like my father. My partner was really conditioned to protect his masculinity by not allowing himself to be vulnerable. He found value in the attention that he received for outside things, attention from other women. he felt really validated by the amount of money that he can make. It was really, that's where he got his sense of self-worth. And if anything poked at this fragile male ego, we would all have to pay. Anger, yelling, screaming, throwing things, really very reactive. This ego, very fragile. And when you have kids and you're a woman that has opinions, we were hitting the ego. It was getting poked. When you poke a bear, it bites, right? It was interacting with this energy for so long that gave me so much grief, and I didn't even recognize it. I just wanted the picture, the house, the kids, the picket fence, the looks. I wasn't really concerned about how all of those things felt. Um, just like my mother, this replica, another another just odd thing is she has 3 children. I have 3 children. I am the middle child. My middle child, also born on the same exact day as me. I'm not kidding. My life was a replica of my mother's. I was financially insecure. It's what kept me in this relationship. Growing up with the poverty consequences of my mother's only choice of leaving my abusive father, I was traumatized by that experience of growing up poor. I grew up in majority white spaces. I'm Black and Japanese. Majority white spaces, always kind of feeling a sense of othered. And when you throw poverty in the mix and you don't have the same clothes as everybody, your hair looks different than everybody. The things that you can do looks different. Nobody was taking me to my basketball games. I was just floating around with everybody else. The sense of shame and unworthiness that was developed in those years growing up poor, I kept with me the whole time. And I let the people in my life reflect my sense of unworthiness. In my mind at the time, my then partner was the biggest roadblock, him and this money thing. He had money, I didn't have money. I didn't wanna grow up, I didn't wanna be poor, I didn't want my kids to go through what I went through before. I was stuck in this conundrum. How do I leave without really leaving? How can I leave and still feel safe? It was always this battling, of what to do, and I'm here to tell you that we don't have to make big choices like that. We don't, it's not all or nothing. It's this duality, good or bad, that we're operating in that can cause a lot of harm. A mindset can shift things gradually, slowly. Like grief is a process. When anything ends, there's grief. When somebody dies, we don't tell them you do like get over it quickly. We know better now. Everybody experiences differently. Leaving a relationship is the same way, even if it sucks. There's grief involved, and that takes time. And if you are making choices, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. It could be slow. It could be slow. We don't have to rush. There's no right or wrong way to do this. So my morning routine became my self-preservation routine. I got really well. I had my vibe was high, as they say. I was journaling. I had gratitude. I exercised. I felt great. Exercise in a not performative way, just like moving around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And my intention was peace. And my only job was to stay in alignment with that. And so I started to take my mindfulness practice to the next level. So I was aware and connected to how I was feeling. So not only what I was thinking, which then creates emotions and then actions, I was connected, integrated. All of it mattered, not just what you saw, not just what I thought, but actually how it felt. And so instead of just meditating on a cushion, I took my mindfulness practice and made it my life. Thich Nhat Hanh says that meditation could be in every moment. And we talked earlier about the qualities of mindfulness, paying attention on purpose with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to be with what is, with kindness for yourself and compassion for yourself and others. So I adopted this attitude. I changed my lenses. Instead of that performative lens, I want it to look this way. It became, I want it to feel this way. I want it to feel peaceful. And how do I interact with life in a way that gives me peace? I couldn't just sit there and get peace on the cushion. I had to take this practice into real life. And so there are attitudes of mindfulness. There's non judging, there's acceptance, there's patience, beginner's mind, trust, curiosity, generosity, letting go, non striving, and my favorite is, and I think I already mentioned it, is curiosity, just questioning, what is this? And so let's talk about non judging. The reality is that when you have as a human, no matter how good you are, we're filled with judgments. We have judgments about everything. I like that. I don't like this. I don't want this. I want this. And so we judge others, we judge situations, and more often than not, we're judging people with these old lenses, not our new lenses, on our old limiting beliefs. There's not a lot of room for growth in judgment. The opposite of judgment is wisdom. And that's just meaning you're learning your lesson and there's no reactivity, you know, no anger, none of that. It's wisdom. Um, we also acceptance. So there's non-judging and there's acceptance. And acceptance is hard for a lot of people because acceptance kind of feels like you're quitting. But I had to accept my relationship for what it was before I could move forward. I would have to be brave enough to say, this is a toxic relationship that's making me physically sick. Without accepting that, recognizing it, owning it, there was no moving forward. Acceptance is courage. It's the courage to be real, because when you're real, then you have to do something about it. So we don't like to keep it real because we just like to be in our comfort, right? And comfort, even though it might be toxic, is what we know. It's easy for our brains. New is challenging, like try to do a puzzle, try to do anything new. It's uncomfortable. And our body's wisdom, we just want comfort, right? We just want comfort. I just want to chill, right? So acceptance is about courage, because when you see something, you got to change it. Patience, it's fundamental in mindfulness. The qualities that are symptomatic of practice don't come in a day, right? I'm practicing mindfulness meditation. I want to be calm. Okay, you're not going to be calm forever, maybe moments, right? Things, and especially things that are worth it, take patience to develop. You need patience to develop those things. It's something that unfolds when you're patient in your practice. You become patient with others. When you're patient with life, like, I wanted to leave now. This is making me sick now. But also, being out there with no money, 3 kids, would make me sick too, right? Patience, patience with this unfolding, this building of courage, putting all the right things in order for yourself, and then letting the universe fill in the rest. We talk about trust. There's so many things that are happening perfectly right now. We're breathing perfectly. Hopefully, I hopefully, right? Your heart is beating. There's air, there's a sky, there's sun. We could trust in these things. So when we are leaning in to the ways that we are living, There's actually a lot of trust there. Um, just like we could trust that, the grass is going to grow, with the right conditions, we could trust ourselves that if we create the right conditions for ourselves, that we will be well, that we can transform a difficult situation into a situation that's very life giving. Another way that we have to do this is another quality of mindfulness, another attitude, and it's beginner's mind. Like I said, we are really conditioned here. And so looking at everything with these new glasses on, curious as if it's the first time you're witnessing it, your mind expands. You're not so constricted anymore. You're allowing for more possibilities. I'm in an awful relationship. I'm stuck. Beginner's mind. Well, what does stuck mean? Well, why are you in it? Why, just opening, expanding on this, you let more things into your life, into possibility when you aren't so sure about what's going to happen. There's a really beautiful attractiveness to people who approach things in this manner. When you get someone new at work and they act like they know everything, it's oof, you know? You don't wanna approach life like that. We don't know everything. We actually know very little, So, being a student all the time is great. Another attitude is non-striving, and John Kabat-Zinn says, like, it's the biggest paradox in, meditation is that by doing nothing, you could fix a lot of problems. Um, there's natural consequences, we don't have to strive, right? If our intentions are good, my intentions are peace, and I'm going to act in peace. I don't have to strive for it. I'm acting in that way, and the result consequence will be peace. So I don't need to strive every day. It just is what it is. I'm not doing peace. I am peace, regulated, right? And this ability to let go, you know, um, when we're paying attention to our experience, we really grasp on things, um, for a sense of protection, for a sense of comfort, for safety. And sometimes we grasp so hard that we're holding on to things that are no longer serving us. So the ability to hold things just lightly, if it comes, it comes. And if it's gotta go, it's gotta go. Right. And so the ability to just hold things in this lightness is another quality of practice that you will cultivate over time. Gratitude has been shown, obviously, that journaling that I was doing in the morning, just refocusing my attention, putting my focus on everything that I could be grateful for, on everything that's actually working perfectly fine, instead of putting my attention and focus on the things that were not working. When you change your focus, whatever you focus on grows. I want more peace. I want more love. I want more calm. And that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm practicing, and it grows. So, my gratitude as I'm journaling it, my gratitude is growing. And curiosity, changing the questions that I ask. Hey, what if everything goes right? What if I keep doing this and I end up in a better situation? Why are these things important? Just questioning everything, and knowing that you're the one that comes up with the answers to those things and nobody else. We have this one life to live. We want it to be peaceful, filled with joy and happiness. And if those are your intentions and you have a mindfulness mindset where you're paying attention on purpose, open, curious, loving, kind, and compassionate, you will get there. You'll get to wherever you want to go. They say, mindfulness or life is like the ocean. It's chaotic, it's rough, it's bumpy, it's crashing, it's all of these things. But mindfulness is learning to surf the waves. Mindfulness is learning to be in right relationship. We're not controlling this. We have none, right? But what we do have is the quality of our focus, the quality of the attention, all of this, the things that we do have control over will change your life, transform your life, learning to be in right relationship with your life. So the wound is where the light enters. Wherever that is in your life, if you follow, it's like a map. When you follow the root of your suffering and you get to the root, the cause, then and you accept it, then you have the power to change it and transform it into whatever is for you, not for anybody else. So that is how a mindfulness mindset can transform your life. And the wound is where the light enters. Thank you for letting me speak and tell my story.
Thank you, Aiko. Thank you so much. So much of what you said is how I live my life and how I've uh, studied and learned and transformed and just moved through the wounds. And um, I just sat here saying, yep, right, uh-huh, yes, yes. Let go, regulate, you said regulate and calibrate was another word that somebody used the other day, which is so
Yeah,
true. But you have to
yeah.
be aware. You have to be aware. You have to be quiet to be aware.
Mhm.
And you have to practice, right? It's a practice to
Practice.
know yourself.
Absolutely.
And importantly, the important thing you said, I think, is the need to not strive for something, but to be something,
Yes,
right?
yes. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, we hear things like be the change you want to see in the world, right? So that
Mhm.
means walk your talk. So
Yeah.
if you're talking about peace all the time, but you're not peaceful, then and peace is eluding you, then
Yes, exactly, exactly.
right?
Yes, very true.
So thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time for being here, for being so open and the for sharing your story. Um, it is, uh, if one woman can hear your story and know that those ideas of having to be in a relationship because those are the norms, right? It's what your mom did, it's what
Mhm.
other people do. And, we have this social construct, right, of the shoulds and the have tos and the that's the way it's always been done kind of thing.
Yes,
And
yes.
realizing your truth, actually realizing and then recognizing it, greeting it, accepting it, and then taking action is
Mhm.
brave. It's brave.
So brave.
It's so
Mhm.
brave. And
Yeah,
all of us have that courage inside of us. All of us have that power to take control of ourselves, right?
right. Can I mention one thing that I don't think I mentioned is that,
Sure.
you know, you might not be able to change your physical circumstances, but energetically, you can create some boundaries for yourself that can change your circumstances.
Right.
So, like we talked about doing and being, that's you could be the change by creating these energetic boundaries, protecting your peace, not allowing for that stuff. Just, I'm not here for that. I'm, creating those boundaries. You don't have
Right.
to do anything physical. It's an inside
Right.
job, like most people
Uh-huh.
have.
Right. It's so true. In fact, when I was going through a very difficult relationship and then a subsequent divorce, I was studying with a teacher, and she um, told me to focus on the things that I wanted
Hmm.
from this person, right? And the good things about this person, regardless if it was this person or the things that I needed, even if it had been 10 years ago when the last time I got it from this person was, you know what I mean? But just remembering that thing, which causes the energy to shift, which causes the attraction to change, right? So,
Yes.
um,
Mhm.
and so you might not be able to change who that person is, but you're changing your energy and what you're
Mhm.
receiving. And it's
Yes.
important to learn, I think, to learn to respond from where you are and not
Mhm.
react. And I think that's something
Absolutely.
else that is handed down to us genetically and
Oh, yeah.
blah, 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 you know what I mean? Through
Yes, I
social.
do.
It's
Yes, I do. I mean,
it
that's really how I ended up just like my mother. I met
right,
you witness how your caregivers respond to certain situations. You respond in the same way, kind of just in your like you just not aware.
not
That's what
aware.
you know, and then you create the same circumstances that you see. So it
Right.
is all about awareness, and being intentional about how you want to live, and that takes time, quiet time.
It takes time and it takes you learning to be right here, right now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Right. I
Mhm.
tell a story often of a woman writing a check at the grocery store, and I'm two people back or something, and I'm flipping out that she's writing a check. Oh my gosh, who writes checks?
Who does that?
But then I stopped and I realized that this was something I learned from my mother because my mother would have a complete and utter meltdown if somebody wrote a check at the grocery store.
Yeah,
I wasn't me.
yeah.
I didn't care. I honestly was like, "Good for her, she's tracking her finances, she's being really careful with her money," like, I had a completely different thing, but my reaction was learned, right? It
Yeah,
was check, get mad, you know,
right.
and whatever else was around that, but,
Totally.
as soon as I stood there and I realized that's my mom's, I just gave it back. I just said, "I don't really want this anymore,"
Yes, like
you
that
know?
choice. That's like that awareness gives you a pause. The pause gives you a choice to make other, choices. Like I
Right,
actually don't want to do that. I don't want to be that way. I don't
right.
want to respond that way. And it's beautiful. A pause we have everything that we need in
Yes.
us. We don't need anything out here just to switch it up our whole entire life. Like
Mhm.
just a pause is life changing. It really
Absolutely.
is.
And we
It really
don't pause. We don't
is.
pause, we don't stop, we don't quiet ourselves down.
Mhm.
And if you can learn to do that, just even like 30 seconds, take a
Mm.
pause. And as soon as you've done it, congratulate yourself. Like
Yeah.
say, "Oh my gosh, I did it. That's amazing. I didn't think I could do that, but I did it." I mean, because that's really important to acknowledge that you made that commitment and you took those steps and you actually did it and how it felt and everything.
Yeah.
Like honor all of that whole process. It's really important.
Yes.
Thank you again for being with us. Aiko
Yes.
means
For having
love on Instagram. She has beautiful posts and beautiful messages. So please follow her.
me.
We are going to be back in just a few minutes with Scarlett Shepherd, and she's going to talk about her new book. So thanks,
Thank you so
Aiko.
much for having me.
You're
Have a good
welcome.
day.
Okay, bye. Our presentation today. So please welcome Scarlett Shepherd.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm so happy to be here. Welcome to everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Scarlett Shepherd. I'm the author of Unburden Your Mind and Chill with Mindfulness, which is still a work in progress. And much like myself, LOL, the book will be available in 2023. And so, a little bit about myself. I've devoted my professional career, my life, to serving as a convener, a speaker, a content creator. And one of the things that I am so passionate about is bringing people together around film, wellness, social justice, and representation in the media. So, having said all that, I'm also a recovering burnout, okay? And so I will explain a little bit and share my story with you. But coming out of that, I'm also a self care and meditation advocate, which is really exciting. And one of the things is why I am so happy to be here is just to be a part of this dynamic community of women speakers. As we convene, we represent truth, strength, vulnerability, resiliency, and most importantly, infinite possibilities, right? For awareness, growth, and I'm sure throughout the conference and maybe in this session, we'll have some mind blown breakthroughs. And so I really want us to share those with each other because that's the reason why we're here. So I also would love to give a shout out to the organizer, Lisa. I mean, incredible. She had a vision, and here we are. And what is so beautiful to imagine is that no two sessions here will be alike, which really is a testament to each speaker's talent and expertise. So there's a lot of synergy. And so SheisMe speaks to the spaciousness of infinite possibilities, knowledge, reflection, community. We are all infinitely connected. So thank you so much for showing up today. And I want to just pivot here and share my story. So, unburden your mind and chill with mindfulness. I mean, it has a beautiful ring, but how did we get here? How did I get here? And so last year I succumbed to burnout. And burnout, if you don't know what it is, it's excessive and prolonged stress. It can be related to one's job. And what it does is it makes us prone to overwhelm, emotional drain, and most of all, a loss of connection to self. And so when I'm thinking about my journey here, there were so many factors that played a part, including, yep, the pandemic, okay, which accelerated my crash. And I wonder, do you relate? Because there were so many things that we had to really pivot and when the pandemic happened. And so for me, I had to have a really heart to heart realization, a lightning bolt moment of clarity. And it was really a defining moment for me. I could no longer keep up with the fast paced and how I was living, overscheduled personally and professionally. And maybe you can relate to this. I reached a breaking point, and the beauty of this crisis really is I had to find a way to slow down, recenter, reboot, and most of all, heal. And in full transparency, I'm an uber multitasker, doer, and I really had to retrain myself and find a pace that was inherently manageable, sustainable, resourceful. So I had to unpack a lot. I had to unburden and to sit with. And for someone like me, it isn't easy to sit with myself. And I have a busy mind, which I would grow to learn is universal. I'm sure you can relate. And one of the things in terms of reflection about how I slowed down, if I hadn't acted with courage, grace, taken a leap of faith to pay attention to the alarms sounding off, and trust me, they were ringing for quite some time. But if I hadn't, this opportunity to be here with you would have never presented itself. And because I could not see this part of myself. And one of the ways I was able to recover was by strengthening my mindfulness practice. And when I did, my energy levels began to rise. My life's purpose began realigning on all levels, personally, professionally, interpersonally, right? Interpersonally is a big word, and it encompasses so much. And so writing has always been a way for me to articulate and transcribe my truth, my inner wisdom. And maybe you can relate. Maybe you journal just to try to keep track of what's going on in your life. And as part of my recovery, the biggest breakthrough for me, and I'm going to share some templates and secrets to setting intentions for the day, was a huge breakthrough. And shortly after, I started writing as I was a child, because I loved writing when I was a child. And I started to do it boundlessly. And it was just incredible. It just uplifted me. And so, like I said, I had a voracious appetite for writing as a kid. I spent hours crafting stories, sharing and reading them with friends and classmates, whoever would listen, my cat. And I really think of it because I always used to think that I was an extrovert, but really, I am a classic introvert. And this was a way for me, writing and sharing my stories was a way for me to connect. Also, I was an only child. and and so anyone have any childhood memories of like an innate skill or gift or passion that they liked doing as a child? I mean, when you just think of it, just that there was nothing to hold you back. You would just try it. And so take a few seconds to reflect. What were some of those wonderful things that you love that just enlivened you, emboldened you? And maybe if you can, write them down somewhere, and on a piece of paper or your journal or in your phone. And let's just take a few seconds and just think about that, because I remember just writing anything and everything, fiction, nonfiction. And one of the beautiful things, my grandmother always shared these wonderful stories of her growing up. And I just remember her teleporting me into different worlds, known and unknown. And so, yes, if you wrote down a few or a couple of things, or maybe you jotted something down about what you really loved to do as a child, I feel like that is a start to just kind of put that out there and bring that joy and that curiosity and that creativity and get that flowing. So, with each intention set, ideas and energy flowed, and I began writing Unburden Your Mind and Chill with Mindfulness, right? And making meditative videos and beats. And I come from a long line of musicians, and I was never the musician. I was always the film director, the writer, and I began making music, composing music, including the book's anthem the trailer for the book, Meditate and Chill. And when I wrote this, it really is a message for all of us as a reminder. It's a self care anthem that we all need and deserve. And I hope you will check it out on the website, unburdenyourmind.com. And so let's talk about intentions, right? And let's set some, and we'll do some exercises. It's going to be amazing. So I'm so happy to do this with you. Um, Actually, no, we're not ready for the intention slide. I'm sorry. Almost. So today we are exploring intentions to awaken the power of you. When we set intentions, we show up for ourselves, right? And it's a way to feel actively like we're participating in life, the way we want to live it. And when we draw on the intention, we draw we want to draw to it. We don't want to draw away from it. We want to move toward how we want to be versus away from how we want to be. Setting the tone and stage for purpose each day and every day. It's a beautiful thing. Intentions, and this is how I look at it, and this is how it really helped me visualize it in my life and the power of it, is it supports you along the way through every step before the end goal, before your arrival to a destination. It is a bridge to trust and have courage in the present, or trust and courage to be present, because it is hard to do that when our lives are so busy. And really, intentions are beautiful because, especially when things don't go as planned, right? Or something happens that's out of our control. And it does happen in life. And an intention can be a lens of understanding rather than judgment, right? It's a way to bring understanding and care to ourselves. It's also a great tool for building flexibility so we can be instead of doing. And one of the things that I really think too is be versus letting work or the clock define who you are or rule you, because that was really a part of my burnout. And so I want to also say, having said this, I recognize that frequently we have to act quickly since there's so much pressure, especially in the digital age. It intensifies busyness. We have to maintain this sort of effortless, productive schedule 24/7, and all the demands that take us away from ourselves and the people we love and being present. So, therefore, part of this book, this mantra, and doing it in tiny steps, even if you meditate and do some mindfulness exercises and techniques 10 minutes a day, just meditate and achieve respite, okay, for your mind, and it will make a world of a difference. And I just want to say it's something that really I think we all forget, and I want to remind you, you are worthy of the gift of mind and body connection, okay? By setting an intention, you are the catalyst for unlocking this third perspective, if you will, of you and your life story in the present. So, and let's also just ground this a little bit in some truth of the world, right? Time won't stop for you, but you can stop for yourself. And again, 10 minutes a day in the morning and evening, we can widen the lens in which we see ourselves. And we always want to be, right? 0 to 60, magic bullet, speeding bullet. And like you, or like me, I had a buzzing drive, if only if I have this, only if I get this, only if I do this, I'll be complete. And what I learned is it may get us somewhere, but when we speed through, we miss so many things along the way in this journey: life lessons, sleep, connections, and the time is now. I just want to say this to give back to ourselves. And we can create a space where there's no pressure to be anything but you. And I want to advocate doing it in small ways. Let's set an intention to purposefully slow down. And what I learned, when we do slow down, it frees us. And like I said, things can unfold so quickly in our lives, and we can try to keep up with it. And so I just want to put that out there, just a reminder. So we're going to do some exercise that's going to reawaken a part of you that is so frequently deferred, interrupted, and obstructed, right? Just like me. And I also want to just say, too, the pace of our lives has accelerated. The amount of things we are bombarded on any given day: pickups, drop offs, work, social media, phone, emails, endless to dos that fill out our minds and that consume our focus. And there's very little time or space in our schedule for ourselves. And look at, I I found this thing that I read the other day, and it just kind of put it in perspective for me. Pardon me. We are screen zombies. I read that an average person will spend 44 years looking at digital devices. And I just thought to myself, wow. So if you had more time and space for you, let's think about that for a moment. What possibilities will emerge? Think about that for a moment. Just think about that. If you had more time and space for you, what would you do? What would you be? I mean, for me, it was really, I wanted to get back to the number one passion that I love doing, that I thrive doing, and that was writing. And I also wanted to slow down the pace of my life so I can take a nap and refuel and reboot. So I hope that after this session, you'll get in touch with me and share what you saw. If you had more time and space for yourself, what possibilities will emerge? And that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. It's a transformation. And to see yourself doing it is so powerful. So I have 2 words: infinite possibilities. And it's hard. It's hard to hear that little voice because I ignored mine for many years. And it was my inner wisdom calling out to me. It was my heart saying, my body and mind sending me a message, and SOS to pause, to unburden your mind, to de-stress and decompress and chill. I recall many, many times in my life, people, family, friends, telling me, asking me throughout the years to chill out. And I see so clearly why I could not chill. I didn't know how to. I didn't have the framework. I didn't have the model. I didn't have the roadmap to do it. I always felt like the clock was ruling me. Outside sources were always pushing me. And part of my personality is I always have a quick draw. I think fast, and maybe that's part of my writer's brain. And when it comes to reacting and interpreting the world and life, especially in thoughts, I have a noisy, restless internal experience, especially when it comes to the chaos of life and problem solving when problems arrive. And I can see how my unproductive thought process blinded me to seeing aspects of myself or points of view that would help me feel better or carry me through the day, and see through a lens that is more supportive, and my thoughts and all my feelings, my busy mind just flood in, and that you probably can relate to this, a lot of this. And my focus, is hijacked by a telenovela soap opera narrative, right? That erupts within, and it's epic. But one of the things that really came very clear to me is I often feel like there's a panda in my mind and I need to talk it down off a ledge because it is hyperventilating, or it's scared, or it wants to get away. And I had a profound awakening by writing this book, by meditating, and I became aware that my inner child is the panda perched on that ledge. Growing up, I had to act quickly to avoid catastrophe. And when I was a child, I had to flee from being kidnapped twice, once in elementary school and again in middle school, and by the same man, a child predator I did not know. And these encounters gave birth to internal vigilance, and a vigilance was born with me. And I had the impression that there was no place of safety and that I was constantly in danger of being kidnapped, even when there was no real threat. And for me, being constantly on the go, alert, and prepared to flee danger became a way of life all the way up until adulthood. And becoming aware of this vigilance was a huge stepping stone. I can identify moments now through meditation and also through awareness, is that I can be aware and notice when my panda starts fretting. And I know that it is time when my panda starts fretting. It's time to reroute, ground, get outside of my head, and get unstuck and find an anchor for the panda, right? When we recognize these frettings or these worry loops, it is so powerful. But the thing is when we recognize them, they lose power, they lose their grip on us. And we can see a perspective, a new one that supports and aligns and fosters resilience instead of the alternative, or what the sort of survival coping mechanism, of being stuck in sort of this pattern of fear, of thinking. And the fretting panda can securely plant its 2 feet on the ground when uncertain. And I do this every day. The fear, it comes to me every day. I could be working or writing or being somewhere. I could be in the safety of my own home, and I will have this fear. And I definitely have to go through the motions of meditation to make sure that the fretting panda is comforted. So during this session, and thank you so much for just allowing me to say that, because I honestly haven't even shared this story in public. So this is something very new for me. And so I really appreciate this forum to do that. So during the session, we will practice mindfulness using the principles of visualization, mantras, and journaling, so we can learn how to untether ourselves from burdens, stressors, and discover meaningful pathways to mind and body care. So the impetus for Unburden Your Mind and Chill was really founded to create a safer place for yourself to get a reprieve from the distractions. And it's only natural that we have to tend to our responsibilities, right? We have work, life, bills, all of the stuff to manage. But we can also build in time to take a pause. We can access our heart's call that, again, is frequently deferred or obstructed because we have so many distractions. And the beauty of this, and in this session, is that when we connect to our heart's call, we can do this with mindfulness, and my book will give you the techniques and tools to do that. We can hear profound inner truths, right? I heard a lot of profound inner truths. I said, okay, I'm burnt out. I need to slow down. I need to find a new way. And these kind of okay, so inner truths come in so many different ways, shapes, forms, and basically it could be anything in your day. You could acknowledge you need to take a break. You need to phone a friend. You need to put that phone down, right? I do that because I'm always looking at my phone. Walk away from an argument. This is the beauty one, this beautiful one. Treat yourself. Treat yourself to something you love and enjoy doing. Even if you do it once a day, even if it's 10 minutes, 5 minutes. And like, as you're hearing, inner truths come in all forms, sizes, and they also have these electrical charges within. But first, we really have to build a solid foundation, which within, so we can reroute a base to ground and connect intuitively. So when my panda starts feeling unsafe or uncertain or wants to run for survival, which is only natural, and if you relate to this panda experience, and maybe your panda has other experiences that is fretting or worrisome, or you just get locked in a worry loop, and just think about that. And maybe you don't have an inner panda. I mean, maybe you have an inner owl. So let's have fun with this and create that sort of inner calling, our heart, our body, and mind. It could be anything, and it's uniquely you, and it's truly yours. So we can slow down, right, from the frenetic pace and go to a safe place to unburden our mind from the work life bills. And just a few of the things, when you think about it, like what's orbiting around our base that competes for our attention in any given moment or day. Our minds are so preoccupied with worries about future regrets over the past, and our bodies. Think about the way stress impacts us. It's overflowing our bodies with this energy for around all the things we need to get done. And so let's set the stage to kind of visualize what we do on any given day, because we're always striving to bring our vision to life, right? And it plays out in the big screen in our mind, and our lives play out in our minds. And we're always running and preparing for the future, the next task. And I learned in filmmaking, right, as a filmmaker, no matter how much I plan, things never go according to plan. And one of the things that I learned in all of the chaos is that self-care, and for me, and maybe you can relate to this, is that it's often last or never a priority. So what I want to do is build in some ways we can do that. And let's create a space between the end goals, right? Because we're always like, okay, we're going to get the destination, or we have the goal and we just can't wait to get to complete that goal. And we want to build a ground in which we can sit or rest to purposefully slow down. And we can start by rerouting in intention, right? And with intention, we can begin to hone in our focus. And that's the beauty of intention. And that opens the way to self love, clarity, and transformation. And when you think about that, it's so miraculous. And this is where intentions can help us. And let's define it a little bit, because, really it does mean a lot of different things to different people. For my intention with the book, it was very clear. And so your intention could be very clear, or it could encompass this healing or energy, if you will. So an intention is a quality attribute, an energy that you seek to develop more, as well as a habit that you want to cultivate, right? In order to bring harmony and tranquility into your life. It's that purposefully slowing down mindset. And you can describe the beneficial change you intend to bring when you set an intention. And that's beautiful. An intention is, and let's think about this, is a living in alignment with your vision and your values. It has the potential to plant a seed for the future. So I want to share with you 4 intentions that absolutely saved my life. And you can use them too. And you can adapt them any way to make them relevant to you and your life. Here they are. Pardon me. Here they are. I intend to love and accept myself unconditionally. Yep. And let's repeat it together. I intend to love and accept myself unconditionally. I take a rest whenever I need it. I accept and embrace any change that comes my way. And here's the biggest one for me, and maybe you can relate to it. I intend to heal my inner child, this precious little panda, always trying to keep me safe. It is a sweet thing when I think about it. So let's do some journaling, all right? We got the slide of intentions up, and this is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to put this practice into action. If you have a journal, or write this down. If you don't have a journal or a piece of paper, write it in your phone. Write it on the wall. LOL. Anywhere, so you can do this daily. Okay, so what I would like to propose to you is setting an intention. Here's an intention setting question to ask yourself. Is there something you are holding on to that is no longer serving you? It's a big one. And I want to take a few minutes to just let you sit into that and lean into that and see what comes up. Because this is the beauty of what we're doing, is we're able to just have a forum where we can do some self-exploration and slow down a bit. So think about it. Is there something you are holding on to that is no longer serving you? And I'm going to count to 5 seconds, and maybe you'll write it down. It could be many things. It could be one thing. So in this prompt, what I would like you to do, and we have this wonderful slide up here to give you some ideas. I want you to write this down because we're filling in this prompt in response to that question that we just asked of what are you holding on to that is no longer serving you? And this intention is just for that question. So write down, this week, I intend to align my life to these guiding principles. And there's 3 sections, 3 spaces for you to put in 3 words, and you can do your own words. That's fine. I just put the slide up to give us some inspiration. And so go ahead and write them down and see what happens, and use that for this week or next week, or you can use it every morning and see how that intention, when you put it out, how it transforms your day and how it's there to hold you if maybe things didn't go the way you planned during that day, or maybe it was such a stressful day, or maybe it was a beautiful day. You know, it was one of those things where everything hit the mark. You were getting all the things that you need. You were getting hydrated. You were working out. You had this awesome day at work. And then there's these 3 words that just gives out so much energy, and it's so celebratory for all the things that you did during that time, during that day. And so I would like to say, I'm going to set mine. I'm going to say, this week, I intend to align my life to these 3 guiding principles. Okay. So for me, I think it's harmony, ease, and let's just pick one for fun. Prosperity. And you know, the great thing about this too is, with this intention, is that you can also create your own intention acronyms. I was doing this for a while. I have one, CAPE, CAPE, clarity, abundance, purpose, and ease. And you can just put that on a Post-it note and put it right on your wall next to your computer. You can put it anywhere, really. And so thank you so much for just doing that exercise with me. And I would love to just see how you incorporate it into your life and see where it takes you. And it's always there for you when you need it, when you want to look at it. So, unburden your mind and show with mindfulness. And as you can see, the theme here is really taking care of yourself and listening to when your body and your mind is ringing alarms. And I practice mindfulness as a means of grounding. And so what I really found is I reroot like a tree. And this is what we can do together. The word reroot came to me one day when I was writing about my recovery. Instead of the word writing recovery, reroot came into my mind. And it has become a mantra to reroot myself with daily practice and summon the courage to listen and allow compassionate wisdom to guide and make room for me. We need lots of flexibility to make room for ourselves. Flexibility is key because we can get so stuck. And can you think about some of the areas in your life currently where you feel stuck? Just think about it. Maybe it's in work, it's relationships, or maybe it's you want to start a business, you don't know where to start. Maybe you want to write your own book. Maybe you want to start your own blog. I mean, our potential is it's infinite. And so the word rerouting came to me. And so what I would love to do right now together with you is, as we worked on our intention, let's reroute with intention. And let's talk about, I mean, everybody wants to live meaningful lives. But sometimes we're overburdened by life's hustle. And that's when we need to reroute and connect with ourselves. And we can do so with mindfulness practice. Let's reroute with intention to focus, unburden, and chill when we need to. And so you can use this mantra prompt to reroute every morning, every day. And it's a great way to check in with yourself. And I do this every day. And the thing with all the different things that I put in here, you can put your own thing in. You can customize this in a way that feels right for you, that's unique to you. So repeat after me. Reroute with intention and realign with our passion and purpose. Let's dream big. When we chill in mindfulness, having intentions becomes the foundation to achieving them. That's big. That's really big to think about. Reroute and self-care. This is a biggie. And it doesn't have to be exhausting to incorporate self-care into your schedule. It doesn't. You can do it in between activities. Maybe it's in between activities at work, from checking emails and then you're on your way to a meeting. Maybe in between that moment, you can take a time to do something for yourself. Maybe it's taking a deep breath. Maybe it's doing something you enjoy doing. And so, really taking time to restore our mind and body connection. And for me, it's take a nap and savor something I enjoy, right? And I want you to savor something you enjoy because you deserve it. This is a big one. And I feel like this plays a huge part in my life every day, every single day. Reroute and self compassion. We can be our worst critics. Let's give ourselves a break, just like we would a best friend, right? And here is a biggie. Reroute to unburden your mind. Let's reduce stress and get a more restful sleep. And this is big. You can incorporate this every day in your life and think about those small changes you make every day. It will change your life. It will make more space for you to do the things that you love to do. Take one soul depleting activity off your schedule each day. And it can be a small thing. And make room for one soul nurturing activity. It will transform your life. It certainly did mine. And let's reroute in resiliency, right? Because the more we practice, the more aware of how powerful we become. We are aware of how powerful we are as we practice. So when you think about when you get stuck or when you find yourself obsessing over something you said or you did, you're always preoccupied with work, worries, the past, the future, struggling to keep up with expectations personally, professionally, interpersonally. And so unburden your mind, the movement is a meditative call to action. And this is what is so important about this message. It's a mantra, it's a mindset, it's a lifeline, it's a call for us to define who we are and take our time back for ourselves to purposefully slow down and build time in our schedule to take care of ourselves, right? I think about that saying, it says, when in the airplane that you have to put on your oxygen mask first and before you help someone. And so, one way to do that is meditation and embracing and flowing with your mind with meditation while meditating, because this was a really hard thing for me. And because my mind was so busy, and I thought, oh, this is easy, just strengthen your meditation. And then I realized, wow, my mind is really loud. It's really loud in there. And so honoring and honoring that experience, right? Because there's this sort of sense of like, oh, we've got to, quiet our minds. And sometimes that's impossible. I know it is for me. And I'm thinking about it because I think the loudness sometimes is just, it's funny, but it's also stressful. So, honoring your emotional wisdom instead of struggling to hush it or avoid it. And one of the big things about why I incorporated, and I probably will say it a lot, is I intentionally put purposefully in the messaging in the book, because our culture is so driven on results and data, right? And so all of that about effortless perfection to get things done, and let's spend some energy about purposefully pausing. And so we can open up pathways to awareness and be a witness to our truth. Excuse me. So we can be aware of our truth, which encompasses all of who you are, right? All of it. All of it. All of who you are. And it's a beautiful thing. So at times this can be jarring, uncomfortable, illuminating. My heart illuminated, and that's when my life began to transform, and not effortlessly overnight, but in tiny, mighty steps. And I was able to listen thanks to mindfulness practice, even when the chaos was abounding inside and outside. I just show up for myself like a good friend. And over time, I set intentions that had incremental and profound impact on everything aspect of my life. And you can do this too. And I want to rewind just a little bit, right? Because every activity, like before my burnout, I undertook, it required like a Herculean She Hulk speed, which cost me my health. And somewhere in the mix of the matrix of productivity, hurriedly shuffling through life, we need a space to be us. We need to be human. This is our base where our minds can pause and we can harmonize with the expressions of mind, body, and soul. And I just want to, I want to really push it a little bit, because if we do not, stress accumulates and bottled up expressions of the mind and body become burdensome, and often lead to feeling burnout, unfulfilled, exhausted, and resentful. And when you think about it, one of the six main causes of illness, stress, is sometimes referred to as the silent killer. So when we slow down, we get some distance from the bombardment of worries, information, the amount of information, like even through social media and everything, emails, demands by just demands. And so by engaging in mindfulness, even for 10 minutes a day, it will help you reduce stress. And most importantly, you connect with yourself, right? Because part of my burnout was I became so disconnected from myself. And that really, it was a sad space to be in. But one of the things about the self exploration is, even though it was sad and it was a crisis, it got me here to be here with you and to share the message. And that's priceless. That's worth anything. And so I want to give you this sort of visual, right? I want to give you this visual. So the Earth, let's think about this. The Earth's rotation on the axis occurs every 24 hours. Earth is always moving, and we are moving with it. And as the Earth rotates, each area of its surface gets a turn to face and be warmed by the sun. This is important to all life on Earth. The sun affects everything. Think about it, from the weather to what we experience to the food we eat, even our health. And if the Earth did not rotate, one half of the Earth would always be hot and bright, and the other part would be frozen and dark. And that's how I feel about mindfulness meditation. If we don't practice it, our internal sun won't be able to shine, which would allow the energy to light, to refresh, to enliven, to heal us. And so without that rotation, we could perpetually be trapped in the realms of the past and the future, never experiencing the brilliance of insight. And we can bring light where we cannot see and wake what lies dormant, right? And you who wants to build a pathway to chill, healing, resilience, who wants to be instead of do, and not feel drained or pursue activities that encumber you. Taking things off your plate to be you is part of this journey. And this is where intention can help you. And don't set it and forget it, but set it and let it help you navigate your day. It is an amazing, amazing thing. Setting intentions that are flexible, that we can grow into, breathe into instead of implode. And find your inner chill, okay? A space where you can be laser focused, even amongst the chaos and noise, where you shine your attention, and wherever you may place it, think about it, things will shift, grow, and restore again and again, moment to moment. You are a beautiful journey. And let's think about this mindfulness meditation as an antidote to stress, a judgment free energy that you can generate on your own whenever you need to, right? And so when you think about this and how burnout and my experience, and just think about it in your life, and what does that have in common, right? It is our courage to do something different, look within, unburden our minds, and try to remove weight off your shoulder and your heart. And therefore, and little by little, right? And therefore, you will do that for others. And people will see you doing this work and they will get inspired, because that's what happened in my life. I started to change. People are like, I always loved your energy. And they notice, they're just like, you're always this, you got a lot of energy, and you're always passionate about nonprofit causes, and you're always advocating and doing things that's really calling to your heart. And they said, but we do notice just the way your energy flows right after doing this work. And so there's a slide on the screen right now, and I put this in my book, and this is a new thing, and I want to see if it resonates with you. And you can tell me too. Please visit my website, and you can contact me through this and see. I'm kind of testing it in a way to see if it does resonate. So here's this image, and it's two people, and it's really about like our perspectives, right? And like when we're stressed out and how we see the world. And one woman is looking out the window, which I feel like I do this a lot. I always feel like I'm on the outside looking in. I have like very little control of what I'm seeing and what's happening in my life. And then we have another woman and then we're looking actually into ourselves. We're looking into the potential and our intentions, and we see ourselves. We're turning the window inward, right? We're looking, we're reflecting, and we're seeing the possibilities of what can happen when we set intentions, when we meditate, when we take time for self-care. And so let's imagine ourselves, and if you can, and if you feel comfortable, closing your eyes for this visualization. Okay, let's imagine ourselves standing in front of a window. So it's the first picture, and it's our, what we see is our external life, the kind of the chaos that ensues around us, right? And like, again, that old adage, you feel like you're on the outside looking in. And our minds are continuously trying to make sense of everything. Our minds are evaluating, calculating, appraising everything through a lens of our experience. And I know that this may sound silly, right? But I just want to see if this is something that really you can get and that resonates. And maybe when you start to go about your day, instead of looking, outwardly, maybe you can turn the window and look at you, the beautiful person that really wants to set these intentions and do things that you love. So what the difference between these two images, when we are looking outside of ourselves, we often feel like we're outsiders in our own lives and we lose that connection to ourselves. And it's almost like when we're looking outside, we're passive observers. And it's like watching our lives and the time slip away, almost like a passenger in a car with no control over the direction. And when I see the image on the right, when we turn the window to ourselves, I mean, it's just a beautiful image. And and I think about when I was sat down to write the chapter on self-acceptance in the book. It was one of the hardest chapters to write. It was hard. I thought it would be easy. And so I think that this window, the two images, can really help you anchor. So when you feel like outside sources are controlling your life, take this image and turn the window toward yourself, right? And ask yourself, how can I be more kind and understanding? What do I need to get through this, to enjoy this, and not beat myself up or worry so much? And I know that's easier said than done, but we can start to begin to do this work. And the journey is really about when we turn the window and we look at ourselves, inside of ourselves. The journey is about making a stronger connection with our inner experience, honoring it, all of it, embracing it with acceptance, compassion. And so this is something that I feel is just an amazing journey, and I hope that you're ready to go on it with me, because I think even after the session, I look forward to hearing from you about your questions, your impressions, maybe some mind blowing breakthroughs that you got from this session, and to even just keep the dialogue going with me. I mean, that's the whole reason that just makes this so satisfying, is hearing how people are taking the message and incorporating it into their own lives, and really even hearing about the unique challenges that you're faced with. It is always something that just makes this effort, it's a reward. It is such a reward to do this, and I'm so glad that I'm here with you to be able to share this message. And so, I just wanna close, and again, hopefully that you'll be able to find some time and visit the website unburdenyourmind.com, and think about it, hashtag #unburdenyourmind, whenever, you feel like life is getting away from you, or you feel like you just need to reconnect with yourself. And I also want to announce, in November and December, I'll be leading some chats and meditations with the theme, a lot of the themes that I've talked in here, but also with the theme of understanding the movies in our minds and how we can widen our points of view to be in tune with ourselves, I think is going to be a lot of fun. So I hope that you'll go to the website, sign up for the e-newsletter, and watch Meditate and Chill the Anthem. It's less than 2 minutes. It's a self-care anthem. It's a mantra. It's a message that we can carry with ourselves whenever you need it and when you need that nudge to care for yourself. And I just want to say thank you for truly listening to my message and commitment to this movement to reflect, reroot, and heal, right? Because you deserve it. You're important. Please check out the website, stay connected, and just thank you so much again. And it was a pleasure to be here with you. And I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Scarlett, thank you so much. That was wonderful, and I loved the reroute. That's the big nugget that I took out of this was reroute in intention. So I can't. I'm gonna have to watch it again because I can't remember exactly what you said, but I was trying to write and I was trying to pay attention and everything at the same time. Reroute in intention and with appreciation.
For
What
your
is it that you said?
it's for your purpose and your passion.
Oh, that's right. With intention for your purpose and your passion.
Mhm.
That I'm gonna have a wall of nuggets from this conference, and that is definitely one of them, reroute. And in fact, if I could take my so I put my vision boards up while we're having this conference, just so I could like as all of this energy is flowing around me, I could really look at them. And one of them that I did many, many years ago during a class that I took with a great teacher of mine in San Jose, she uh, said, you know, draw on your vision board and do whatever. So I drew this tree,
Oh, wow.
and each branch had all these, you know, smaller branches coming out. And then I put the pictures in there and I wrote all over it and everything. But it's this huge tree. And so I think what I'm
Aw.
going to do on that vision board at the bottom is reroute an intention for
Yeah.
your purpose and passion across the bottom of that. It's
Awesome.
perfect. Yeah,
That's awesome.
perfect. Thank you again so much.
Yeah, I hope that
Um,
was great. It's actually my first time doing
yeah.
it. And it felt great.
It was
Um,
really great. It was really great. I'm sorry about the timing of those slides, but,
no worries.
I thought I put it up there and then I'm like, "Oh, she said it, but she's not ready quite yet."
I know.
And then I said, "You know what? They're all such good words and they're all such
Yeah.
good energy that I'm just gonna leave it," because the
Mhm.
energy around the intentions were fantastic. So, I left it there, and then, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Um, with Tarika Wheeler, How to Leverage Your Story to Fuel Your Future, which I think is a really good
Awesome.
title, right?
Ooh, I love
Scarlett,
it.
thank you so much. We're going to talk about your book on the She Is Me platform. So we'll get that out there. And if you guys want to work with Scarlett, please go to www.unburdenyourmind.com. Thank you, Scarlett.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a
We'll,
beautiful thing.
we'll talk soon.
All right. See
Okay,
you later.
bye.
Great. Bye.
She's presenting How to Leverage Your Story to Fuel Your Future. Please welcome Tarika Wheeler.
You know, what I want you to understand before we have this moment together is that your story matters. Your story matters, your journey matters, you matter. And when we can fully embrace that, it changes and shifts the way that we go about our lives as women, our lives as moms, as wives, as caretakers, as human beings. When we learn how to own our stories, the good, the bad, the ugly, the indifferent, when we learn how to do that, it's freeing and it also just shifts us in a major way. And so I'm really excited to talk to you because your story can be leveraged for your future. all of the things that you've gone through, all of the pain that you may have experienced, all of the joy and the excitement that you've experienced can all serve as like fuel for the future that you desire to have, for the future that, quite frankly, you deserve, we deserve to have. So I'm so excited to join you. I'm so excited to speak with you because I truly believe that we got to tap into how we can use what we've been through and what we're going through, because I know that life is not always pretty. This moment that you're in right now might not be pretty, but it can absolutely fuel the vision that you have for your life. It can absolutely fuel the target, the North Star that you're after. It can fuel it to where everything that you desire comes to fruition for your future self. So I got a story for you. I'd love to share. There's some good things, there's some bad things, there's some ugly things, there's some beautiful, wonderful things. But I want to share the story with you because it's my story. And I know that my words have power. I know that my story has power. But most importantly, my story, which is ongoing because I'm still writing that thing right now, right? My story has really fueled what's to come. And I see that day over day, month over month, honestly, year over year, of everything that I've been through has really served as fuel for me to get to where I want to be. And I want to talk with you how to do that. So, a little bit of story in the beginning. No, let's start over. I'll tell you, here's my story. You know, when I was a little girl, excellence was expected. Excellence was something that I knew to be the only acceptable path. I came from an incredible lineage of strong women. My grandmother was moved from a really small town in Texas, where I'm from, and she, as a strong woman of color, pursued her education, coming from the itty bitty town and going into the big city of Austin, Texas, and left college with 2 degrees. My grandmother is now 92. So if you think about the years in which she would have gone to college, it was a very different time in this country, a very different time in this nation. My mother, she, another strong, incredible, amazing woman who put herself through college, had me at a very young age, and I actually went to classes with her all the time. But she put herself through school and she graduated from college and went on to have an incredible, amazing career in accounting. My grandmother, who had her 2 degrees, went on to have an amazing career as an educator in the school system. And the story goes on and on, right? I just come from this background of these incredible, strong, resilient women. So growing up, that was my model. The problem is that I allowed the model to drive my perceptions of what, success looked like. And I had projected it in a negative way onto myself. So elementary school, middle school, high school, I always felt like I had to be the best of the best of the best. I didn't give myself a lot of grace. I beat myself up a lot. I don't know if that sounds familiar to anyone. And as I got through high school, I was ready to go off to college and do great things. And I got to my freshman year in college and I was super excited. I went to school in Missouri, far away from home, right? Because I'm from Texas. Hello to all my Texans out there and hello to all my Missourians out there. So I went to school in Missouri and I got there and I had a funky good time. I had a lot of freedom, right? That newfound freedom when you go off to school. And by the spring of my freshman year, I found myself in a very interesting place because I found out that I was pregnant. I was expecting. Now, what teenager at that time, freshman year in college, having nothing but excellence on the mind of what to pursue, how was I to call home and share this information? And so, fast forward a little bit, I had my son. beautiful, amazing young man who actually in 2020 graduated from college himself. And that year was what, 1997, going into 98 when I had him. And so as the years were going through, um, the dear guy that I met and had my son with, we decided to get married. We've been married now 22 years. He's been putting up with me. Well, I should say, I've been putting up with him for quite some time. And but yeah, we've been married for 22 years and we have a beautiful family of 3 children. And in that moment, though, I didn't finish school. Life shifted. And that's the moment where, as I talk about my story and how it can fuel the future, that's one of my first fueling points. Because I had to accept that my story was going to be different. Sometimes you have to accept that your story is going to be different. It's not going to be the story or the path of your mother, your grandmother, your aunt, your friend, your sister. It's not going to be the path or the story of your colleagues, your boss, your business partner. Your story is unique. And at that point I had to realize that I'm okay to be different. It's okay that my story is going to be different. So I took a different path, right? I didn't graduate in 20, and well, I guess it was what, 2000. My husband graduated, and then that summer we actually got married in June of 2000. And it was exciting. It was fun. I did all the things, had the big Texas wedding, um, started to do the things that a lot of families do. You know, we built our first home. We started to, work and have our careers, and we grew our family. And there came a point in time where I felt like I just wasn't enough. So that little feeling of not achieving excellence, not getting to that space where I felt like I was succeeding, it crept back in. So I thought I got rid of it, right? But I didn't. It crept back in, and I started to feel like, okay, Tarika, it's time for you to take a step back and think about what's going to fix this feeling. What are you really after? What's the gap? What's missing? And what was missing for me is that I did have an incredible desire to finish my education. I had an incredible desire to grow and do something different. And so, guess what I did? As a working mom, full time, wife, very involved in my community, I went back to school. I was in my 30s. Classes were different. The classes were real different. And, but I was in a really cool program. The university I went to in Austin, Texas, other adults, other women, other working parents, just like me, who were trying to find some harmony between work and finishing their education. So I was able to do that. And I was able to graduate a few years later, right? Got to what 2012. And I was able to graduate with my undergraduate degree in organizational communication. And it was this overwhelming feeling of joy, not because everyone expected me to go back to school, right? Because definitely that was the expectation. You better believe I was asked every single year, when am I going to finish my degree? But because I did it for myself, I did it for my children. I did it because I knew I wanted more, I deserved more, and I was going to pursue more. And that was one of the things that I wanted to complete. So the second thing, as I talk about your story can be leveraged to fuel your future, is that you go after the things that you want. You go after the things that you need for self. Were there some incredible sacrifices that I had to make every single day? Absolutely. And I was really blessed to have the support of my husband and my family and my children. But I did have to make some sacrifices along the way if I was going to achieve that goal that I had set for me. But the end result, the walking across that stage, was amazing. Walking across that stage was nothing short of just a dream of mine, because I knew that I wanted it for me. And I knew that it was another marker into where I wanted to go in my career. So fast forward, I graduated, and all the time while I was in school, I was actually kind of kicking butt in the career that I was in. And I had this opportunity to move to the East Coast, and I did. My husband and I, we picked up our family. We moved from Texas to the East Coast to the DMV area where I currently reside in Virginia. And I moved for what I thought was my dream job, right? I had this opportunity to work for this incredible organization, and I was ready to just go and make impact and pour everything of myself into this career. And I did. But I did so, honestly, to my own detriment. I mean, sure, was I making good money? Absolutely. I was traveling around the world. I got to see some cool places. I went to Germany. I went to Malaysia. I had an opportunity to work with these Fortune 400 and 500 companies, and I did so many cool things. But I was in an environment that really wasn't the best for me mentally and physically and emotionally. But I felt so much shame and guilt to walk away from it. I felt like, well, Tarika, oh my gosh, you just moved your family clear across the country. How could you fail them? How could you not stay? What are you thinking? And so I stayed. Stayed a lot longer than what I probably should. And so after 3 years of, faking it until you make it, smiling at home, smiling in front of my colleagues at work, knowing that my stomach was turning, I was anxious, I was nauseated just coming into the building, but I put on a smile. I put on a smile and I pushed through it. And one day I hit a wall. I hit a wall. I'll never forget. I was at a conference that we were actually planning. And I remember I stood in that hotel room and I just bawled my eyes out. And I was like, I cannot do this anymore. I cannot do this anymore. I remember my husband and my coming up to visit me and bring me the kids because he could hear how upset I was and how sad I was. And it was wanting to bring me joy. And it was joy in the moment. But I was forcing myself physically and mentally to be in a place that I knew I didn't need to be in. And so the next kind of thing that I want you to know is that, it's okay to pivot. It's okay to close one chapter of the book and to write a new chapter in your story. It's okay because you can leverage all the things that happen to really fuel the next chapter. Don't stay in toxic places when you know that you can go into places of growth and prosperity and love and joy and fulfillment. You owe you. I'm going to let that sit with you. You owe you. When you don't have anyone else, you have self. And when you don't take care of self, you cannot possibly effectively take care of others, pour into others, love on others. When we don't love ourselves enough to take care of ourselves, we put others even in a position to be negatively impacted. So I want you to know that it's okay to pivot. It's okay if you made a decision that made such a significant impact, and now it's time to reverse that decision and do something different. I'm empowering you to think about what are some things that are happening in life right now that you feel stuck in because you just can't believe what the audacity would be to make the change. And then I want to challenge you to have the audacity to change it. You may say, Tarika, you are a crazy person. Just a little, just a little. But I'm crazy enough about me, about myself, what I know I deserve, what I know that I need, what I know that I have a purpose for and a calling over my life. And it's not to be stuck. It's not to be depressed. It's not to feel undervalued. It's not to feel guilty for wanting to make sure that I'm taking care of those, my own personal needs. So let's keep going in the story. So guess what? 2017, your girl made a change. I made a significant change. I made a huge career pivot. I left my dream job and I made a pivot in my career. And at that time, it was a little difficult because there wasn't a lot out there that I knew and could kind of think of that I wanted to do, but I knew I wanted to do something different. And I took about a $30,000 pay cut because guess what? There is no job that's worth the type of anxiety and depression and frustration that I was feeling. And I'm telling you that too. There's nothing worth your mental, your physical well being. Okay. So I made a change and it was significant. And it came with, I was scared, but happy at the same time. I, I felt a little guilty because I knew the financial impact that I was making on my family, but I vowed to self that I know this is the right pivot I need to take. And I'm about to write the next chapter of this story called Tarika like nobody's business. So I shifted and I pivoted into strategic communications and project management, and I loved it. I loved it. And I started to write out a plan. And I designed a strategy for me that was going to help me achieve both my professional and my personal goals. So within a year, I'd made that shift, I'd made that change, and I said, Tarika, you've okay, let's look at this. Here's the financial impact, but here's like the other side of that you feel amazing, you feel valued. What else do you want? How else do you want to push this thing forward? And I started to take charge. I tell people all the time that you got to be the CEO of your life, the chief execution officer. Like, take hold of this thing and execute and do what you got to do. And so I did. 2018, I was in a different title, same industry, but different title, had a promotion. 2019 came, started positioning myself a little bit different. 2020 came, new title, got a promotion. I was like, this is kind of cool. You love what you're doing. You feel valued in what you're doing. You're thriving. But guess what? I know you're like, what, girl? Oh my gosh, things were going great. What happened? I felt like one of the things that I forgot about was having good harmony. I was always trying to find balance. I talk about being a work-life strategist. I was always trying to find balance, but that wasn't the answer because there's no 50-50. There's no on and off switch. So I was pouring all myself into fixing this situation, right? Learning from the previous chapter and trying to fix that. And I kind of forgot about being mom. I kind of forgot about being wife. And I started feeling like, oh my gosh, like I'm missing times. I'm missing incredible opportunities to spend with my children. Why am I missing recitals and competitions and games and practices? I love to cook. I love to cook for my family. It's one of the things I just love to cook. I'm a Southern girl. I don't know any Southerners out there, but we love to cook. I love to cook. Why am I not cooking for my family? I was so focused. I got back into this excellence, into this gotta be perfect girl. And I started to pour myself into this career because I felt like I had to make it up for myself, make it up for my family. And I started to pour myself in there and neglect other spaces. The next part of the story is called harmony because I had to shift away from balance and get to a place of harmony. Our lives are dynamic. The things that we do in our lives are not just around work, are not just around mom, wife. It's dynamic. It's our fitness, our wellness, our leisure, our travel, our finances, right? It's our own personal health and self care. It's our careers, it's our businesses. We are dynamic. And as women, let me tell you something, we handle it well. But sometimes we overexert energy in particular spaces and we start to neglect others. And that's what I was doing. And so I had to switch from balance to harmony, meaning work and life had to integrate better for me. I had to be present in the moment, but then I had to shut some things off so that I can be present in other moments, right? I wasn't so self absorbed in trying to fix my wrong, but I became self absorbed in living my life. Okay? Living my life. And life is dynamic. And to live your life with intention, to live your life with purpose means you got to focus on all the things, not just one area. So I started to do that. And guess what? I was still advancing in my career. I was still doing great things, but I was also feeling great about being this present mom. I felt great about being a present wife. I felt great about giving myself attention, just stepping away for self care, not just on Saturdays or Sundays. You guys see on social media, hashtag self-care Sunday, hashtag self-care Saturday. No, self-care became a part of my lifestyle because I'd been there. If you flip back a couple chapters of not taking care of self, and Tarika didn't like that. So in order to take care of self, I had to fast forward myself and really think about, what do I want in my future, and start doing some of that right now. And that's what I did. So let's fast forward a little bit. We're in 2022 now, and it's been a year. It's been a year of growth. It's been a year of prosperity. It's been a year of healing. You never really realize how much you need to heal until you take a step back and you really reflect on your story. And I did a lot of that reflection in 2022. I had to have some real difficult conversations. I had some conversations with my mother. I had some conversations with my grandmother, with my father. I needed them to know how I felt and how I had been feeling and how I'd been living my life and carrying this load, this heavy expectation that I felt like they had upon me. And I didn't blame them for it at all, but I wanted them to know the journey that I had been experiencing. I wanted them to know the impacts of it, both positive and negative. Don't get me wrong. There are some incredible things that I attribute to the upbringing that I had. I see myself as a driven, strong woman, but I'm a driven, strong woman that had some bumps along the way in her story that I learned how to leverage and push me and fuel what I wanted to do in my future. So this next thing I want to share with you is that sometimes you got to have a conversation or conversations with self and with others. That was healing for me. It was emotional, had some tears, a lot, if I'm honest. I cried a lot because I needed them to know how I was feeling. But really, I needed myself to give myself space and grace to just outpour how I'd been feeling over the years. And it was so freeing. I felt so good to just speak out loud how I'd been feeling, speak out loud the experiences in the way, that maybe I never had before. I'd never shared with my mother how it made me feel to have to chase after her expectations for me. I never had a conversation with my grandmother to say that every time I had to be on a stage, that I felt the pressures of showing up like her instead of showing up like me. I had to have a conversation with my father to say, it sucked sometimes not to have you around. There are things that a girl wants from her daddy that I didn't get all the time. It was hard. But those conversations that I had, mind you, in 2022, okay, 2022 were critical. So next thing I want to share with you is that it's never too late. It's 2022. These things have happened over the years of my life, right? Here I am, right? 42 years old. Here I am, 42. Oh, I just told my age, y'all. 42. Here I am. And I'm just now having these types of conversations. But you know what? It's because I wasn't ready to have them before. That wasn't the chapter of the life that I was in yet. I wasn't there yet. So it's never too late to have those conversations. And the conversation is not just for somebody else. Primarily, the conversations are for you because they are healing, they are freeing, they are liberating. They will take a weight off of your shoulders, off of your heart that you didn't even know was there. I think the reason why I was crying so much is I was like, dang, there are things that are sitting here that I wasn't even thinking about. There was some pain and some aches that I didn't even realize I was feeling. But being able to share those was amazing. Here's the thing that I'll share with you. It's always going to be a journey. Always. Everything that we do in life is going to be a journey. And there's always going to be a process in that journey, right? You know, you hear people say, trust the process. I'm going to challenge you not only to just trust the process, but trust yourself. Trust yourself and believe in yourself enough that you are worthy of everything that you desire. I'm going to set that right there. You are worthy of everything that you desire and everything that you've experienced, the good, the bad, the ugly, the hate, the tears, the laughter, the joy, all of it that you have experienced. That's a part of your story that I want you to be able to grab a hold of and leverage as fuel to push you forward, press forward to what you want to see in your future. Better yet, what you don't want to see in your future. What are the things that you don't want to experience in 2023? What are the things that you don't want to experience in 2024, 2025, and so on? How crazy is it to even say that? 2025. Like, what? That's around the corner. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you're worthy. And I know sometimes it gets incredibly difficult to manage it all. And so we start to hyper focus into one area because we're like, if I can just win right here, if I can just win right there. But I want you to win across the board. I want you to win at home. I want you to win at work, in business. And most importantly, I want you to win inside. So when I talk about leveraging your story and fueling it for your future, what I really want you to do is take time to reflect on all that you have conquered. Stop. Let's change our mindset a bit and let's shift our thinking, reframe a little bit. It's not about focusing on all that you've been through. I want you to focus on what you have conquered. Okay? You are a conqueror. You're amazing. You are freaking amazing. I want you to focus your energy there. And then I want you to harness all that energy of the things, big and small, that you have conquered and utilize that, leverage that to fuel what you're going to conquer, not what you want to, what you are going to conquer in your future. So much of what we do in the day to day, I think, especially for us that are like working women, working parents, working moms, you know, we're in our 9 to 5s, we're in our careers. So much of what we do, I think that we feel like it's the career that fuels it, right? So if I want to travel a certain place, I got to make a certain amount of money so I can save that up because I want to travel here. If I want to do my kids to do something, or I want my husband and I to do something, we start thinking that our career is the way to kind of, you know, pay for and or fuel the being able to do it. And I want to challenge you, like, yes, realistically, we need money to do a lot in this society, right? We need money to do a lot in this world. But you also need vision. You need vision, and you need to be really clear and really strategic about where you're going. And this is where, when I talk about being the chief execution officer of your life, this is where, as we start talking about our story, that I want you to start picking up the pen and sternly writing. What is it you want? What is it you want to do? Where do you want to see yourself in 5 years? Where do you want to see yourself in 10 years? And then what are the things that you need to get there? What are the resources, the people, the time? Like, start to think strategically about where you want to go, right? So this part of the story is called Level Up. If you really want to see some shifts and some changes in your life, like, you gotta be in this level up mindset, right? It's like a video game. Rather, if you play video games, or you have kids who play video games, you have partners who have video games, whatever it may be, you're always trying to get to the next level, right? You're trying to conquer one level, trying to beat the game or beat whoever you're playing, and you're trying to get to the next level. When we level up as women, there's no competition because it's you against you. It's you against you. And I want this season, this next place that you go, I want it to be in a space where you are thinking that it's time to level up. And I want to challenge you to level up in a couple of places. One, I want to challenge you to level up in your life at home. What do you want to see differently? What do you want to change? What are things you don't want to experience anymore? And I want you to start thinking about what are the plans and the steps that you can put in place to start moving away and moving towards the future of what you want to see. Best ways to start doing that is start writing. Journaling is incredibly powerful. And I know everybody doesn't like to journal. Fine, don't call it journaling, call it writing, right? But I want you to write it down. What are the things that you want to do, big and small? What are the things you want to see, big and small, at home, in your personal life? Okay, then I want you to shift and I want you to think about your career. Or many of you might be, entrepreneurs. What is it that you want to see in your career? What is it when you want to see in your business? Let's write it down. What do you don't want to see anymore? Let's write it down. There's power in thinking, speaking it out loud, and then writing it down. And then I want you to start thinking about the actual steps and the things that you're going to take on and do to take yourself to another level. Why? Because we're going in a season of level up. This next chapter for you is about leveling up, taking yourself to a higher point, expanding your thinking, expanding your mindset, expanding your approach, expanding your community, expanding your circle of influence in your network. Who are you allowing to speak into you? Who are you allowing to be around you? Because I'm telling you, what you're around and what you hear and what you watch and what you read, what you see has a profound impact and influence of how you're showing up every day. And if you are going to be the chief execution officer of your life, then I need you to be very specific and very intentional about who you allow to speak into your life, who you allow to have influence over your actions, your behaviors. Gotta be intentional. I'm not saying to start cutting people off left and right, right? Grabbing out those emotional scissors and be like, boop, you're gone, boop, you're gone, boop, you're gone. That's not what I'm saying. But I do want you to be pretty intentional about how you allow people into your very sacred space. Okay? Everybody is not meant to know your dreams. Everyone's not meant to know what your next steps are. So you ever heard the saying like move in silence? Sometimes you got to move in silence. Doesn't mean you cut people off so much to where you don't talk to them, never talking to you again. It just means you're very careful and intentional about what spaces you allow them into in your life. In this next season of leveling up, in this next chapter of your story, I want you to be intentional about who you are allowing to influence you, your thoughts, your actions, your moves, how you choose to exert your energy, your time, and your resources. Be mindful. Be mindful. Because we're on a journey. We're trying to get to the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the vision that you have for yourself, the vision you have for your family, the vision you have for your business, the vision you have for your career. We're trying to get there. So we got to be intentional about that path there, right? And we got to trust that process. But most importantly, what did I say? We got to trust ourselves. Trust yourself to make some decisions. Trust yourself to make some changes. Okay? Here's the thing, and I want to share something with you. Something that I had to do for myself in this year. I had to push myself. And in pushing myself, I had to start to think of the things that were like, maybe so-called impossible, right, for you to do, which I don't believe anything's impossible per se. I mean, the very word possible was in the word impossible. I had to push myself. And in pushing myself, I had to be bolder in what I was doing in a lot of different areas of my life. I was kind of playing a little small. I was being very cautious. I was being the CEO, like I was running things, but I was doing it very reserved. I wasn't taking many risks. And I've said to myself, as I'm going into the season of leveling up, that I'm going to take some risk. I'm going to do things a little differently. I'm going to move a little differently. I'm going to challenge myself differently in multiple areas of my life. And it's working out okay. It's working out okay. So this next kind of piece, as you know, our time is winding down, that I really want you to think about as we're going into the season of leveling up is the word expectation. What are you expecting from yourself? Not what others expect from you, not what this world expects from you, not what your children expect from you, your husband, your partner, your spouse, not anything else. But what expectations do you have? You ever read the book Great Expectations? Like, what are the great expectations that you have for you? What does that look like? What does that feel like? And I want you to start to write that and document that because it is so important that we enter into this next season of leveling up with expectation, standing on the tiptoes of expectation for what it is you're about to go conquer. Remember, I already said you're a conqueror. You're amazing. Like, absorb that piece. You're like, Tarika, you don't even know me. I know that you are amazing. I know that you have a desire to be the most best, unique person that you can be. I know that you want to be a phenomenal woman. I know that you are a phenomenal woman. And if you're not feeling like that, then you got to search deep inside and remind yourself how great and phenomenal you are. I know that you're an amazing partner. You're an amazing spouse. You're an amazing wife. I know that you're an amazing caregiver. I know that you're an amazing business owner. I know that you're an amazing professional. I know you are. But what's more important is I need you to know that you are. And I want you to start thinking about the great expectations that you have for yourself. The great things that you know, that you know, that you know, that you know, that you are destined to have, that you freaking deserve. And you deserve it because you're here. You have a purpose, you have a calling over your life, and you deserve to reap all of the fruit from that. But it's how you go about it and this next day, this next week, this next month, this next year, that's what's going to make it a game changer, okay? And so I really want you to write it down. You're like, oh my gosh, Trika, here you go. You're talking about journaling and writing again. Yes, think it, speak it, write it. What are the expectations that you have for this week? What are start small. Girl, I can't think past Monday. Okay, what are the expectations that you have for Monday? And guess what? As you start to check off those wins of those expectations, it's going to build your confidence. It's going to make you reflect back on the times where you weren't checking those boxes. And you're going to be, look at me now. Sit back, look at me now. Look at what I'm doing now. I always knew that I could do this. And it's going to fuel your what? Your future. It's going to fuel what's to come, all the vision that you have for yourself. It's going to fuel it in a mighty and powerful way. But start small. Start small. Look at the day, then look at the week, then look at the month, then look at the year. And constantly go back and reflect on what you're writing down. And as you start making progress, because you will. Why? Because you're amazing. You're phenomenal. You're freaking fantastic and dope. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you. You're going to start reflecting. You're going to go back and start checking boxes. And that's the evidence that you need. That's the boost in confidence that you need to move forward towards your future self. One of the things that I challenge myself with in this year is to take my skill sets that I know that I have and to apply them in a big way. And I've always wanted to host a conference. I love conferences. I think they're amazing. First of all, I love this. Like this is amazing. And I'm so glad I have the opportunity to speak with you and engage with you. She is me. And I had to take a look at me and really think about what is it something that I really want to push myself and challenge myself to do. Something I'm incredibly passionate about is professionals, especially women and women of color, taking their careers to another level so they can achieve the desires of their heart. They can increase their salaries. They can, fund the things that they want to do in their futures. And they can do so all while achieving work life harmony. And I started thinking about, okay, Tarika, how are you going to make that happen? What do you want to do? And so I developed this amazing conference called Expand. Expand is really this opportunity for us to expand our mindset, expand our career development strategies, and how we're thinking about taking our careers as a professional to the next level. And how do you achieve work life harmony? Like getting to the next level and advancing should not be exhausting. It should not take you out. It shouldn't mean that I get to work on my career, but I can't be a great mom. I can't be a great spouse and partner. I can't just be good to myself because I'm trying to, climb this ladder. No, unacceptable. We can win at home and at work. We can be amazing in all these different areas. And I want us to expand our thinking and the expectations for ourselves in doing that. So I created Expand. Expand 2022 is a live virtual conference. It's a career development conference designed for professionals, designed by this woman right here who has experienced so many ups and downs in their professional journey. And I don't want others, I don't want you to have to go through some of that. Or if you're in it right now, you're like, girl, I'm not going through it. I'm in it. I want to help bring yourself out of it and get you to another chapter so you can level up and take your career to another place and higher heights. The conference is November 17th and 18th of this year. It is amazing opportunity to get in a room, a virtual room, right? With some amazing speakers, coaches, career leadership experts, industry leaders who just have amazing stories and strategies and resources and tools to pour into you because they want to see you level up. They want to see you get to a higher height in your career as a professional, as a human being. And so I encourage you, you see that website right there, right? I need you to click on that so you can learn more about Expand. Our early bird registration ends October 21st, but I'm telling you right now, early bird registration or not, I'd love to be able to connect with you, share with you, and have you have access to that same pricing as early bird, if not even will be like little promo discount if we could. Um, so if you register for the conference, when you get to the end and it's time for you to check out, put in the promo code Achiever, and you'll get a little nice little surprise. But I want you in the room. I want you in the room. My story has expanded year over year over year, and not just professionally, but personally. But I want you to expand your thinking. I want you to expand where you are in your life. I want you to expand where you are in your career. And I believe that there are people who are going to pour into you at this conference, at the Expand conference, who are going to do it. So thank you so much. Thank you for listening to my story. I hope you connected with it. I hope that it empowered you, it inspired you. I hope that you know that everything you've been through, it's not about what you've been through, it's what you've conquered. And you can do it day over day, week over week, year over year to get to your future self. I want you to leverage your story to fuel the future that you desire and you deserve. Thank you so much, everyone. And I hope to see you soon. Bye.
I'm on fire right now, Tarika. I'm on fire. I'm a conqueror.
Yes, you are.
I'm
Yes,
a
you are.
conqueror. I love that. I love that. I mean, what powerful words. Like words have so much meaning if we use them
Mhm.
and we put them into different contexts, right? Because if you think of what conqueror means, you're thinking of like Genghis Khan, or you're thinking of like some, mean old guy going around and
Right.
Christopher Columbus or whatever. But when you think I'm a conqueror, because every single thing that has happened to me in my life, every single thing that I've experienced, I have conquered and I am stronger and better and more capable and resilient and all of those things. So, a couple of nuggets. I love
Yes.
this. So many nuggets in this, and so many issues. Um, think it, speak it, write it. So,
Yes.
years ago, there was a company that I wanted to work at.
Uh-huh.
It was a dream of mine. Top 10 company in the on the planet. I wanted to work there so bad.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to say when someone came up to me and said, "What do you do?" "Well, I work at blank," right?
Uh-huh.
So I started writing it down and I made myself a little business card with my title and everything, and I had it sitting on my desk, and I started I'd call my daughter and say, "Ask me where I work." And she'd say, "Where do you work?" And I would say, "I work at XYZ," you know? And I eventually did work there. So
I love it.
that's just one example, but you can speak and this is one of the reasons why I built this conference too, because I want women to come here and
Mhm.
tell their story and speak about their triumphs, which then empowers them even more, right? By
Yeah.
speaking how I did it. I conquered that.
Uh-huh.
Second thing or third thing, expectations.
Yeah.
Now, years ago, I had a teacher tell me, if you expect things of others, you'll always be disappointed,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
But the idea that I need to expect things from myself
Yes.
is amazing. But it doesn't have to be, I expect to be a millionaire. I mean, you could do that. I expect to be a millionaire. You can,
Right.
but you can also say, I expect me to rest when I need it.
Yes.
I
Yes, please.
expect me to get up and take a break and go to the bathroom, so I'm not
Yes.
wiggling around in my chair for 10 minutes because I don't
Yes.
wanna stop. In the I don't wanna stop.
Right.
I expect me to meditate or,
Uh-huh.
you can use it in that way as well,
Absolutely.
right?
Uh-huh.
Um, and, um, all the things you said, like, all the things that we do, right? Being a mom, having a career, blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't have to lead to burnout. We can be great at all of those things.
Uh-huh.
And going back to the expectation thing, it's almost expected of us to burn out
Uh-huh.
doing all of those things.
Yes.
I mean, it's even talked about. How could you possibly be a good mom and
Uh-huh.
have your own business and be a
Uh-huh.
good wife and play soccer on the weekends or, whatever? How could
Yeah.
you possibly? Guess what? You can.
That's right. That's right.
You
That's right.
can do all of those things
That's right.
well and
Uh-huh.
excel.
Uh-huh.
So stop doubting yourself and put those expectations and like I expect me to be productive and happy and at ease and whatever else.
Yeah.
But this these are things that come without pressure and without time frames, right?
Uh-huh.
Because that's just adding more like, "Oh, I've expected myself to do that by, you know, October 15th and it's already the 16th. Oh my god, I didn't get it done."
Right.
Like,
Right.
that's too much pressure. So be easy on yourself. And
Yeah.
the other last thing is the Expand conference. Oh my gosh, we lift each other up, all of us. And um any chance that we can do it, we need to do it with each other. So I am so thrilled that you're having this conference. And I'm sorry, my dog is.
Sweet baby.
She hears
Oh,
a boy. She hears somebody outside. But I'm so glad that you're doing this, and it's so wonderful and timely. And I know you'll be joining us for another event soon. So
Yeah.
if you're watching this, please go to the Expand conference and just learn from Trika. She has a lot to offer you. And I know that the women that she's brought together for this conference are going to be amazing. So thank you.
Thank you. This has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's been phenomenal, and it's I think we stay in a constant place of like restoration and repair and healing. Like there's always something that's going on,
Yeah.
and just being a part of She Is Me, again, telling this story today, just like reminded me, right? Like I had a rough week last week. Full transparency, I just had a rough week, and
Mhm.
today's time to spend with everyone has just been incredible. And it just reminded me, like, Tarika, you, you are a conqueror. Like, you are a conqueror. And last week is just a part of the story that is fueling you for the future of this week.
Yeah.
And what can you learn from that? And how can you pull from that and leverage that to have a better week? And again, like you
Yeah.
said, not the pressure of it has to be perfect, but just how do we make it a little better? So
Yeah.
I thank you for the space that you've created. I thank you for bringing so many powerful and impactful women together to pour into other women. And so I thank you. I celebrate you. It is nothing. I'm nothing short of just humbled to be able to share and be a part. So I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to everyone who listened to the story today. And I hope it was helpful for you and made you think. If
Yeah.
anything, it made you think about how
Yeah.
amazing you are, and how powerful your story is.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Trika. I appreciate you, and your message is phenomenal. We have Misty Lucas coming up in just a few minutes. She's going to talk about how stress is taking you out of the game of life.
Mm,
So it's going to be a good one.
that's
Thanks,
good stuff.
Tarika. We'll talk to you soon. Bye. Hello and welcome back to She Is Me. It is 3 p.m. here on the Pacific Coast, and we are just getting to the end of day 5, but we still have a few extraordinary speakers, so don't go anywhere. Our next speaker is a coach on a mission to empower women to show up as their authentic selves and no longer play small. Her name is Misty Lucas. She is the owner of Misty Lucas Wellness, and she will be talking to us about how stress is taking you out of the game of life. Please welcome Misty Lucas.
Amazing, amazing. I am so beyond excited to be here. And I want to welcome the She Is Me attendees. And I'm sure that your heart and minds are full with all of the other amazing speakers that have been going on over the last 5 days. I've caught some of them, and it's just been so beautiful to be a part of this community that Lisa has created, where we get to empower each other, where we get to share our stories and really come into that realization and breathe into that we are not alone, and just how connected we all are as we move through this journey. And this conference really creates this opportunity, this spaciousness for us to step into life more powerfully and to show up exactly as we are. I love to always say to my students and my clients, it's like we are perfectly imperfect. So it's so exciting to find all of this in this one place. So, very excited to be here. And just to give a sort of an outline of where I'm going to go today in our time together, is I'm going to start out by taking a few moments to ground us, to just allow us to settle into this virtual space together and like bring us into this present moment. And then I'm going to take an opportunity to share my story and really talk a little bit about how stress came into my life, what my experience was, and then talk a little bit about stress and what it can be doing to our bodies, and then share a couple of tools that you might be able to implement into your life and create that opportunity to just pull back from the stress that might be holding you back. So let's just sort of dive into this grounding. And the invitation is, if it feels really comfortable, placing your hand to heart softening your gaze so that you can really tune inward and take a nice deep cleansing breath. Inhale through the nose and just a big exhalation through the mouth, letting out any sounds. And just allow us to come into our natural rhythm of breathing. So, just as you're breathing in and out, take a moment and notice how you're feeling in this moment. Are there any sensations in your physical body that you need to shift or move to find comfort and ease? Just taking that opportunity, giving yourself permission to move and to shift. Just allowing yourself to follow the inhalation in, following the exhalation out. And so, just to really bring us into this moment, introducing this idea of these three T's. I had my beautiful coach one night show me this as we were navigating our time together. And the first T is to take an opportunity to really tune in. So, if it's possible, turning off any notifications, your phone, really allowing yourself to tune in to our time together, doing what you can. And the second T is to turn up the volume. So if you've heard some of this information or it sounds familiar, amazing. But turning up the volume, like really leaning in and see if it lands a little differently today. Does it offer you a different perspective? Because you are not the same person that you were yesterday or the day before. And just allow yourself to turn up the volume and maybe it lands a little differently. And bringing us into that third T, that transformational willingness. So, as we turn up the volume and we open our minds and our hearts to receive this information, we may tap in to that little tiny piece of transformation. So, being willing to allow that to occur, to show up, to be open to receive, however it lands for you. So, let's just take one more nice deep cleansing breath. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. And when you're ready, and only when you're ready, opening the windows of your eyes, coming back into the space. Always feels so good just to ground, just to really come in and really hold the space together. So, just to tell you a little bit about myself, when I'm just sort of going to give some background and then dive into really where stress came in and impacted my life. So, I grew up, my parents divorced when I was young, 5, and it was a very interesting childhood full of lessons. My mom was schizophrenic, so I lived with my mom and she was schizophrenic, and my dad had MS. So he was navigating his own illness, working through some of his own stuff. So it was a very tumultuous, traumatic childhood, but one that really led me to be very independent, very headstrong, very, I've got this, I can do this all on my own. Because really, as a child, I didn't have an option to not. It didn't do it, it didn't get done. So as I grew up and I really came into the world, my granny, who's no longer on this earthly plane, but she really helped raise us. And it was, you're going to go to school, get a job, and make a lot of money and get married, right? Like it was, she'd plotted out my life. And so I went to school, I did what I was supposed to do, and I got a job in personal injury law. And I really enjoyed what I was doing. I really loved it because I got to work with people and support them as they navigated through motor vehicle accidents or disabilities. So I was in this really helper mode, right? This helper mode that I had been in since childhood. So it felt fulfilling. It felt like, okay, I'm on the right path. This is what I'm to do. And then in my own career, it started to bloom and to blossom and grow. And I sort of took on more responsibility. I landed working at a firm of all women, so that was pretty interesting. And when I got into that firm, I was there for about 13 and a half years. And it was a beautiful, strong, independent woman who ran the firm. And then I joined in and grew in my role, and I became a licensed paralegal. So I was holding mediations. I was conducting different tribunals, trying to get benefits for people. So, again, really supporting people in helping them in getting benefits, getting treatment, things like that. And then I also grew into the role of office manager. So then I was dealing with HR and supporting the staff. As the staff were navigating some issues, then I grew in and began to do accounting. And then I was doing social media. So I really kept taking things on. Like it was the more I could take on, the more I felt productive, needed. And I was happy to do it. And so that was like my work life. I was working probably 50, 60-hour weeks, which was great, right? I felt fulfilled. I was married, still married, just celebrated 20 years. But at the time, with us being so young, we had decided we would put a family on hold, focus on our careers. And so we had a very busy social life, and there was lots of networking events to go to in the field of law. And I also had a very active like workout. So I was a runner and I had started to run 10K races, right? So really push my body, push, push. And maybe for some 10K is not a push, but for me, it was a push. And really, it really felt good in my body, but it was like always taking myself to the next level. Like, how much farther can I go? And then I would practice yoga probably since 2004. I had been practicing yoga, and it was very much a physical practice. So I was doing hot yoga and how many chaturangas, like how hard can I push my body, handstands, all of those things. So very active, very engaged. And then every single time we would get into the Shavasana pose, the final pose, corpse pose, however you know it, I would get up and leave. It's like, nope, got to go back to work, got to do something. My days would start at like 4 a.m., get up, check my computer, go for my run, come back, check my computer, eat, go to work, and then work all day. Right. So it was very, very busy. And I just thought, like, I had life by the reins. This was it. There was nothing more that I mean, I was doing it all and it felt great until it didn't. Like, until that moment, it didn't. And what was so interesting for me was started to not feel great. I started to have just some like overall pain. And then I started to have a lot of like, I felt exhausted, like just exhausted. So then I stopped working out. And then I turned to drinking to help me sleep because I wasn't feeling so great. So I'd have a couple glasses of wine, anything that would just sort of knock me out. But then I would wake up middle of the night, not really sleep. And then I started to notice swelling, like these little pockets of swelling around my wrist. I could no longer see my wrist bones. I could no longer wear my wedding ring. And then I started to notice the swelling in my knees, my ankles, and I just ignored it. I kept pushing and I kept thinking, oh, when I have some time off, I'll feel better. When I have some time off, I'll feel better. And I think it came to be around December, and my friend's mother was visiting, and she saw the state, like the swelling, and she was like, I think you need to go see somebody. So I went to my family doctor, put me on some medication, anti-inflammatories, and referred me to a specialist. So of course, in I live in Canada, and it takes some time to get into the specialist. So for about 3, 4 months, I was living with this inflammation in my body, this exhaustion. It got to the point before I got to the specialist that my husband would come, walk around to the side of the bed, help me get up out of the bed, and have to walk me down the stairs. It would take me probably 2.5 hours to be able to start moving in the day. I felt awful. Not once did I think I needed to go off work. I remember driving myself to work after having been up for 2 hours trying to move my body. Driving in, sitting at the garage and being like sobbing as this garage door is opening. Like I can envision it as I share it with you and thinking, how am I going to get through this day? How am I going to make it through this? And it went on for that until I saw my specialist. And I remember the day, it's like burned into my memory, March 1st, 2011. And I went to this rheumatologist and he said, you have rheumatoid arthritis. And I was in my mid 30s. And in that moment, I thought my life was over. It felt like a death sentence. So I got put on some pretty heavy meds. But in that moment, I knew also there was this part of me. So that was sort of like, I felt like my life was over, but there was this part of me that said, you need to go off work, you need to go off work. So I had this, at least this insight that I needed to go off work. And so I got my medication, which was like, I think they described it as it's like a chemotherapy medication, but you only take it once a week. And it was really meant to knock out my entire immune system. So it made me very sick. And I went to work that day and I said, I need to go off, which was my boss was great. I got the time off, like very understanding. There wasn't any ifs, ands, or buts about it. And immediately went off of work, went home, and I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Right. So got off work on the meds. And then I made this decision of now I'm going to fight. Now I'm going to go into fight mode. And going into fight mode meant that I went and hired a personal trainer. So I hired this personal trainer to start helping me work my body, even though I could barely move my body. And this was the mentality. It was still in this fight mode. There was no concept that I needed to just slow it down. It was like push, 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 push through, push past. So I tried that for a bit and they created this big package. Ultimately, the story was my husband came in and he was like, this isn't helping. This isn't working. And he was really my saving grace, even though in that moment I didn't feel that he was. And I just ended up one day on a yoga mat. I'd gone in to this yoga class and I talked to the teacher and I said, this is my thing. I just got diagnosed. I can barely move, not sure what to do. And she was so beautiful, so loving. I'll never forget. And she looked at me and she said, Misty, if all you do is come in and lay on the mat and breathe, you are doing yoga. And so, not that I bought into what she was saying. I had all sorts of words in my mind that I didn't believe her, but I did it because I had nothing left to lose. So I went in and I simply surrendered onto my mat and I just breathed. And it was in that moment after the class that I realized that there was something in the stillness and in the slowing down that was going to change my life because I felt better than I had in months just from simply breathing and being still. And so that started my journey on all of this. And so there's lots of other little steps to it to brought me into coming into this wellness and becoming a coach and a yoga teacher and a yoga instructor and a restorative yoga educator. But really what happened was that was like the little seed that was planted and blossomed into where I am today. I ultimately left law. I think it's now we're going into year 6 and I've not returned and I've created my business and I've really stepped into wanting to support other women to notice, to see the chronic stress that we go into from the people pleasing, from the caring of everybody in our lives, and finding ways to step back, to pause, to breathe, and to be able to create the life they want without all of this extraneous stress. And so that's really what brought me here is to talk about stress and to talk about how it really can take us out of life, and not even maybe that we're not aware of it, right? Because when we think about stress, it is a physiological response to what we think and feel is life threatening. And what it really reminds me of is when I'm thinking about stress and thinking about it's about what we think or feel is what we think is life threatening. So, what we perceive to be life threatening. And because we are all so radically unique human beings, we're taking in this information into our own minds, into our own hearts, and it's creating a stressor. So, my stressors will be different from somebody else's because my experiences are much different than somebody else's. And so, it's really starting to get to know what is it that's causing me this stress? What do I feel is life threatening? What is my perception that is life threatening? So it comes back to really getting to know you, coming back to getting to know your own heart and understanding what it is that is creating this swirl of stress. So I can't sit here today and say that this is what's creating all the stress in your life, could be numerous things. It could be things that you're carrying from childhood, things that have not been resolved, right? So as I started this talk and shared with you my childhood, it was all unresolved trauma that was held in my body, right? And it was when I started to understand the nervous system and understand the how the body holds on to these emotions that I could start to release them, right? Through a lot of work, through counseling, through my own coaches, and to be able to find a way to navigate life again. And so we think about stress comes in when we're over responsible. We're over responsible for all of the people in our lives, making sure we're taking care of everybody before we take care of ourselves. Anxiety, putting our minds into the future and worrying about what's to come can be a sign of stress, right? At a physical level, it can really show up as this exhaustion, this fatigue, right? This you just can't seem to get out of it. Stress on this mental level is this distraction. You can't focus. You're sort of all over the map. You're unable to find focus in what you're trying to do. On an intellectual level, it could really be frustrated, like really quick to anger. And so, really realizing that our source of stress is our thoughts. It's this beautiful mind that we love so much, but it's the thoughts that are constantly running, right? Constantly running that can create those emotional reactions, that can create that activation of the nervous system, right? And put us into these states of stress. And so, when we think of, pardon me, stress, there's just thinking of two types, right? Really acute and the chronic. And it's really the chronic stress the long-term stress that is going to impact the body, right? It can create high blood pressure, it can create weight gain, it can create changes in your brain, anxiety, depression, addictions, right? So all of this can be created from living in a state of chronic stress. And the interesting thing about chronic stress is that we can get so used to living in this stress state that we don't really even realize that we're in a chronically stressed state. So sometimes it's interesting to have somebody reflect back to you. I know that I have a client, and when we're engaging or talking, and a lot of times will come up, and I'll just ask, like, are you feeling stressed? Oh, no, this is life. And really trying to reflect back, well, this is what I'm hearing you share. This is what it sounds like. So that maybe they can have that other perspective to see, because if you're constantly living in it, it can sometimes be difficult to be able to be aware of it, to see that you're living sort of in this cycle. And that's the first step to break the cycle, is to drop into the awareness of it. It's to like really be able to pull back and be like, okay, I can see it, right? Like here it is. What can I do now? Like where can I go? What will support me? What will nourish me? How can I nurture myself to bring my nervous system back down, to regulate my nervous system, to bring in the calm? And so when we're talking about stress, just to give some overview around the nervous system, because I'm throwing that term out there and maybe some people don't really know much about it or know a little bit. When we think about the nervous system, the part that's really engaging with the stress state is the autonomic nervous system. And that's divided into two parts: the parasympathetic nervous system, which is that beautiful part of our system that rests and digests. That's where we get to assimilate life. And then we have our sympathetic nervous system. And that, when it's activated, is really helping us prepare ourselves to fight or flight or freeze. And then there's also a term called fawn. And so when that sympathetic nervous system is activated, that stress response, what the brain is doing is it's perceiving danger, right? And it's sending information out. It's sending information out to the amygdala, which is where we process our emotional processing. And it's saying that there's danger. So it's sending out a distress signal. Then the brain's letting the nervous system know, you need to activate. We need to activate. And so the sympathetic nervous system gets activated. And that's like your gas pedal in the car, pedal to the metal, down it goes. And it's triggering that fight or flight response because it wants to provide your body with energy, this burst of energy, to be able to get away from this perceived danger, to be able to be safe. Because your body, oh my God, your body's so amazing. I love our bodies. And they want us to always be safe, and they want us to come into homeostasis. So it's sending up this distress signal our heart rate increases, we have hormones pumped into our body, like adrenaline, cortisol, it's pumping in so that we can get into action. Our digestive system slows, our reproductive system slows, our growth and repair of cells slows down, our elimination slows down. So, all of the parts that the nervous system, sympathetic nervous system, deems to be unnecessary or sort of non critical functioning slows down, right? It goes really slows right down so that everything else can go to get us out of danger, right? So we're meant to work this way. We're supposed to do this so we can fight or flight, get out of there and make ourselves become safe. And then we're meant to come back in to that parasympathetic nervous system, that place where we can rest and digest. But the problem in our society, or in I what my problem was, so I can really speak from the I. My problem was that I was always living in this hyped up state, this stress state, and not even really realizing it. Because, like I said, I just thought this is life, this is amazing, I love it, and I have everything I want. And so constantly, but I was actually living in this chronic stress state, right? So my body was always on high alert, checking like not, and I didn't really even realize it because I didn't know any of this. I knew none of this, but I was living on this high alert. So I was always pumping these hormones into my body because when we're in this chronic stress state, we might not have the pedal to the metal, but it's like your engine's always revving. So it's always sort of pressing down and sort of pumping these hormones into the body, right? So it's known as this HPA axis. I don't want to get too technical, but what it's doing is it's constantly pressing these hormones into the body. So your body's not getting a reprieve from it when you're living in this stress state. So you're always at this low hum. So you might notice, do you feel like you're always humming, like this low hum? And that is really where it can get dangerous because when you do it for a long period of time, we're not meant to stay in a stress state for a long period of time. We're meant to come out. That's when the disease comes into the body. And I really believe that that's where my illness came from. And so when I went to, not that I have anything against doctors, I think they're amazing, they do great work, but nobody ever asked me, what is your life like? How stressful is your life? How much do you work? Or what happened in childhood? Like nobody ever asked me those questions. So nobody ever explained to me my nervous system, what might be happening, none of that, right? It was treating the symptoms that I had. And thankfully they were able to, and go on your merry way. Right. So it was once I started to dive in and learn all of this, I realized I was living in this chronic stress state, which really activated my body to move into to burnout. Right. And this illness came in because I can happily say I have not taken medication since 2016. I've not had to take any medication for my RA. And I'm not saying that's everybody's story, but it's mine. And it was because I started to really learn about my own body and what it needed and to support it and to nurture it. And that made such a difference in how I showed up, right? How I showed up in the world, how I was really able to be and getting to know myself and what my needs were. And so when that stress comes in and I'm noticing it's lasting for a longer period of time, I can be like, oh, breathe, connect. What do I need right now? What can I do to nurture myself? What do I need to bring myself down into my parasympathetic nervous system? So, things that can really activate the sympathetic nervous system or things that might create this state of chronic stress can be our work, because I really feel like sometimes work can have no boundaries, right? Like always on call, cell phones, always make yourself available. Perfectionism, when we always feel the need to be perfect and striving for that perfection, and then when we don't meet that perfection, we move into judgment and we lose that self-compassion, right? We start judging and we have this a lot of inner dialogue. Negative emotions, like resentment can come in, fear of rejection, fear of not being accepted, fear of just not being being seen, right? Like really having all of these fears that can arise, that can really create us to pop into that sympathetic nervous system. And if we're always living every day like that, then that can really create that chronic stress state. It was so interesting before I popped on to this webinar to be with all of you, something popped up on my feed about the Sunday scaries, right? And I didn't read too much into it, but I was like, Sundays can be triggering for people because now they're starting a new work week, right? Who wants to start their work week feeling stressed out, right? Who wants that? And it's like, but this is what is normalized in our society. It's normalized that if you're not stressed, you're not doing enough, right? I remember in the environment that I worked, if you didn't say that you were stressed, if somebody asked you, how are you doing? And you didn't say you were stressed, then you weren't doing enough. You weren't working hard enough. Well, if they're not stressed, then they could do more work, right? So it's very much normalized. It's a badge of honor. And if you're not playing into that game, then you can have this, then what can create, if you're not sort of strong in who you are, this fear of rejection, this fear of not being included or fitting in. So it really is almost like an unraveling of all of it and coming home to your heart, right? Being able to notice what you need and being able to notice what you need to nurture yourself. And so I mentioned the parasympathetic nervous system. That's like the brakes on the car. And sometimes you'll hear other people, other experts talk about it as like lifting the foot off the gas. So, however feels relevant to you or resonates with you, but the parasympathetic nervous system is like the brakes on the car. And so, when the brain knows that we're out of danger, it sends a message and says, "Okay, danger has passed," and then the parasympathetic nervous system is triggered. Right. And so we want the parasympathetic nervous system to come back because it returns our body to homeostasis. The heart rate slows, our breathing normalizes, our digestive system comes back on track, our reproductive system, our elimination, all of this starts to come back on track. We're able to then really take a moment and assimilate and integrate what's going on, like what is transpiring in our lives, what is really happening. And so it creates that opportunity by coming into your parasympathetic nervous system, right? And we're all born with this optimal blueprint. It's just life and the traumas, they come in and they come in, and we start creating higher set points, but we don't take the time to bring ourselves back down. So we're always like living at maybe at a higher set point. And this is why it's so important to bring in self care, to take that time to nurture yourself, to take that time to nourish your needs. So I'm not saying that you're going to live no stress. We're meant to have stress. Our bodies are built to have stress. We can manage stress, but what we want to recognize is the need to recover from stress. So, what can I do to really calm myself and bring myself back down into the parasympathetic nervous system to let my body come back into homeostasis as opposed to continuously running on this high state, right? It's so, so beautiful. And I remember my coach, I was listening to her, and she had an analogy of this beach ball in the water. And she said, think about how much energy we use to keep this beach ball pressed down in the water. So if you've ever played that, like you have a ball and you're trying to press it down and hold it down, think about how much energy it takes for you to hold it down, right? And then you let it go. You just let it go. How free and light do you feel, right? And so using all of this energy when we're in a stress state, all of this energy to hold our emotions inside, to hold what we're really thinking or feeling, not really being expressing who we are, and just holding it all down like that beach ball, it starts to build up in our bodies. All of that energy has to go somewhere. So it's going to build up in your physical body. It has to come up and out. And it might not come out in the most productive, and it might come out as like a dis-ease in the body because you're holding for so much. And when you're taking so much energy to hold it all in, we miss out on the present moment, right? We miss out on making decisions that are in alignment with who we are, right? Alignment of our hearts, because we're living on this hamster wheel, or we're focusing on pushing this beach ball down, and we're not in alignment with our values, with who we are and how we want to show up in the world, right? Because all of the external is impacting us and we're trying to keep it all pressed down. So I just want to talk about 2 tools that can help you start this idea of taking back your life, to help manage some stress and anxiety that might come in. And just to remember that stress is really neutral. Because our bodies are so amazing, it's meant to build resiliency to stress. So it's about coming back and building that resiliency. And once we rebuild the resiliency, you'll be able to navigate the stressors in life, not so much like this, but more like the little waves, right? And if you have something like that, that's okay too, but you'll have tools to be able to bring yourself back online. So the first one is, start by tuning in and noticing where you feel the stress. So if you're feeling stressed or anxious, where do you feel it in your body? And so it's really an invitation to check in with your physical body. Is it in your stomach? Are you noticing it in your chest? Right? Noticing where it is, and don't resist it. Don't try to bypass it or override it. Be with it. Just allow it to be there and see if you can start to get intimate with it. Really start describing it. How does it feel? Is it pulsing? Does it feel like a wave? Is it dense? Is it heavy? Does it have a color? Does it sort of undulate? Is it solid? Is it transparent? It's like really like cozying up on the love seat with it, get intimate with it, and allow it to have a voice. So, what would it say? It's like ego, and ego loves for us to keep going fast, right? Keep going fast on that hamster wheel. And so with this tool, it's an invitation to slow it down. It's sort of like coming back and into your body and notice and get intimate with what is arising. If it's stress, if it's anxiety, tune in and notice where it's showing up in the body and start to get intimate with it and breathe into it, and then allow it to have a voice. So the invitation is to be with the sensation as it arises. Because if you're chronically stressed, you might be constantly worrying about what's coming next, what needs to be done, who needs to be taken care of. You might have this forever to-do list or this forever checklist, right? This checklist that goes on for pages and pages and pages. And so the invitation is to slow it all down, be with it exactly as it is, and start to give it a voice. And to give it a voice, journal. Just sit down and allow yourself to journal and let it come out. Let it come out of whatever it needs to say, whatever it wants, how it wants to be heard, giving it space. And then you're allowed to just, you'll be able to see what it is, right? So maybe it's, I'm scared my business will fail. I worry my children don't feel they have enough time with me. Or so it's like whatever's coming through, giving that sensation, that voice, journaling it out, and doing it all without any judgment. So no judgment of, well, that's stupid. Well, I know that's not true, because then we're going to getting into the mind, and we're taking away from this place of really feeling into it. And I mean, that's totally natural. We kind of pop in to our minds, but can you do it without any judgment at all? And just allow yourself the freedom to give it a voice and notice what it's trying to tell you, right? You might look at what you wrote, or you might just put it aside for a bit, give it some space, and then come back to it and give it some attention and some love. And you really are, the main goal is letting it come up and out, right? Allowing that stress to come up and out, giving it its voice and getting intimate with it. It's a beautiful way to do that. So I invite you to play with that, see how it goes, see how it lands. And then the other tool that I wanted to share is to really create an opportunity to presence yourself, right? To presence yourself with the stress that's coming in. So we're coming back into the body. I love working with the body. Love, love, love. um, really somatically, like noticing what's coming in. And you want to work with it in the body so that you can integrate it back into your nervous system. And so, how do you do that? Well, you do that by every day consciously breathing, right? Yep, we all breathe. I know we all breathe and we all breathe every single day, but do we consciously breathe? Do we consciously pause and take some deep breaths so that we can really breathe into the sensation that's arising and giving it the space and noticing, am I resisting? Am I trying to override? Am I just trying to push through? Right? I was a huge pusher through, just get by it, just get by it, push, push, push. But now it's like, can you just be with it? Let the resistance be there, but feel into the sensation and breathe into it. So, noticing if it is in your stomach, can you pause and take a few breaths and breathe into it and notice as you're breathing, is it expanding? Is it softening? Right? Are you creating spaciousness within it? Is it starting to sort of go out beyond your body? Are you allowing it to stretch your capacity, right? Allowing it to really move outside of yourself so that it's not feeling like it's so tight and stuck inside, just by simply giving yourself these few moments to breathe and to notice. You can do this anywhere. You can do this, like if you're at work, you can go to the washroom and do this. You can do this in your car. You can do this before you go to bed. You can do this as soon as you get up in the mornings. It really can be a beautiful way so that you can feel into the sensations and then show up more present in your life, right? Like it'll help move through them, right? So you're not trying to push them down or hide them, you're giving them space and then gently breathing into them. Right. So that's my second tool. So just inviting you to play with that. And so what I'd love to do, just to get, because sometimes people can feel a little uncomfortable, they're not sure what to do when breathing, is to guide you through a breath awareness practice so that you can play with this and really notice. So it's not necessarily pranayama or like a breath exercise or controlling your breath. It's just simply becoming aware, just becoming conscious of your breathing. So let's just come in together. I'm just going to get my feet planted on the earth and just softly close your eyes or drop your gaze down. Just starting by a deep cleansing breath. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. And just come into your natural rhythm of breathing. So much information. You're so amazing for showing up for yourself here. Just so amazing. And I know it's a lot of information. So just taking this moment to come into your breath and just inviting you to notice the length of your inhalation compared to the length of your exhalation. Noticing the texture of your breath. Is it rigid? Is it smooth? No judgment, just exploring with the spirit of curiosity. Noticing any sensations that are arising as you breathe in and out. Noticing if your breath is changing as you continue to bring that conscious breathing. And inviting you to notice, is there a color that's associated with your breath in this moment? Is something arising as you are breathing in and out? Is the breath traveling deep into the lungs, or do you find it stopping short into your chest? Noticing the temperature of the air that you're drawing in and the temperature of the breath as it leaves the body. And then noticing as you're breathing in, as one nostril feel more open than the other. Just notice. Noticing any emotions that arise as you are simply breathing. And as you're breathing, is there a sensation that's present in the body? Can you allow the breath to travel to the sensation and create a little bit of spaciousness? I'm just inviting you to take a couple more breaths, tuning inward and noticing what you notice with an open heart and open mind. And then allowing your hands to come to heart and just gently letting those thumbs touch the sternum, feeling that gentle lift, shining your heart. Taking one more deep cleansing breath, inhaling through the nose. Exhale through the mouth, letting out any sounds. And when you're ready, and only when you're ready, gently opening the windows of your eyes. Thank you so much for joining me. It has been such a pleasure and such an honor. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope you found this to be helpful.
I did. I hope
Ah, yay!
I totally needed that. Thank you so
Mhm.
much. And
You're welcome.
just about everything you said about stress and all of those things, like, I know those things, but I don't always remember them. I don't always consciously think, "I'm feeling really stressed right now. I need to regulate my nervous system," and I have fibromyalgia, so my nervous system is always on overload, it's always on high,
Mhm.
and if anyone sort of stepped into my body as it, functions normally, they would be like, "Oh my god," like, "Turn it off." And sometimes it gets cranked up even more, depending on a flare or whatever is going on, and it was such a great reminder to just know that I need to pay more attention to that, to the regulation of that, because I'm pretty good with my food and I'm pretty good with, like, moving, but, my life isn't as stressful as it has been, you know, in the past,
Mhm.
hence the fibromyalgia, but I got tested for rheumatoid arthritis as well when I was having the pain and the couldn't get out of bed and didn't know what was happening. Um, but what a great reminder, and I really Misty, thank you, because I really needed to slow down and take a breath and just stop for a second, and that was wonderful. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. I'm so glad that resonated for you.
It did, and your energy is amazing. Like, you brought me right down off my off the electric wires that I normally sit on. So, um, that was nice. So I recommend, please, if you felt like I just felt, please reach out to Misty Lucas Wellness. And Misty, I would love to have you back. We're having a health expo in January, so I'd love to have you back for
Oh,
that. And we're really talking at that event. It's more about health focus. You can talk about your health issues. Obviously, you can tell your health story, but really talking about how, well, you did a great job today, how you can regulate your nervous system and you can do everything you need to do. I am a big um, opponent of resolutions because I think puts everybody in this state of panic and pressure and then failure 2 weeks later, and it
mhm.
sends everybody in this spiral craziness. Um, and so we really want to start off the year with a health expo. And if you are like me and you're opposed to um, resolutions because you always feel like you fail, um, you can come to the health expo and you can sit with so many teachers and so many health experts and really just find what you feel is right for you and listen to everything from yoga practices and different aspects. We talked about yin yoga at the conference this year, chair yoga for those of you who are in chronic pain. There'll be all kinds of food and wellness. We're going to talk about sexual health. We're going to talk menopause. We're going to talk a lot of things, women's health focus. So I would love to have you
Mm.
back.
Oh, I'd love that. That sounds amazing.
All right, good, good.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I will be reaching out and talking to you very soon. So stay
Okay.
tuned, everybody. Nicole Miles is going to be next. And this is a good one. From Ruin to Reinvention, one survivor story of resilience and post traumatic growth. So it's going to be
Wow.
powerful. Yeah. Thanks,
Yeah.
Misty.
Thanks. Bye.
Transformation. And love or hate that particular memoir or Elizabeth Gilbert's work in general, for me, those were incredibly, incredibly true words. Ruin became a gift in my life. It was the road to transformation and the road to reinvention for me. I'm so grateful to be a participant in the She Is Me conference this year and to share with you a little bit about my story and hopefully provide you with some tools and techniques so that you can go on your own journey of healing. Before I do begin, I want to make sure that I give you a couple of trigger warnings. I am the owner and founder of Miles to Go Speaking and Consulting. I am a former educator and nonprofit executive, and I am myself a domestic abuse survivor. While I don't give a lot of details about this, I do make references to my abusive relationship throughout this talk. So I want you to be aware of that before we proceed. But I'm so happy to have you join me. I was one of those women who was living a very classic white upper middle class life in my 30s. I had two little girls who did dance lessons and birthday parties. I spent a lot of time making things for somebody's classroom and going to church, leading my bell choir. I had a blue-gray cedar-sided house. I was really only missing the white picket fence, but I had the white stairway going up to my house. From the outside, this life looked nearly the perfect life I thought that it was supposed to be. And because that life looked the way it did, I felt very protective of the secrets that were happening on the other side of the door of that blue-gray house with the white stairwell. Inside, my relationship was unstable and abusive and escalating. And I found myself in a situation where I didn't know how I was going to get out. I didn't know if I should get out. And at times, I wasn't even really sure that I was being abused. And I've learned since getting away from that situation, that's common for a lot of us as trauma survivors. When we are in our trauma, when we've had our traumatic event, we aren't necessarily able to discern what is happening to us. We aren't necessarily able to discern what we are going through is abuse. But I can tell you this much, if you're listening right now, if you are in an intimate partner relationship and you are even considering whether or not you are in an abusive relationship, the odds are astronomically high that you are. I am one of the lucky ones because even though I had that beautiful life that I was protecting, I had people who intervened on me. While I was 8 months pregnant with my third child, my relationship had escalated to a point where it was no longer safe. I had taken out a restraining order and gone to court, at which point I was told by my own attorney that I should drop said restraining order lest I look adversarial to the judge that was overseeing my trial. I was informed that judges don't like adversarial women. And so I dropped the restraining order in lieu of some other items we were trying to get done. And within 48 hours, 2 police officers came and knocked on my door. They informed me that they had what they believed to be a credible threat against my life and told me that they could not make me leave, but they really encouraged me to do so. That was 4 weeks and 3 days before the birth of my young son. And I did listen to those officers, and I went into hiding that night. I disappeared immediately from my ideal teaching job, from my bell choir and church community, and from that little blue-gray cedar-sided house with the white stairway that I loved so much. I am among the luckiest people, and I want to acknowledge that that was in large part my privilege. I owe 2 police officers probably my life, and I appreciate and love law enforcement. But I also want to acknowledge that I was a white, upper middle class, educated woman in my 30s at a time when you couldn't Google somebody's past life and decide what was happening. I want more survivors to be more active than I was in removing themselves from their abuse. And I want more law enforcement and advocates to be more active like my advocates were to get me out and save my life. My life was saved, but I spent the next about 14 months living in between shelters. I was homeless for a time. I gave birth to my son in hiding. And at the end of that very tumultuous time, I was left with basically nothing except these 3 beloved children, about $700 and a minivan. And I needed to recover. And this work really became the impetus for the work I do at Miles to Go Speaking and Consulting, because there was no handbook for what to do next. There was no handbook for how to rebuild my life. I was in an entirely new state. I was using an entirely new name. I couldn't go back to my old career. And I learned that I was a participant in really kind of a systemic challenge that happens to every trauma survivor, whether your trauma is something like mine was, which was domestic abuse, or whether it's a health-related trauma or a natural disaster-related trauma. You kind of end up in this 4-tiered system where there are systemic challenges that happen after you resolve this trauma. There are these financial and lifestyle challenges that happen. There's this physical impact, whether that's directly physical because your body has been affected immediately, or whether it's because you've internalized trauma. It works inside of our bodies and changes us. Somatically, it changes the way our cells act. So you've got that physical recovery piece. And then you have this mental and emotional wellness piece. And the work that I do, the work I really focus on in post-traumatic growth, resilience, and trauma-informed practices is about that last bar. It's about that mental and emotional wellness piece. And that is because what I know is that if you don't have that mental and emotional wellness piece in order, you can't manage the rest of these 3 pieces. You can't manage this physical recovery, the systemic recovery, or the financial and lifestyle recovery. So you have to take care of yourself first.
It really is about putting on your own oxygen mask before you try to help others or do anything else. So let me tell you a little bit about what post-traumatic growth actually is. This is a researched psychological phenomenon that was researched in the 90s. I don't know why we aren't all talking about this. I stumbled upon it some years ago when people were asking me to tell my story more. Everybody wanted to know how I had rebuilt my life. And it was a huge struggle to rebuild my life. I want to be very clear that I'm about 14 years outside past my abusive relationship. So I've had time to heal and rebuild. And I made a lot of mistakes along the way because I didn't have guidance and I didn't have a framework. But a few years ago, I was reading about what happens to trauma survivors, and I came upon the post-traumatic growth studies that were done by Dr. Richard Tedeschi and Dr. Henry Levine, who in the 90s were studying people who had a trauma and the difference between kind of the two camps of what happens to us after traumatic events. There are those of us that get stuck in them, and there are those of us who have great growth and great transformation after them. They were really curious as to what the difference between those two groups were. And they managed to come up with something called post-traumatic growth and outline a framework so that almost anybody could join that camp of growing after a trauma. Further, in the article that I read, Dr. Tedeschi had actually written about people who had been through trauma and could follow these steps and could help others. He essentially outlined the AA of trauma recovery and deemed these people expert companions. And so while I am certified in trauma and resilience, I'm also an educator. I'm finishing an organizational psychology master's. I am not a clinician or a therapist, but I am what Tedeschi calls an expert companion in post-traumatic growth. And I think post-traumatic growth is so powerful. And the reason that I like to come and talk about this is because it does offer us some steps that we can actually follow to help ourselves recover from our trauma, whether it's been 5 months or 5 years or 50 years. It's not too late to do these steps and to really find out the incredible potential that what happened to you had. So the way I've broken down post-traumatic growth in my own work is that I've outlined 5 steps for post-traumatic growth. I call them education, loss and limitations, strength finding, narrative, and service or impact. Now, when we go through the post-traumatic growth steps, which I'm going to give you a little bit of information about, I want to be very clear that while there's this nice, neat framework of walking through them, that's not really how life works. And when we're trauma recovering, it's going to be very bumpy along the way. We're going to go forward and we're going to go backwards. We're going to have to rely on some other skills along the way. And it isn't always going to be clear that, we're in step 3, strength defining. That's really not how actual trauma recovery and healing works. Before I get into that, I want to address the question that I usually get, which is, what about resilience? Where does resilience fall inside this framework of post-traumatic growth? And actually, resilience doesn't fall inside this framework of post-traumatic growth. It falls on the outside of it. I think resilience is a really important tool, but I have to tell you that I think we are getting resilience wrong. The way it's being billed as a panacea, the things that you have probably heard as trauma survivors that I know I have heard often involve phrases like, you are so resilient. The definition of resilience, though, is to be able to return to where we had started. Now, if everything else has moved forward, that's not really great, right? Resilience is a survival skill. The good news about resilience, though, is that it is, in fact, a skill. One of the other messages that we're out talking a lot about resilience is that somehow it is a trait. You're either born resilient or you're born not resilient. And I'm here to tell you that just simply isn't true. We can study resilience, and we can also find frameworks for how to actually build this as a skill set. But in order to do that, you have to really understand what it is. So I used to use a metaphor about a boat to explain what resilience was. And you know how sometimes art imitates life. I had a moment not too long ago where life imitated art. And so I'd like to tell you a little bit about resilience based on an experience that I had just a couple of months ago with my adolescent son. For those of you who are raising teenagers or have raised teenagers, there's not a whole lot that they want to do with us. But one of the things that my teen and I enjoy doing together is kayaking. We really enjoy kayaking. We both enjoy the water. And even though we really enjoy this, it isn't something we get to do a lot of. But when we do it, we feel really confident and good. We're pretty good at this skill. And also, it's something we enjoy doing together. So before school started this year, I decided that I would take my teenage son on a little vacation. And part of that vacation, we would do some whitewater kayaking. This would be the first time that we engaged in some whitewater kayaking. I was very excited about it. The website said this was for all levels, so I didn't really think too much about a 7-mile whitewater kayaking trip until we got to the facility and we were fitted with helmets. So I'd never been on kayaks before where I needed a helmet. And we noticed that our kayaks had roll straps over our knees. So I was a little concerned about the everybody can do this, but we were signed up for a 7-mile whitewater kayaking trip and thought we were going to go ahead and do this. So we loaded up in the van and we were taken quite literally down the river, dropped in our helmets with our roll strap kayaks and told to go the 7 miles until the end. And really, we did pretty well. We were kayaking and we kind of got, it's not really sea legs when you're kayaking. It's kind of sea arms, getting used to that paddle and the rhythm and the water that's rushing around you. Things were going pretty well. It's a little bit loud and the water is moving over rocks. We're having to kind of yell to communicate with each other. But we did pretty well for the first mile. And then we hit our first sort of major rapids. My son was in front of me. And when he hit the current in the rapids, his kayak went sideways and he got stuck on a rock. Now, this is an uncommon thing, but his kayaking partner, his mother, was following too close behind him and I was caught in the current and I could not get out of the current. And so before long, I ended up effectively T-boning my own son in his kayak. At the velocity that I did that, I flipped him out of his kayak over the rock and into the water, the kayak upside down on one side, the paddle floating away on the other, and him in the middle in the rushing water. This is a trauma. It was unexpected, as most traumas are for us. It was done by someone who he was safe with. So this is a big deal. He's in shock. The tools that he had with him that were helping him in the water are no longer helping him because he is in the water and the kayak is upside down. But he does what most of us do in a trauma, and he goes and he reaches for the tools that he had before the trauma happened. So in this case, he reaches for the kayak. But when he does, the water threatens to kind of suck him under the kayak. It's a big problem. I am stuck on the rock. I can't get out of my kayak because if I do, I'm going to send the boat over the rock and it's going to careen into him, and I know it's going to be far worse. So instead, I'm watching the water rush around him and I'm yelling, "Get on your feet, get on your feet, get on your feet," because I know that this is what has to happen for him to start to figure out what to do next. He finally realizes that the kayak he can't grab onto, he can't reach the paddle. He hears me, kind of levels out. This is what happens when the shock wears off of us in trauma, and he gets to his feet. That, my friends, is resilience. Resilience is the act of getting to your feet. And it's wonderful because he's no longer in immediate danger. He's on his feet. This was fairly shallow water, so the water is rushing around, but he is essentially safe. This is great news. But also, he's still in the water with an upside down kayak and a paddle stuck to the other side and 6 more miles of the journey to go. And this is what's wrong with the message that we are delivering about resilience and why we need to look at post-traumatic growth instead. When you are just resilient, you've done an incredible thing. You've gotten back on your feet, but you're still in the water. you're still in the water. You have to take the rest of the steps and get the boat flipped back over and get the paddle and recenter yourself and get back in the boat and be ready for the rest of the journey in order for your resilience to really help you. So if you've been feeling like you keep being resilient and these things keep happening to you over and over again and you don't seem to move forward, you might be left in the water. And it's time to look at how to get in the boat. Now, I do teach resilience. I think it's an incredibly important skill that we use. And I use the domains lean, learn, and leverage because while we go through post-traumatic growth, there are going to be many times where we get flipped out of our kayaks. There are going to be many times when we have to get to our feet. And there are going to be many times when we have to recenter ourselves during that journey. So it's not to say that resilience isn't an incredibly important skill, but it's actually only the first skill. You're only at the starting line when you're at resilience, and you need to be able to move further. So I hope that when you go through this journey, you know that you've gotten back on your feet. You also know that you have further to go. Now, good news, this story has a happy ending. My son eventually forgave me for T-boning him. I learned to give him more distance, but moreover, he got back in the kayak. He got the paddle back, and we were able to complete the next 6 miles, knowing what we had learned from that very first, very bumpy encounter with our whitewater rapids. So let's go back to post-traumatic growth for a minute. What happens when we want to move forward and leverage a setback for transformation, which is really what post-traumatic growth does for us? We have to look at those 5 steps again. And the first one is education. Education really means understanding what happened in our trauma from a non-person centric point of view. You are not the reason for what happened to you. And a lot of us as trauma survivors, we carry shame. Even though we may not have been in any way involved in what actually happened to us, we still carry the shame that we believe if we had been better, if we had done better, if we'd paid more attention to the weather warning, if we had made sure that we were eating right before we got sick. But in education, what we really need to look at is identifying the facts of what actually happened to us without us involved. If someone else was inside that situation, would the result have been the same or different? And almost every time, the result would have been the same. So in a lot of our post-traumatic growth work, we really personalize our experience. But in education, step 1, we depersonalize it. We also look at our trauma responses. So trauma response is a really important thing that we all have. There are no humans that do not have a trauma response because it has been ingrained in our neurobiology, in our lizard brains, for literally all of the millennia that humans have existed, right? We learned as ancient millennia humans that if we see a bear, the bear is dangerous and we must run from the bear. And so we have all of these responses inside our body that lights up our brain, releases our adrenaline and our cortisol, and it makes us go, go, go. That's our trauma response for a bear. Later on, we learn bear footprints may equal bear. So inside our brain, which is a really brilliant tool for a lot of things, our brain doesn't know the difference in perception between bear footprints and actual bear. It reacts just the same. Bear fur and actual bear, it reacts just the same. And by the way, your trauma response got ingrained in you probably between the ages of 6 and 9 years old. So you're carrying that trauma response into and throughout your life. And a lot of you know trauma responses. These are the fight and flight, also now freeze and fawn responses. That means that if the unthinkable happened to you and you were assaulted in some way and you're wondering to yourself, why didn't I fight back? Why didn't I do something? It's because you had a freeze response. That doesn't have anything to do with you and your worth or your value or what you were thinking in that moment. It has everything to do with the neurobiological pathway that lit up in your brain that has been lighting up since childhood. For me personally, that has been a part of my work to really understand and make peace with the fact that my trauma responses are not something that I am in control of. So in step 2, we get to talk about loss and limitation. I think particularly for those of us who are listening in the United States, we have a real issue in the United States with toxic positivity and this kind of pink clouding of everything. So we do not like to talk about loss and limitations. But if you want to grow from your trauma and from your setback, you have to be able to make space to actually grieve what you lost. I talk a little bit in my story about my house and my kids and their dance lessons and my church and that community and a career that was really an avocation that I absolutely loved and was far more than just a job for me. I have a beautiful life now. I have rebuilt my life into something entirely different. I think something that feels very authentic to me. But there are still times when I miss that community. I miss that career. I miss that church, and I miss that little blue-gray house. It is okay to acknowledge that. And in step 2 of post-traumatic growth, we look at our losses and limitations, and we make space for having 2 things be true at once. I can be happy, driven, and future-focused in where I am going right now, and I can feel the loss and grief of what was. In my practice, we record those things, we talk about them, we shout them outside if we have to, but a lot of times we write them down and then we perform what I like to call the Viking funeral, and we set those things on fire and light them up because it is so freeing to be able to release what we lost. Now, I referenced a little bit the pink cloud and the toxic positivity, also these phrases like "you're so resilient." This is part of the trauma-informed language work that I think is really important also. And while I started sharing trauma-informed language work with organizations, with advocacy groups, with law enforcement groups who need this kind of training, along the way, I started to realize that it's also really important that we start to think about, as trauma survivors, the tape that's playing in our head. The tape that we are playing that has included the phrases we have heard about ourselves and what happened all along that do several really detrimental things for us. They take our agency, they diminish our feelings, they depersonalize what's happening. And while we want to depersonalize in education, we don't when we're having a connection or a conversation with someone, and they diminish the legitimacy of our feelings. So I'm looking at phrases that say things like, everything happens for a reason. You know, we all mean well when we say those kinds of things. And if you've said that to somebody, please, please do not in any way think negatively of yourself or we're going to do Maya Angelou here for a minute and say, when we know better, we do better. So everything happens for a reason. You never get more than you can carry. You're so lucky to be alive. I get that one a lot. And also, you must just be so grateful to be here. And I'm going to stop on that one. You must be so grateful to be here because I want to tell you a little bit about how that ended up playing out inside my own life. Because I didn't get that space to really honor and release and grieve what I had lost, and I was just supposed to pick up and rebuild, I was constantly caught in trying to recapture a life, rebuild the old life I had instead of moving in a forward motion towards a new life. And every time I would get this hope of this new life in future, I would go reach for it. And then I would feel like, no, you can't have that. You should just be grateful to be here. You should just be grateful that you are alive. You shouldn't be alive. People came and rescued you. You should not want any more than you have right now. And it caused me to play small. It caused me to get stuck inside my trauma responses instead of believing that I could have a future that was bigger and brighter. And it wasn't that people were constantly saying that to me, but it was that they had said it so many times to me that it was the tape playing inside my head. And so I really want to encourage you right now to think about the tape that is playing inside of your head and whether or not it is holding you back. Is it diminishing your legitimate feelings? Is it taking agency from you? You know, that everything happens for a reason thing means that I was powerless to what happened to me, but it also means I'm powerless for what's going to happen to me going forward. And that just isn't the case. I often say, I don't believe that everything happens for a reason, but I do believe that we can make a reason out of what has happened to us. And being in trauma informed with our language is one of the ways we can really do that. We can be more attuned to what we are saying to each other. We can be more attuned to what we are saying to children so that they don't internalize these things. And while our neurobiology, which has these hardwired trauma responses that we are constantly fighting against, is there, we also have amazing neuroplasticity in our brains, and we can reprogram that to say, you know, there are other ways. I'm carrying a lot right now. It's okay for me to want more than what I have, or what I like to call thrivership instead of survivorship. We can grow using this trauma-informed language. In our third step in post-traumatic growth, we get to do something really fun that is uncovering our strengths. Now, I want to define strengths for you because a lot of times we really think of strengths as aggressive words, as big, strong, forward-moving words. One of my strength words is tenacity. It's not a small word. It's one of the things that kind of distilled out of me in my trauma. And I really had to get comfortable with feeling my tenacity, being tenacious whenever I needed to, which helped me really survive and helped me learn to advocate for myself. But not every strength is a loud strength, right? There are incredible strengths that you can get during your traumas. Things like understanding the interpersonal relationships, things like knowing how to find humor, things like knowing how to make space for grief. So when we look for the strengths, we really look for what distilled out of us after what happened. And we consider those strengths as the skills we might be able to leverage to create a transformation that is big or small, but a transformation that is meaningful to us. The biggest thing that I can tell you about strengths is to learn to be unapologetic for them no matter what. Especially as women, this message has been delivered to us that if our strengths do happen to be loud, right, you're bossy or aggressive or loud, that these are strengths we shouldn't be proud of. And in fact, these are the strengths that in many cases will save your life. I think about listening and wanting to be the good girl because I didn't know how to be anything else in front of that judge and hearing the tape in my head from that lawyer that said he doesn't like adversarial women. And so I didn't want to be adversarial. And I fell into line. I made myself small and I quieted that voice. But when I went into hiding, it was no longer an option to quiet my voice like that. Not if I was going to get out. Not if I was going to survive. I had to learn to keep knocking on doors. I had to learn to fire that attorney and get a new one, which I'll tell you I did right now, and make sure that I kept going. I kept moving forward because anything less than that would have been the ruin. It would have been the end of me. So distilling out that I had tenacity, that ended up being one of the greatest skills that I never knew I had before the darkness hit. So after we finish finding our strengths, and I hope that you can take a minute for yourself and maybe make yourself a list. Make yourself a list of 6 strengths. Even if you think that other people have cast those strengths negatively, introversion is a strength. It really is. Observation is a strength. Voice and volume is a strength. Make yourself a list, and I challenge you to make yourself a list of 6 strengths. because a lot of us can do 1 or 2, a few of us can do 3. But after that, it starts to get harder. You have to look inside yourself, and that shouldn't be the case because your friends can name 25 strengths about you without thinking twice. So for you to recover and grow from your trauma, we're going to start with 6 strengths. So in step 4 of our post-traumatic growth, we get to put together those first 3 steps: the education, knowing what happened to us, knowing how we responded and that that wasn't directly in our control, honoring what we lost, what we had, and finding out who we really are when it distills in our trauma. And we get to create an entirely new narrative, a story that is about you, because it is your story that matters most. And I find this with women a lot when I work with them, that we want to talk about everybody else. We want to talk about how strong and how brave our children have been. We want to talk about the family members and the neighbors and the friends who supported us. But we don't retell the story with ourselves centered as the hero, as the triumphant one. So in our 4th step, we really write out a new story that says, these are the things that happened to me. I found myself inside an abusive marriage. I heard a call to be safe. I removed myself from it, and I had to walk for beyond the next year through a loss of my home and my finances and my career. But I found my voice. I found my strength. I uncovered my tenacity. And now I have built a new life for myself. And that gets to be the end of the story. The end of your story is what new life you want for yourself, what new life you are striving for, that you are dreaming for yourself. There is no wrong answer to this life at all. It is what step 5 is about, which is impact, putting it into practice. Tedeschi and Levine called this service. I am careful of using that word, especially with women. And boy, if you are human service women, if you are in a nonprofit field, an education field, a health services field, you'll service until you are in such a martyr position. It won't help you to think about it that way. So I want you to think about it as what you want your impact to be for you, the impact that fills you up. And it doesn't have to be something huge. We are so honored that Lisa has transformed her story into creating this amazing summit for thousands of us to be able to take part of. But it doesn't have to be that loud. I've built an entire career now around helping other people, but it doesn't have to be that loud. It can be knowing that you are the person who finds the bright spots in really dark moments and deciding that you are going to go to the hospital children's ward and bring smiles to those folks. It can be knowing that you are the person who can have really strong interpersonal conversations with your neighbors and being the person who checks on them when you think they might need it. This does not have to be a huge moment of transformation, and it can be every bit as powerful. You have the wisdom. It's all within you, and you get to decide now how you're going to use it. And that's really how I define thrivership. If you choose to follow me after this summit, you will see that I tag many things with thrivership, not survivorship. That is really what I am after, because you need to know that surviving is like resilience. It's getting to your feet. You didn't die, and that is spectacular because that means your magic, your energy is still here on Earth. But you are entitled to more than that, and thrivership comes on your terms. So I can't tell you what thrivership will look like for you. I can tell you what thrivership will feel like for you. Thrivership, Thrivership is going to feel complete. You are going to feel whole. That means you're going to feel the darkness and the light, but you're going to feel whole. And even when you're feeling the darkness, when we are in thrivership, we feel safe. We know we are safe. And if you are in an acute, intimate partner or any kind of abusive or traumatic relationship, you need to give yourself time so that you can actually be safe before you can feel safe. Also, this is going to feel important, whether it is the smallest thing or the biggest thing that you are doing in your life. It is going to feel important and meaningful to you. One of my resilience tools is part of my thrivership. I started painting again about a year ago. It's been 25 years since I've done anything with art. But part of my thrivership felt like I needed to put paint on paper. And when I'm doing it, it feels important. I'm not going to be showing at a museum anytime soon. My work isn't going to outlast me. I'm not making a major impact in the world of art. My most recent piece was watercolor loose coffee mugs, but it feels important to me. It helps me feel grounded. And moreover, it helps me feel what the last piece of thrivership really looks like, and that is peaceful. Thrivership feels really grounded and peaceful in ways that a lot of us never really got to experience when we were living in our trauma. And very often, we've forgotten what that feels like. So thrivership, that space of reinvention that I got to get to by walking through this path of post-traumatic growth, stumbling along the way and messing up so many times, I hope for you is a place where you can see a framework, where you can use the tools that are available to you and actually get to that thrivership space so much earlier than I did, because I promise you, you're worth it. I promise you that that journey, which is messy and sometimes painful and not linear, it is worth it. It is worth it for every second of thrivership that you're going to have in front of you. My friends, it has been so incredibly wonderful to share with you tonight. I hope that you have been able to take something from this. I want you to know that as a trauma survivor, I'm not unique or special. I found the tools and moved myself forward. And I say that because no matter how deep or dark or broken you might be feeling, no matter what trauma is in front of you, because trauma is something we encounter throughout our entire lives, this framework is accessible to every single one of us, no matter how exceptional or ordinary we feel we are in the world. The world needs your magic, and you have it within you. So I hope that you are able to use these tools. And if I can be of any service to you, my Instagram is on the screen right now. You could reach out to me, message me. I would love to help you on your journey. But thank you so much for having me. Lisa, thank you for this invitation. It has been absolutely marvelous to be with you. Have a great night.
Nicole, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know my history, and I love the thrivership word because, and I often say from survivor to thriver, because sometimes when you think of, yes, I'm a survivor, but I don't identify as a survivor. Yes, I survived, but I don't want that name. I don't want that label forever, right?
Right.
Um,
Right. Yeah, that's a really important piece. I had someone in a conference ask me if I would always identify as a survivor. And I said, well, it's yes, because it's a binary. I either survived or I didn't.
right, right,
But
yes,
it isn't the label that I wear for myself. And
right,
it isn't the label that I want other people to think about when we think about these traumas. We are entitled to so much more than that. And I think
yes,
sometimes when we say survivor, it allows us to dismiss the rest of this system that we have to navigate afterwards. It allows us to set it aside. And the survivorship part is really hard, but getting out of it is also really hard, and nobody's talking about that.
Right.
And that's where that thrivership really comes in.
Yeah, and I think realizing it and getting out of it is honestly, to me, that was more trauma than the events, what people
Yeah.
would else would call traumatic events, because it's something that you're constantly navigating 24 hours a day.
That's right. And it follows you everywhere, and it pops up in inopportune moments. I remember trying to get a checking account because I'd finally gotten a job for the first time again after my abuse, and not ever thinking that, I would not have a credit rating.
Right.
And that I would be standing in the bank on the verge of tears because my new job wants direct deposit and I can't open a checking account. And all of a sudden I'm reliving inside my body, right? All of this trauma, that these things will go on for years. And I think that that's a really important, healing is, for me, healing is an ongoing journey. I consider healing remission. I have good control over my healing. But when I get those triggers, when I still have those moments, now I have skills. And what I wish people were talking about was giving us the skills when we get out of that trauma so that we don't get stuck in that dark place where, it's over, but it's not over.
Right. And that's the mistake that people who've never experienced it make. Like, oh, you're a survivor. Now get on with it and do what, and you get no skills. It's kind of like leaving the military after 20 years. You no longer have those skills to be a civilian, right? So it's the same sort of thing. Like, I no longer had the skills that I needed to function. I was always on guard. I was always afraid. Cortisol was always squirting into my body.
Yep.
I was always ready for that next thing. What's that next thing? And I'm 15 years on the other side. And so my life has changed, done a complete turnaround, complete change. I'm often so oblivious to any chaos that's happening now that I'm
Right.
just like
one of your strengths, became the ability to manage that, which I think that's something that we don't look at those moments because nobody wants to talk about it. So we can't talk about the negative things that happened in that space, but we also can't talk about the positive things that distilled out of us in that space and how we might be able to use them. It's really become my mission now. Like, I am going to convince people that we have to get in a space and talk about this. I presented my business somewhere and he was like, but do you have to keep saying trauma? Because people are just going to be really uncomfortable with that word. And I was like, yes, that is exactly why I'm going to do this, because I want people to stop being uncomfortable. The actual statistic is that 70% of Americans will be affected by a trauma in their lifetime. 234.7 million people are going to have a trauma and to also have no skills to deal with that trauma.
Right.
So these people work for us or we work for them. They bag our groceries, they drive our Ubers, right? They are our neighbors, they are our partners. We have to have this conversation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is, I don't know if you saw, I sent out a note to the speakers about joining me on the podcast, and that we are going to talk about whatever you bring to the podcast to talk about, because we need to have these conversations. And I think I said to somebody yesterday, if we start talking about these things and we keep talking about these things and they become accepted that we're going to talk about these things, then these things are not going to happen as frequently because no one's going to want us to talk about them.
That's right. That's right.
Right?
And we're gonna normalize experiences and say this is what this actually means, and people are going to get very uncomfortable with what that actually means and be like, we have to stop.
Right.
We have to stop inflicting these things, and that's where systemic change is going to happen. And that's why I'm working in the bottom of what I consider those 4 tiers, but I'm aiming for systemic change.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
and I want to take all of my fellow trauma survivors with me,
Yeah.
because that's what we're going to do, is we're going to cause systemic change when we have conversations like this and we make space for shifting the narrative.
Absolutely. And nothing gets me more like the hair on the back of my neck standing straight up and me running to stand up and get my what do you call that? Blowhorn, or what do you call
Yeah, yeah,
bullhorn?
yeah, you got your
And
bullhorn
be
and
like,
your soapbox.
she's not lying. She's
Yes.
not lying. Believe her, like just and nothing gets me more upset is when a woman who had to dig deeper than she's ever done before finds the courage to stand up and tell her story, and she is disgraced and humiliated and shamed and not believed. And that was one of the 5 or 6 or 10 reasons why this platform was built, because we I want women to be able to tell their stories and to be supported. And
It's so important that you do that. I know we've seen Darvo, which is what that is,
mhm,
deny, accuse, and reverse victor and offender all the time. We see that
yeah,
used, and in public, in big public forums, in big celebrity and political cases, we have seen huge Darvo things happen. I wrote, one of my blogs is about that, because I had a personal Darvo moment recently, where I was discovered by my abuser, and he attacked one of my talks. The poor people who were proctoring the talk had to shut down all the comments, and then inform me. It was a whole thing. But that Darvo thing, that is very real. And it's a technique, and I think people should know that this is an established technique.
yeah.
You know, deny, accuse, reverse victim and offender. And if you are seeing that happen, that's probably a sign that she should be believed.
You think? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that happened to me so many times. I mean, I had people coming up to me years later and go, "Oh, well, yeah, I know all about the divorce." And I know, I'm like, "What do you know?"
Right.
And everything was false and everything was made up and everything was, anyway, we could talk and we will talk about this in the future, and something that's, we'll have difficult conversations for sure. But
Yeah.
right now, thank you so much. It was an honor for you to join me. And we are going to welcome Margaret Foley in 7 Steps to Living a Happy Life. And she is coming to us from Australia. So it's going to be a good time will be had by all. All right. Thanks, Nicole. Stay right there. And everyone will be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the She Is Me conference. We are welcoming Margaret Foley today, all the way from Australia. She is the founder of Queen of My Own Universe. She is the co-author of Goodbye Busy, Hello Happy. She's an international speaker and a happiness coach. Today, she's going to share her story and talk about the 7 steps to living a happy life. So please welcome Margaret Foley.
Hello. As I was preparing for this, some people asked me, they said, "Why do you tell your story, Margaret?" And here's why I tell my story. Because I know that there is another woman out there who will hear my story and say, "She's me, she's just like me." And just as there are women who tell parts of their story that I'm not brave enough to share all of mine yet, I feel visible again. So my story is for those who don't feel ready to or don't have the platform to tell theirs yet. So here is my story. Trying to be perfect nearly killed me, and I didn't even realize what was going on for me. So when people ask me to describe myself, here's what I say. I'm a survivor of physical, emotional, and psychological abuse for almost my entire life. I'm a recovering perfectionist, and I'm a survivor of burnout. I'm an emotional binge eater, and I'm going to get through that too. But here's what else I am. I am powerful, and I am wise, and I am perfect just as I am. And I am the queen of my own universe. Now, people who look at me now, they think, Margaret, you've got it all together. But that was only recently. And until recently, nothing could be further from the truth. I was just doing a really, really good job of hiding it, of wearing whatever mask I needed to wear to help me to fit in that time and place. So I spent the first 49 years of my life trying to be something else, anything else than who I really was, in order to be loved and accepted. Now, all of that brought me to depression, anxiety, health conditions such as high blood pressure. My hair was falling out. I had chronic diarrhea, adrenal fatigue. My nervous system was just a wreck. On top of that, I had really poor personal relationships, which I'll go into in a little while. And I was so unhappy. And this was just a repeated pattern over and over again. This quest to be perfect, it led me to take risks in my life, to marry and be in relationships with the wrong men. It led me to eating my feelings, shopping my feelings, but never ever showing my feelings. So where did it all begin? So my entire life, I've never felt good enough. And I've never felt able to actually form deep connections with people. I never felt like I belonged anywhere. And to understand this, we have to go right back to actually the very beginning of my life. Before I was even born, I didn't belong. From the time my mother knew she was pregnant with me, I was being rejected. I was given up for adoption when I was born by a young single mother who, in the early 1970s in Australia, there was so much shame about teenage pregnancy, young mother pregnancy. So she had me, I was born, and I spent the first 4 months of my life somewhere, no one's really sure. So I don't know who saw my first smile. I don't know who held me when I was a baby. I know I was well cared for in children's homes under the government care. Until eventually at almost 4 months old, I was adopted into a family. And I had 2 other siblings who were adopted as well. So my adoptive parents couldn't have any children. And I had a middle class upbringing. I was raised with private school education. My family was very Catholic, quite strictly religious. And, we went on lovely holidays, and on the surface, we had everything that we could possibly want. But I was a really soft, gentle child. And at the time, the word empathetic didn't exist. So I was just sensitive. I took things too personally and I needed to toughen up. But I felt everything really, really deeply, and I didn't know what to do with that. And so being that very, very soft, gentle child in the family that I was born into was really challenging. And so my mother, in my primary school years in particular, had unmanaged bipolar, which meant that she, was often very, very erratic in her behaviour, which I didn't understand as a child. You don't know what this is. Or she would spend periods of time where she was taken from us and she would spend weeks on end in hospital, and I was shipped off to live with some family or some relatives or something, and not knowing what was going on. All I knew is that my mum was not doing okay, and maybe that was somehow my fault, because that's what you think when you're little. I also had parents who really did believe that there was nothing wrong with a good belting or a good smack, and were quite free with that. But it was more than just a smack. So it was the beltings that would leave me with welts and bruises all over my legs and my backside. It was the bloodied nose and the black eye when I was 5. It was that my mother would dob me into my father when he got home from work and let him dish out the punishment. And I recall so often just sitting there quaking in fear, waiting for my father to come home and not understanding what had I done wrong for my mother to not want to protect me and nurture me. I now understand why, but at the time when you're a little child, all you know is fear. And nothing ever felt good enough. I tried for my entire life to get my parents' approval. There was that one time, and we all hang on to these. We all have our different types of trauma. Sometimes it's our capital T traumas, like the abuse perhaps. And then there's the little t traumas. When I was in grade 3, I came home from school and I was so happy. I'd got 95 out of 100 on a spelling test, the top in the whole school for spelling. And my mother's only response was, well, what happened to the other 5? There was no congratulations. That's awesome. When I graduated from high school, I recall saying to my parents, well, aren't you proud of me? And they were like, no, we just expected that. I got into university and there was like, well, and we expected that too. When I dropped out of university, my father was so disappointed in me that he didn't speak to me for a year. And so when I dropped out of university and I started to find jobs, I had no idea what I wanted to do once I dropped out of uni. I went to uni intending to be a high school teacher and then realized I didn't really like children all that much, and teaching probably wasn't the best profession for somebody who didn't like children. So I fell into sales. I got a job helping out in an office where they sold stuff. And I found out I was pretty good at it because I was really good at reading people. I was a good communicator and I was an excellent listener. And I could really figure out how to craft a solution to give people what they needed. But to explain this to my parents about this job that I had and I was being really great at sales, I was simply just told, you know what, you've just got the gift of the gab. You can just talk a lot. That's why you're good at it. Or they simply had no idea what I did. They could not understand what I did. In addition to that, there were always comments on my weight. So when I was growing up, I was super skinny. Like I could not put on weight. I was an absolute stick figure. And, I remember being at school when all of my girlfriends were starting to, to get their first bras. And I'm like, no, I didn't need one. I was so skinny and so petite, but very, very tall. So I was like a baby giraffe, I guess. And so I went from being super skinny, and then I was picked on for being super skinny, and I was picked on for having no boobs. I was picked on for having freckles, but it was mostly my weight that I was teased about. And I was teased for being skinny. And there was always comments about it in my family. And those comments continued my entire life with my family. Every time I would go and see my mum, there'd be a comment about, you wouldn't want to put on any more weight. Because lo and behold, I did put on weight, and I put on too much weight. It's when I discovered that I was actually an emotional eater. So then there was always comments about my weight, that you wouldn't want to put on any more weight, or you've gained some weight. There was always an observation, and my weight became my worth as well. So now I wasn't being approved of for what I was achieving, and I wasn't being approved of for how I looked. I got married and I had 2 gorgeous children out of my first marriage. But I went into my marriage with such low self-worth and thinking that this person's being nice to me, and this person's being kind to me, and this person's telling me that they love me. So that's going to make it okay. It's all going to be fine. Because I didn't really know what true unconditional love felt like. So we were together for 15 years, married for 11 years, and a couple of children. But during that time, there was a consistent cycle of, and I didn't know it was abuse at the time. I did not know, because this was normal to me. This is the thing about abuse. It's so insidious. If this is what you've grown up with, you know no different. You think this is just normal. Now, my first husband was unfaithful to me and started to cheat on me. And, of course, I was shattered because, I wanted to hold together my family. I had 2 young kids. I had a house. And I wanted that dream of the perfect family and the white picket fence. But he was unfaithful. And he was at times cruel. And so remarks such as, you're fat and you're ugly and I'm embarrassed to be seen in public with you. You make me look bad. They cut me to my core. And they still, for many, many years, that affected me so deeply. I remember, telling my mum that my marriage had ended. And, she said to me, oh, you made him do too much with the children because, I was also not a good mother, according to my mother. And I remember then saying, but Mum, he's been sleeping with other women. And her only response was, well, you did put on some weight, dear. So again, my weight, all of what I was, it was my fault that my marriage had ended. It was my fault that my husband had cheated on me because I was not perfect and I was not lovable. I married again. I married a man who was the complete opposite of my first husband because I thought if I got somebody who was the opposite of the first one, then that would be the right man for me. Could not have been further from the truth. And again, I was so desperate to prove that I was loved. My first marriage had ended. I was so ashamed of that because I thought people must think there's something wrong with you, Margaret, because you come across as this really nice person, but yet your husband's cheating on you. There must be something wrong with you. So I honestly, I rushed into my second marriage because he love bombed me. He gave me jewelry. He was very kind. So I thought he told me lovely things about myself. And so my self-esteem lifted enough for me to go, okay, all right, this is good. And I felt that getting married again would prove to other people that I was okay. I was desirable and I was nice, and you know, there would be nice things that could happen because I was getting married again. And yet that didn't last. That didn't last at all because I kept marrying the same kind of man. And he too cheated on me, but this time with only a couple of years. But in addition to the hurt that comes with being lied to and cheated on, he took away a little more of my self-worth, or rather, I gave away a little more of my self-worth. He told me that my intelligence was intimidating to him, and could I be a little less intelligent so that to make him feel better? He told me that my drive and my motivation in life was intimidating and was a turn-off for him. He told me that I was too mumsy. I don't even know what too mumsy means. But here I was being told by one husband, you're too fat, you're too ugly, you're too this, you're too that. And then being told again, but this time it's like, you're too smart, you're too motivated. So it was like every time I turned around and I was in a relationship with somebody, and whether that was a romantic relationship or in my family, I was being told I was too much of something. And sometimes they were at complete opposites with each other. So I didn't know. All I knew was that I'm not okay. But I just kept getting this message that said to me, if you can be what other people want you to be, then you can be loved, then you can be approved of, and then you can be accepted. And until you can do that, Margaret, you're never going to know what love is. You'll never be accepted. You'll never be approved of. And so I went, okay, let's be who the people want me to be. And so I started to craft masks for myself. I crafted a work Margaret and a mum Margaret and a friend Margaret, all these different versions. And I threw myself into work because here I was a single mother, you know, 2 kids, 2 failed marriages, a mortgage and responsibilities. And I said, you know what, I'm going to throw myself into work, because when I was at work, that was the one thing in my life that was going really, really successfully for me. I kept getting promoted into, you know, better jobs and change jobs and earn more money and get a better title. And I was really, really committed to growing and having a successful career. So I gave up on the concept of ever knowing what unconditional love would be. You know, I thought, that's not for me. I suck at marriage. This is what I used to say. I suck at marriage and I suck at relationships, but I'm a good mum and I'm good at work. So I'm just going to throw myself into that. And so I did. And I did go into a new relationship with a lovely man. It took a little while, you know, for me to come out and start to trust again. But we kept boundaries between each other. And you know, we're still together 7.5 years later. But there's still boundaries. So I have my house and I have my life, and he has his life and he has his house. And the thing that was interesting to me was, even when unconditional love was right there in front of me, I didn't know it because I didn't know what it looked like. And yet here it was staring me in the face. And here was me doing everything I almost possibly could to try and sabotage it because it felt so unfamiliar to me. So work, yeah, I threw myself into work, you know, and I got promoted, and then I changed jobs, and I ended up being the senior vice president of a global software business. And this was everything I thought I had ever wanted. I had the title, I had the career, I had the money, I had everything I thought I had ever wanted. And my kids were doing pretty well as well. You know, they were doing well at school and they were doing exceptionally well with their sporting activities, you know, state level and elite level athletics and life saving. And so if you looked at my Instagram or my Facebook feeds going back a couple of years ago, you just saw that we were living the life. I was traveling a lot for work and I was getting to do some pretty awesome things and go to some pretty awesome places. Was posting photos of my kids and how amazing they were. From the outside looking in, you'd think that Margaret had it all together. But in fact, Margaret, me, was deeply insecure. And everything that I did was to prove that I was worthy, and to prove that I was worthy of love and acceptance. And so I threw everything I had into creating and then maintaining this veneer of perfection, because perfection equals love, or so I thought. And then COVID hit, and suddenly everything wasn't the same anymore. And for us here where I live in Melbourne, Australia, we were the most locked down city in the world for almost 2 years. And so my children, were being educated at home. And all of their sporting stopped. So all of the things that we had done so much traveling together and everything where I could say, oh, my kids are amazing, look at my fabulous kids. Suddenly they weren't doing that anymore. And what became apparent from not only my children, but so many others as well, is mental illness crept in. Now, my oldest son had a battle with quite chronic depression and anxiety for many, many years, which we'd kept fairly quiet because, again, it was suggested to me at one stage that my son's mental health was a result of my poor mothering. And so I'm certainly not going to go talking about that out loud now, am I? And now I had my younger son with depression and anxiety, diagnosed with ADHD, and drugs becoming a part of our family as well. Now, that's his story to tell, so I'm not going to go into that. But all I can say is when you have a child who is abusing drugs, it's a really, really stressful place to be. And it's a place of shame to be in as well. So I thought at the time. So now I've got kids who aren't being successful. And I'm not the perfect mother because my children aren't achieving. So what's left for me is work. So I threw myself into work even more. But then I stopped succeeding at work. So all of my success that I'd had for years and years of, smashing out targets and making all of my numbers and being the top person in the company, it wasn't happening anymore. And suddenly I'm like, oh my God, I'm not even great at work. And I realized that I had such a reliance of drawing so much self-esteem and self-worth out of my work. And now I wasn't great at work anymore. So suddenly I'm like, I'm not great at anything. I'm not great at relationships. I'm not great as a mother, and I'm not great at my career. I'm not great at anything. And I kept trying to wear the masks and I kept trying to pretend. And here's where it got really ugly. I developed depression, anxiety, chronic stress. I withdrew. I became isolated. I became quite paranoid. And my self-worth, which was already pretty low, it went even lower. And so on the surface, I had everything I thought I had ever wanted, and yet I had never been more miserable and more unhappy in my entire life. And then one day, I had just chest pain. I had so much pain in my chest and I could hardly breathe, and I thought I was having a heart attack. But this was familiar to me because this was actually the third time in 5 years that I had experienced this. And each time I ended up in hospital, and each time they said, you're just a little bit stressed. It's just an anxiety attack. Go home, stress less, you'll be okay. And every time I would just take a week off work and just rest for a bit, get a bit of sleep, and then I would go back to work. But this time was different. This time I knew that I was so sick, and I wasn't just physically sick. I was sick right down to my heart. My heart hurt for the life that I was living and how I was feeling about myself. I truly had zero self-worth left and felt like I honestly had nothing left to offer to anybody. And so I turned to literally anything, absolutely anything. I'm like, I am so unhappy in my life. I am so unhealthy. I will try anything at all to feel better. So you know what? Come at me with all of your woo-woo and all of your alternative therapies because I'm willing to try literally anything because I feel like I'm going to die. And so I did. And things that I had once upon a time thought were absolute rubbish, like meditation, like breathing, mindfulness, deep hypnotherapy. I thought that was all rubbish. Like people used to say to me, you know what, just think some happy thoughts. Just change your mindset, be more positive. You should try meditating, Margaret. Meditation will really, really help. My GP had been saying this to me for years. When I would sit in front of her and my blood pressure was 210 on 140, and she's putting me on blood pressure medication, telling me that I'm at risk of a stroke or a heart attack, and she's telling me to try meditating as well. I'm going, that's rubbish. If sitting still and just thinking happy thoughts and doing some breathing would actually work, don't you think everybody would be doing it? And then my next thought was meditating for 15 minutes. Do you know what I could do in that 15 minutes? Are you serious? Like I can send like another 10 emails. I can get 2 loads of washing done. I can get so much done with that. But this time I'm like, you know what? I'll do it. I will do whatever it takes. I will try all of this crazy stuff and I will see what happens. And so I did it. And lo and behold, over a period of time, this changed my life. And I went from being sick and depressed and unhappy and hating my life to loving my life and loving it so much and being so excited about this work that I quit my job. Everybody thought I was crazy. I was earning $250,000 a year. I had everything I thought I had ever wanted. I was a single mother with a mortgage, and I quit my job to go and spend my life teaching women how they too can live a happy life. And so as a result of that, I put together a program which is a direct result of everything that I did. So what I'd love to share with you now is how I went from being that depressed, unhappy Margaret, wearing masks and thinking that she needed to be perfect in order to be loved. And now I'm going to share with you my 7 steps to living a happy life. So let's do this. So a little about me. So as we said before, I am the founder and CEO of Queen of My Own Universe, which is a women's empowerment community. And I'm a happiness coach. My job is all about teaching you how to live a happy life. I'm a recovering perfectionist. We've covered that now, and a survivor of burnout. And a co-author in a book which is called Goodbye Busy, Hello Happy, which is all about teaching you to say goodbye to busy, how to break up with being busy and find your happy in life. So this is where perfect got me. So that's a photo of me, because we live in this selfie world, right? This was a selfie of me the first time I went to hospital. And I put it on Facebook. It was like, oh, look at me, look at me. We share everything that we just don't need to. The second and the third trips to hospital, I didn't take selfies. And in fact, I didn't tell anybody except for the people that really needed to know and the people at work, because I was so deeply ashamed of the fact that I was not coping. I just couldn't bear to tell anybody. So I developed 7 steps to living a happy life based on what I did to get over my burnout and over my perfectionism and live my happy life. So it's all about getting you from where you are to living a life that you love, understanding what's really important to you and how to live a little bit of that every single day. And also, how can we help our body to rest and to recover physically and mentally? So the first step in our 7 steps is to get really clear about what you don't want to have in your life. Now, this is literally as simple as writing down a list of all the stuff in your life that you wish you could get rid of. Now, don't stop and think about how possible it is or how likely or how you could do that. Literally, if you would rather not have this in your life, write it down. Think about your emotions and your feelings that you'd rather not be. So are you feeling stressed and anxious and tired and sad, frustrated, confused? Write it down. Unless you want to feel that way, write it down. What people or situations are bringing you stress or unhappiness? So maybe there are friendships or relationships or family members. We're not doing anything yet now. We're just writing it down. Think about your workplace. Is your workplace toxic or healthy? How is your relationship? And the big one, how do you feel about yourself? Do you doubt yourself and lack confidence? I work with so many women who simply say, I've got no confidence in myself. I don't believe in myself, or the inner critic or the imposter syndrome that comes up. Or maybe you look in the mirror and you just don't like what you see. This is something I'm working through at the moment as I really, really confront my own ongoing issues around binge eating and emotional eating, which go all the way back to my childhood. So simply write a list. Now, the first time I ever did this exercise, my list was like a page and a half long. It was a huge list. And I'm like, man, there is a lot of shit in my life that I want to get rid of. Writing it down is a really, really good starting point. But then what are we going to do with this list? We're going to move into step 2, which is to start imagining what you do want instead. So if you could wave a magic wand, if you could truly create the life of your dreams, what would it be? And this is really focusing on how I want to feel and think and act and live. Now, as you start to do this, your mind may start to talk you out of it. It might say, yeah, but how are you going to do that? How likely is that for you? I want to try and just ignore that for now. Just dream a little. So if you're stuck for ideas, and sometimes go back to the list of things that you said you don't want and see whether the opposite of that is what you would like instead. For a lot of women, when I do this work with them, this is a really hard list to come up with. I remember working with one client and, she was like, I'm stressed and I'm anxious and I'm tired. And, I'm like, well, how do you want your life to be? Her response simply was, less shit. Now, we're going to aim a little higher than that, okay? So less stressed, less tired, less sad, less angry. That's not enough. If you are currently stressed, how do you want to be? I want to be calm and peaceful. If you are sad, do you want to be happy? If you are angry, do you want to be content? What is it that you want? Do you want to have healthy and loving relationships in your life? Do you want to just feel like you are enough? Do you want to be able to accept yourself for everything that you are? And so once you've got your list together, we've really got to start to feel into it. Because if you just stand in front of the mirror, and affirmations are not something that you do on a regular basis, and you just stand in front of the mirror and you go, I am calm and peaceful, and right now you are stressed, and you just stand there and say, I am calm and peaceful, your mind is going to go, yeah, you're not. And it will start talking you out of it before the words have even finished coming out of your mouth. Because that's what your mind does. Your mind has one job, and that is to keep you safe. But it thinks that safe is what it knows right now. So when you start to say that you are something different than what you are right now, your mind goes, oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. We can't be that. Because it doesn't have a filter which says what is good or bad or right or wrong. It just says what I know equals safe, what I don't know equals unsafe. And we need to really feel into this. We need to bring back our emotions. For so many of us, we have numbed our feelings. We've forgotten how to feel our good feelings. We've spent so much time in our suffering feelings that it's so hard to get back into our good feelings. So here's an exercise that I'd like you to do. Once you've got your list of how you'd like to feel, and let's just take the one of, I am strong and confident. Because who doesn't want to feel that? I know that's on the top of my list every single time. So we do an exercise. So we close our eyes. And we take a breath. Let it go. And in your mind, I'd invite you just to see yourself, if you can. And imagine, or just see a woman. If you can't see yourself as this, just see a woman who is standing there strong and confident. And just notice, how is she standing? What is her posture? Does she have her shoulders back, her chest out? What's the tilt of her head? She's probably looking straight ahead. She's not looking down at the ground. She's looking straight ahead. There's probably a glint in her eye. And then look at her as she walks. How is she walking? She's probably, or maybe she's gliding. It's just this effortless, beautiful, smooth walk. I hope you are seeing her. And then as we're seeing her, and maybe you're even seeing a color. I often find when I'm doing this visualization, I also see a color as well. And we're doing this as well, just with our hands out, just receiving. And then we're going to take a deep breath in through our nose. So breathing in. And then exhale. And breathe in that confidence again. Breathing in. Breathing in strength and confidence. Now breathe out the strength and confidence. As we breathe in, bring our hands up towards us. And as we breathe out, push your hands away from you as though you are breathing that confidence, almost like into a bubble around you, because this is your space. Now, I recommend doing that at least once a day for each of these affirmations that you want to say. Because if you can see it in your mind, if you can feel it, you maybe even watch yourself adjust your own posture as you do this. And then breathe it in and breathe it out. This will start to make an impact for you in your life. Step number 3 is to know and live your values. So what are your values? So many people, when I ask them this question, what are your personal values? They're like, oh, I don't really know. I think it's this and I think it's probably that. You need to know these values because this is how you hold yourself accountable for all the decisions and the actions that you take in your life. So this is about making sure that everything I do is in alignment. You'll hear that word a lot, alignment. So knowing and living your values is about living in alignment with your true self and what's truly important for you. Now, there's a QR code on your screen there. If you do scan that, it will take you to my website where you can actually download a values evaluation exercise that you can actually help to identify what are your 3 core values in your life. And then see whether the things that you've just said at step 2, these are the things I want in my life, which of my values do they line up with? If you can't scan that QR code, if you go to my website, queenofminduniverse.com, you will find this values evaluation exercise in the resources section for you to be able to download. I also love doing this values exercise with children and families. It's a wonderful conversation to have with your children about the values of our family and how we will treat each other and behave in our family. Step number 4 is all about mindset. And I used to think that this was absolute rubbish. And if I could just think happy thoughts and it would help me get over my anxiety and depression, then I would do that. And it turns out it actually works. And it's called neuroplasticity. There's all the science behind it, but you've got to exercise your mind like a muscle in order to get the results. So if you can commit to thinking differently for 21 days, your brain will actually start to change. So this is doing things such as thinking positive thoughts, doing what I call mindset flips, practicing gratitude. So literally every single night, write down before you go to bed 3 things that you're grateful for. It's amazing what you have to be grateful for in your life. Mindset can also help you to break old and create new habits. So when we think about our mindset as well, this influences how we either react or respond to things. So there are so many things in your life that you cannot control, but how you react or how you respond is 100% on you. But it is also learned behaviors and reactions or survival reactions that we have developed. So when it comes to our mindset as well, oftentimes we find ourselves saying things that our parents used to say. So get curious about what they are. What am I saying that is learned? Also, pay attention. What do you say to yourself when things don't go according to plan? So if you make a mistake or you drop something or something goes wrong that is of your doing, what do you say to yourself? Maybe when something doesn't go right, you're just like, do you expect the worst? And then when it happens, then you're like, see, I told you, nothing good ever happens to me. Because guess what? If you expect the worst, then you're going to get the worst. If when you make a mistake, you say something such as, oh my God, you are such an idiot. You're always screwing things up. So what we want to think about instead is, how can I speak to myself as I would speak to a friend or a child or somebody that I love? If you were with somebody that you loved and they made a mistake, would you turn around and call them an idiot or a moron? Probably not. And I'm suggesting if you did, the friendship might be short-lived. So we do a thing called a mindset flip, all right? Which is, instead of saying that unhelpful negative thing, what could I say instead that particularly takes the emotion out of what I'm saying? So an example of this is, instead of saying, I'm such an idiot, I always screw things up, instead you could say, do you know what, that didn't quite go according to plan, but I can try again. Or if we attempt something and we fail at it, and we say fail like it's some kind of bad thing, instead we can say, you know what, I didn't quite get the result I was hoping for, but I've learnt a lot and I can do better next time. Just see the difference between I'm such a failure and didn't quite get the outcome I was hoping for, but I've learnt from it. I'm going to give it another try. There's such different energies between the two. So I suggest writing a list of all the things that you catch yourself saying that are negative and see if you can create some alternatives instead. Step number 5 is all about mindfulness and the science of this, which is about how we calm our sympathetic nervous system and enable our parasympathetic nervous system to take over. So our sympathetic nervous system is all about fight or flight, or maybe it's freeze or fawn, whatever one of those responses that you have, that is all about your sympathetic nervous system. We want to let the parasympathetic take over. So it is our rest and digest nervous system. This is why when we get really stressed about things, for a lot of us, we get really, really upset tummy. Like that's because our parasympathetic nervous system is not engaged and our sympathetic one is just going ping, 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 ping. So we want to stop that pinging and that adrenaline rush that's going on there. And there's lots of ways to do this. My favorite is breathing, because we can do this anywhere, anytime. The reality is everybody can be a great breather, because you have to breathe to stay alive. It's about learning proper breathing that is not just the bare minimum breathing I need to do to stay alive, but actual breathing that is beneficial to me. So our deep, slow belly breathing is stimulating our vagus nerve, which lowers our heart rate, and it also connects to your digestive system. So if you own a smartwatch, like an Apple Watch or something, and you've got a heart rate or a heart rate monitor, a really interesting exercise to do is to turn that on, open up the heart rate app, and then start to do some breathing. So turn it on, take a note of your heart rate, and then do 3 deep breaths. And then have a look at what happens to your heart rate. But the key thing about deep breathing is to do it correctly. When we're normally breathing, we're typically breathing in and out through our nose, and it's quite shallow. So we're really only doing chest breathing. So we're only breathing into about the top third of our lungs. Our lungs are actually quite big, and they go all the way down and right up into under our diaphragm. So we want to be able to breathe and completely fill our lungs up with beautiful, beautiful oxygen. And so we're going to breathe a little differently. So let's do an exercise of this now. Now, when we're doing deep breathing, the mechanics of the breathing are typically in through the nose and exhaling out through the mouth. But when we're exhaling, we're not blowing out a candle. It's not blowing out like a candle, like we're breathing out like a ha or a sigh. Just and just let the body go as you exhale. That's why sighing feels so good, right? Now, there's different breathing techniques. There is box breathing. There is the 4-4, which is 4-4-4-4. There's the 4-7-8. There's so many different types of breathing techniques. If you Google breathing techniques, you will find so many of them. The most simple one that you can learn is just to breathe in for 4 and pause, exhale for 4 and pause. So let's do that now. Let's breathe in for 4, breathing in. And pause. And then exhale slowly. And pause. And breathing in again. And pause and exhale. And pause. Now, if you were to do that for a minute and observe your heart rate, you would watch your heart rate come down. You would feel your stress come down. You would feel the tension leaving your body as you do it. So I strongly encourage you, Google breathing techniques, go and learn more about it. There's so many and they are so beneficial. Meditation is the other one that everybody talks about. I used to say I'm terrible at meditating. I cannot turn my mind off. This stuff's rubbish. But it works. So again, go and find some guided meditations. Just start with 2 or 3 minutes. Your mind is going to wander away, and that's okay. When you notice that it's wandered, just come back to the sound of what you're listening to. And there's plenty of mindfulness activities as well. So again, just find something that works for you. My other favorite one is journaling, and it only needs to be 1 or 2 minutes a night. And get out in nature. Just go out in nature and breathe and enjoy. One of the most transformative pieces of work that I ever did in this whole entire journey, and this is really what helped me to heal the deepest, is inner child work. So little you holds the secrets to your happiness. So our inner child has 8 core needs. Now, you don't have to have had a really horrible childhood to have not had all of your needs fully met when you were growing up. And any of your needs that were not fully met when you were a child, guess what? You're still carrying those needs about with you today. So the key is to learn how to reparent yourself and give yourself now what you didn't receive then. And that's the key, is I'm going to give it to myself. I'm not going to keep looking for others to give it to me. There's a QR code there on your screen. So again, that QR code is going to take you to my website where you can download a free inner child guided meditation that I have recorded. And this is what I do with all of my coaching clients, is this specific meditation. So meeting and connecting with your inner child through meditation is the most gentle way to access her and just get to know her and listen to her. And our last step in our 7 steps is connection. So we aren't meant to do life alone. So it's really interesting to pay attention to the people around you where you feel your energy lifted up. You know, you can sometimes be with some people and they just feel like energy vampires, like they're just like sucking the energy and sucking the life out of you. And then there are people that when you're with them and you don't even know why, they just light you up. You want to spend more time with them, and when you leave having spent time with them, you just feel so good. So go find those people and figure out how you can spend even more time with them. So some ways of doing this is maybe it's in volunteering. God knows there are so many organizations in our communities that need even just a couple of hours a month of people coming to help them and support them. Especially if you're not in a position to be able to give financial support, a few hours a month of your time and of your love is such a precious, precious gift. And you will find like-minded and like-spirited people there. Things such as women's circles, mothers groups, yoga classes, self-care activities that you can do with others are super powerful as well. Get out in nature. So wherever you are living in the world, whether you are by the beach, you are in the forest, you've got beautiful nature around you, just get out. Even if it's just go for a walk around the block and smile at every person. But joining groups that do activities in nature is a beautiful way. And something else to consider is learning a new skill or studying a new course, preferably in person. You know, after so long in lockdown and isolation, if we can get back out. So maybe there's a community college or a community organization or a school or a university near you that offers a course that you've always been interested in studying. Maybe it's a language, maybe it's salsa dancing, maybe it's singing, maybe it's cooking. Go do it, because you're going to find other people who are also similarly interested in activities just like you. So they are my 7 steps to living a happy life. Now, if any of that resonates with you, I would love you to come and join us in our Queen community. So you'll see all the details there on the screen. So the website is queenofmyownuniverse.com. We are on Facebook. Sarah, there is the Queen of My Own Universe community on Facebook. It's a private community, so people can come along. They can share with the other queens in the community anything that they would like to. And we talk about all sorts of things. And we're on Instagram there as well at Queen of My Own Universe 1. You can find me on LinkedIn at Margaret Foley. And I also do a podcast. I put out 1 or 2 episodes a week, which is called Living the Queen Life. Now, I love our podcasts. We talk to ordinary women with extraordinary stories and doing extraordinary things. And some of them are women with really powerful stories that other women listen to them and go, yep, she is me. That's me. We talk to women who've overcome some incredible adversity in their life. We talk about topics that women are interested in. We talk about menopause. We talk about sex. We talk about weight. We talk about relationships. We talk about children. We talk about mental health. So I would love for you to find Living the Queen Life podcast. It is on all podcasting platforms. And if you're listening to this and you would love to be a guest on Living the Queen Life podcast, please do get in contact with me. I interview women from all over the world to come and be guests on my podcast. So if you'd like to know more, our 7 Steps for Living a Happy Life program is also launching as a full online program. So you will be able to do the 7 steps to Living a Happy Life program, self-paced, self-directed from absolutely anywhere in the world, anytime that you want to. Thank you all so much for joining me today.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I am a member of your community.
I know,
And
we love having you there.
I've also been on your podcast. That was fun.
Yes.
Thank
It
you
was
so
fun.
much. I love your story. We have very parallel events that happened. I think we talked about that in the podcast, but
Yeah.
yeah, 7 steps. It's, for me, like, I love having steps. I love
Mhm.
being able, like you said, and people just say, "Oh, change your thinking, change your attitude, change your, just smile or whatever,
Mhm.
like, no, I wanna know what my steps are. Um, I guess it's just that corporate career software, you know? I need a roadmap. I need those steps. So I find it incredibly helpful to have
Yeah.
that sort of guidance.
Absolutely. And look, it's yes, those of us from a corporate background, we like plans and we like structure. But the other thing is, I never set out to have a 7-step program. I was going to be the non-program coach, just whatever, we'll just talk and we'll just go client led, blah blah blah. And people would
Yeah,
come to me and go, yeah, but what now? And I'd be like, but what do you want to do? And they're like, I'm
yeah,
in a state of stress and overwhelm, Margaret.
right.
You tell me what now.
Yeah,
And like I said, I didn't when I wrote my chapter in Goodbye Busy, Hello Happy, I still wasn't planning on having a program, but I wrote about the 7 steps. I wrote about, some of my story, and and here's what I did. And then I went, that's a program.
yeah,
And then when you think about the psychology of the mind, right? So the mind wants certainty.
yep,
So it's no surprise that when you say, here's my 7 steps, I could say to you, oh, just come and talk with me and we'll talk about things. And there just might happen to be 7 of them. People kind of a bit, yeah, but what about, but what about, but what about? When you
mhm,
say, I've got 7 steps and here they are, and we're going to work our way through one by one by one by one. And then it's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I can do that. Because
yeah.
you're giving your mind that safety that it needs.
That's what I was gonna
So
say.
it's
That
like,
safety is
yeah,
important.
yeah, that's what it's all about, is not making it easy or formulaic. It's about saying to the mind, here it is, you want certainty, here it is, mind. So can we stop the whole, oh, we don't know, and just get on with getting happy, please?
Yes. Well, because we don't know a lot of things because
Mhm.
we haven't taken the time to figure out what we know or
Yeah,
what we don't know or what we like
yeah.
or what we don't like or what we want. And so that certainty, that next
Mm.
step, okay, I've gotten through the step. Hey, I've gotten some really great answers. Now where do I go? Right? And that
Yes.
and safety was the first thing that came into my mind because when you
Hmm.
come from a chaotic life where you don't feel safe and you don't know,
Hmm.
and then somebody puts you in a field and they're like, here, just do whatever you want. You're like, no, no,
Yeah,
put me in
it's
this
more
box.
stressful.
Yeah. And then put me in this
Hmm.
box. I want the 4 walls around me. I want to feel safe.
Hmm.
So, yeah,
Yes.
it's wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for starting out your day with us. I appreciate you. And I am the queen of my own universe.
Yes,
Thank
you
you
are.
so much. And we are going to come back. We have Tammy uh, Zudnich. She is going to talk about the pursuit of freedom. And we're going to be back in about 10 minutes. So we'll see you soon. Stay right there, Margaret.
Okay, bye.
The health of workshops and classes that are all are hold on, she's on her way. Um, Workshops and classes, you'll still hear stories, but primarily it's workshops and classes all around health. I am a big opponent of um, of resolutions, New Year's resolutions, because I think that we have these unrealistic things like we really want to do something. We don't have any guidance or steps on how to get there, and then 2 weeks later we fail, and it's just this perpetual cycle that we keep on, and I think it's a little silly. So, first week in January, we're going to have a health expo, lots of workshops, lots of classes that are going to help you attain your goals, get to where you want to be, live a healthier life, take care of yourself, self-care. And do when you do that, then when you're aligned in your body, then a lot of other things come into alignment a little bit easier. On February 2nd and 3rd, we're going to have a coaching summit, and that's going to be 2 days. And there are going to be coaches of every kind. So if you're looking for a coach, life coach, health coach, mental health coach, workout coach, any kind of coach you can think of, we're going to have a coaching summit. And not only are they going to talk to us about how they can coach you, but how you, if you're interested in becoming a coach, how you could possibly learn to become a coach. There'll be people there who have certifications and classes and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be really great. The In March, we have a 2-day event, and that's going to be the Small Business Expo. The Small Business Expo is all about if you are an entrepreneur or you would like to be one, you can come to the Small Business Expo and you can find out, hear stories of how women started their own business, what they've gone through, how they can help you. And so everything from packaging and marketing to making your idea a reality to publishing a book to, things like there's going to be all kinds of amazing small business um, information. Um, I did this a few years back with amazing vendors and sponsors, and you'll leave that 2-day expo with an idea, a way to make it happen, and um, resources that can help you. So that's amazing. And then we're going to go to these 1-day events. And in March, we're talking about living a creative life. And you could be an artist, a singer, a YouTuber, what a fine artist. It doesn't matter. You could come and talk to people how they could turn their art, turn their creativity into a way of life for them. In April, we have cancer survivors. In May, we have sustainability and really saving Mother Earth, and it's farmers, it's power, it's how to grow your own food, it's recycling, it's emissions, um, it's amazing. It's amazing. The people that are going to be here talking are just incredible. In May, right before Mother's Day, we're going to have one called The Mother. It's talking about all aspects of motherhood, from pregnancy, IVF, birth, losing a child, being a mom, more and more and more. Sex in June, that's everything, taking out the stigmas, taking out the shame around sex. And we're going to have these amazing women some women have been trafficked, some have been sex workers, some have been by choice, some have had sexual trauma. And this is more about stories, how you can get help, and eliminating the shame around sex, even saying the word sex. People have a really hard time with. And then we're going to have an event on abortion. We're going to have an event on addiction and recovery, and we're going to have a STEM event for women in technology and technology, science, and so on. So those are the 2022-2023 events. There's a season pass that you can buy for $199. You will get every single event as well as access to the recordings of the annual conference that we're just wrapping up. Or you can buy each event individually, and those will be posted very soon. But I just wanted to let you know that Tammy is here. So let me go and grab her, and I'll be right back. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, did I shock you with the where are you?
It's probably better. It's probably better that way, Lisa. I kept checking my email because I was a little worried about time
Where
because
are
the
you at?
time change, I didn't trust it when it said that. So my instincts were correct. So I was checking, but just yeah.
Where are you?
In Saskatchewan, Canada.
Oh, okay.
Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Central Time.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and you're going to deliver the pursuit of freedom. So I'm going to let you get started and you can introduce yourself and what's happening and I'm going to exit and I'm just going to watch.
Lisa, do you have my slides still from last time? I couldn't see a place to upload them. I don't need them, but I have them.
So if you go down to the little present button,
Yeah.
click on it and then you'll see slides and then you can
Got
load
it.
your slides from there.
Cool.
So I'll wait until you get them up and then do you want me to, I have to add them to the screen. So would you like me to add them to the screen when you start talking?
Yeah, they're on there now, but I don't really know how to work it.
Okay, hold on. They haven't loaded all the way. Let me see if
Oh, there.
they're still loading.
Well, that's fine. And I'm not really too concerned. I only say first slide. I just introduce myself and then I'll do first slide. And if they're not there, it doesn't matter. I don't need them.
Well,
I
let's
really
just
don't.
wait. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and exit and then you just do your thing. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Hello, She Is Me listeners. My name is Tammy Zadunik, and I am so honored to be here. I want to just start by acknowledging that I'm on Treaty 6 territory, homeland of the Métis, and I want to reaffirm my commitment to reconciliation with all Indigenous peoples. Professionally, I am a creative entrepreneur, a joy seeker. I seek happiness everywhere I go. I am the mother of 3, and we're hoping they don't turn up in my room tonight. We'll see. And a wife of 1. So that's a little bit about me. I do have 3 businesses as well that I run in collaboration with partners. I'm very partnership focused. So I have the Well Collaborative. I also run Inner Illume and Tammy Zadunik Photography. And I will touch on those a little bit more at the end. So one thing I'll mention about my story before I start is I get very nervous and very excited. And it's a whole part of my mental health, mental illness, and my journey. And I talk a lot about that in my story. So I just let my heart beat and I use it. And my therapist calls it nerve sighted. So if I have to give Jen credit, but if that's something you haven't heard before, it's a fun term. It feels like a little bit of freedom for me. It feels good. And so that's how I refer to that. So first thing is that I have 2 core values, and they are a thread in everything that I do. One is faith, and the other is freedom. And tonight's talk is called The Pursuit of Freedom. So in order for my business pursuits to be sustainable, the 3 businesses that I mentioned, they need to align with both of my values. It's going to have one quick drink of water. So today, while I do have the faith and the freedom, and you will hear that thread of faith throughout everything that I talk about, I am going to focus on the pursuit of freedom. And the 4 aspects of freedom and my pursuit to freedom that I am constantly on that journey are surrender, support, trust, and confidence. And that's the order I'm going to present them in tonight. So surrender, when I looked up the definition of surrender, it said to yield control, power, or possession to another. Surrender, that actually sounds kind of scary, like it sounds very vulnerable. And I think in order to surrender, you need to fully trust who you are surrendering to. For me, I surrender to God. That is the only being I can fully 100% trust. So a lot of that is how I have worked through to find freedom in my own life. So mine is not a story with all the answers. So I'm a work in progress. Even in preparing this, I thought, well, I don't have these solid answers that are going to solve people's problems. I have a story and an offering, and it's very human, and it is the pursuit of freedom. I'm going to start with the day that everything crashed down around me. I was in my early 20s. I had been dealing with mental illness since I was 7, is kind of when I first remember it starting. And I had been slowly creating and closing myself into an agoraphobic box. So first I had quit my job, and then I just kind of slowly stopped talking to friends. The fear crippled me with self-doubt, and I couldn't even walk around my neighborhood block. I remember this one story of trying to walk around the block because I remember people would say, well, if you want to be healthy and you need to regulate your heartbeat. If you're having panic attacks and anxiety and agoraphobia, you need to regulate your heart rate. So running or walking was a great way, exercise was a great way to do that. So I remember the one day thinking, I just need to do this. I'm just going to go outside for a walk. I can do this. So I venture out on my walk to go around the block. And the blocks were square blocks where I lived at that time. And there was kind of like this middle section that was going to be the point of no return. And in my body and in my head, I knew that. So I left my house and I turned the corner, and I was nearing the point of no return, where if I hit that point, I knew then I was committed. It was like I had to go the whole way. And for those of you who aren't familiar with mental illness, agoraphobia, panic disorder, this may sound like a totally crazy story. But what I did was I got like almost to the point of no return, and then I just stopped my walk. I turned around and I hightailed it back home. I ran like the whole way home. And it was not a good feeling. What it was another thing that I couldn't do. I was trapped, and I was trapping myself in a box that I built for my own protection, or so I thought. My fear, my internal discomfort and anxiety had closed me in so tight that there was nowhere else I could hide. I had been in my house for about 3 months and unable to leave without assistance. This is agoraphobia, an avoidance of anywhere you've previously experienced a panic attack. So when my husband came home that weekend and I could no longer make myself any smaller or more invisible, I cracked. I knew inside that I had to make a choice: to live or to die. And I don't say this lightly. I have lost members to suicide in my own family. And I know a lot of people who've dealt with mental illness have contemplated suicide at one point or another. For me, it was really clear and simple at that point. I was desperate, and what I wanted was freedom to do the things of my dreams, but I had built a box and locked myself in it. And I mean, from a young age, I have dealt with mental illness every day, and it still cripples me. I feel it now. I react to it differently. It doesn't stop me from pursuing what I want, ultimately freedom. So my story is one of living in discomfort and moving forward my way. And what happened on that evening 20 years ago was a falling to my knees. And I literally fell to the ground when I said to my husband, I can't do this anymore. And it's funny because I had mentioned it to him the other day, that moment and how profound that moment was for me. It was a turning point in my life in my early 20s. And he can't recall it. Like, he was like, "Oh, I have no memory of that." I'm like, "Honey, I was like, it was like death or live, like live or die in that moment for me." And it's interesting that other people don't know your experience. So even those people closest to you, when you are crying out for help, they don't know. So I guess why I'm saying that is that's why professionals are so important. in those situations, people that know what you're talking about and know how to deal with it. So in that moment, I knew that I couldn't do this anymore. I can live or I can die. And I also knew that I loved life, and I'm a very joyful person. And even in that time in my life, I was still joyful. I still had moments of joy that I was experiencing. So that makes it very confusing. I knew I had a lot of dreams and I had a lot to accomplish. And I knew that that was waiting for me on the other side. I had always been a really high achiever in high school and in academia, and I was also creative and I was full of life. And this trapped person ultimately wasn't me. And but I guess I didn't know what it was. I really didn't know what it was. No one talked about mental illness 20 years ago. This was about just over 20 years ago when this was all happening for me. And if they did, it was with shame attached. I do remember a doctor saying to me, yeah, I don't think he was being shameful, but it was very shameful for me. I just remember him very kind of like ripping the Band-Aid, just saying, this was before this even was going on, where I had this moment where I'd fallen to my knees. And I remember the doctor just saying, oh, you just have generalized anxiety disorder. You just need a medication. And I was like, how dare he? Like, I remember being so offended in that moment. So I guess that was just partially how, it was so normal to him and to me, it was not. So, um, I do find shame is still very prevalent in society in terms of mental health and mental illness, and it's used and abused to get us to behave in a way that is comfortable for the people around us and us, as in people who struggle with mental illness. What I have learned is that we need to prioritize ourself and our health above anything else in our lives, because when we're not well, it affects everyone around us, our families and our children and our friendships and ourselves, ultimately our ability to be successful in what we want to be successful in. So I had decided on that beautiful day to surrender, and that is my first step to freedom. I surrendered to God that day. I faced death and said, I am not ready yet. I want to live. I couldn't struggle anymore. I couldn't force myself to be well anymore. I had to surrender to what is, what was, whatever will be, no control, no knowing, just moving forward one step at a time. And for me, that was my rock bottom moment. And what transpired out of that was a sort of bold truth telling. People often say I'm bold or I'm blunt. I prefer bold to blunt, but they, either or. And I think it came out of these moments in my early years. I was I had decided to come out of hiding, both figuratively and emotionally. If I was going to be okay, I needed to be a bold truth teller. And in practical terms, that just meant telling anyone who would listen what was going on with me. Um, it is the simplest yet most profound thing you can do. It's the scariest, I think. Due to shame and judgment, it's often the hardest thing to do. People have an opinion on what you say, and they will interpret your story through their lens. You're opening yourself up to judgment when you do this, which I think is why, people who suffer are so uncomfortable with telling others. But I want to say, and I feel like this has been my story for 20 years, is you don't have to be embarrassed. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. You just need to ask for help, and you need someone to help you who has knowledge. And what you're going through, other people have went through, and there are people who know and who can help you. And if telling others helps you get better, then please do that. And if telling a therapist is the only person that feels safe to you, then do that. Seek help. Mental illness is not shameful. It's very normal. It's very common. So I do have some numbers here I want to share with you. And these are so I'm in Canada, based in Canada. I didn't say that. These are from the Canadian Mental Health Association. So they'll be different for people in the States, in the US. So everyone has mental health and will experience challenges regarding their mental well-being, but not everyone will experience mental illness. Mental illness indirectly affects all Canadians at some point, either through their own experience or that of a family member, friend, or colleague. In any given year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. By age 40, about 50% of the population will have or have had a mental illness. Mental illness affects people of all ages, education, income, culture. However, systemic inequalities such as racism, poverty, homelessness, discrimination, colonial and gender-based violence, among others, can worsen mental health and symptoms of mental illness, especially if mental health supports are difficult to access. Major depression affects approximately 5.4% of the Canadian population, and anxiety disorders are about 4.6% of the population. 4,012 Canadians died of suicide in 2019. And in Canada, suicide disproportionately impacts Indigenous peoples. The rate of suicide among First Nations is 3 times higher than among non-Indigenous Canadians and 9 times higher among Inuit. And the mortality rate due to suicide among men is 3 times the rate among women, but girls and young women are 3 times more likely to harm themselves and be hospitalized from self-harm. There's also really alarming numbers with youth. And I know for myself that that's when it started for me when I was quite young. Approximately 20% of Canadian youth are affected by mental illness or disorder. Really high depression, and also in the 10 years from 2008 to 2018, there was a 61% increase in emergency department visits and a 60% increase in hospitalizations for mental disorders. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth and young adults between 15 and 34. And it's hard to get help. I'm sure that's the same in wherever you're living. It's hard to get good help. A lot of it is us advocating for ourselves. I started experiencing mental illness as young as 7, and I didn't know what was happening to me. I didn't seek help or tell anyone. I would continue to have panic attacks frequently during exams or when I worked my job as a teen. I never told anyone because I just thought I was losing my mind. And I thought I would snap one day. And I think that is a huge part of why I felt so trapped and continue to trap myself for protection. I got to a point where I just didn't care who knew anymore, though. And I think that was like why I say truth for me was such a freedom just by being a truth teller. I remember one day when I was on a city bus and I started having a panic attack, and I don't think I had a name for it then, but I remember being in the bus, again, early 20s, and I, started to have that rising sensation. So any of you who've had it will know, and this could be a trigger. And if this is a trigger for you, for me to talk about this, please turn me off and don't listen or watch. I know what that feels like, and it's really difficult. So I'll just give you a minute or a couple seconds if that's an incident for you or a trigger for you. But I remember I was having the rising heat kind of, and the heart that starts to race, just like it did today when I started this webinar, rising up in me, and heart racing and palms sweating and difficulty breathing. And, is this going to get worse? Like the thoughts in your mind, this isn't comfortable. And then the adrenaline spikes and the fear and the adrenaline, and it just keeps building on each other until you are in a full-blown panic attack. And I was very much leading up to that, and I could feel it happening in my body. And I thought, there's no way out. Like, this bus is driving. I can't stop the bus and get off. I don't know what I'm going to do when it's that trapped, that no way out feeling that really is so hard on us. And I just turned to the woman behind me. I mean, I was alone and she was a stranger. And I was like, I don't know what I said. I'm having trouble breathing, and I'm scared, and she said to me, she was like, "Oh, honey, I get those too. I have panic attacks too. I have a pill for that." And I just remember, like, I was not at the point where I felt that I was ready for medication. Mentally, I just wasn't there yet. But I have never forgotten the permission that she gave me by sharing her story with me. And that's so much about what the SheisMe platform is about, is sharing our stories and seeing each other in them and resonating and going, yeah, I've had that experience too. This is okay. I'm going to be okay. There's other people who've struggled similar to me. And I think one thing I do want to kind of give you a little bit of history on is, or a little bit of information again from Canadian Mental Health Association, is just tell you a little bit about panic attacks and phobias. So that's basically what I deal with. So this is from CMHA, Canadian Mental Health Association. Everyone feels scared at times, but sometimes fear can come up in a situation that isn't expected. The fear stops us from going about our usual routines or working towards our goals. Phobias and panic disorder are two examples of mental illnesses that can lead to these problems. So what are phobias? Phobia is an intense fear of a specific thing like an object, animal, or situation. So two common phobias are heights and dogs. We all feel scared of certain things at times in our lives, but phobias are different. People change the way they live in order to avoid the feared object or situation. For example, many people feel nervous about flying, but they will still go on a plane if they need to. Some who experience a phobia around flying may not even go to an airport. Phobias can affect relationships, school, work, career opportunities, and daily activities. What is a panic disorder? It involves repeated and unexpected panic attacks. A panic attack is a feeling of intense fear or terror that lasts for a short period of time. It involves physical sensations like a racing heart, shortness of breath, chest pain, dizziness, shaking, sweating, or nausea. I feel like sometimes when I read it, it starts to come up for me. The feelings, some people feel like they're having a heart attack or suffocating or fear that they're dying. However, a panic attack does go away on its own. They can be a normal reaction to a stressful situation or part of another mental illness. With panic disorder, panic attacks seem to happen for no reason. People who experience panic disorder fear more panic attacks and may worry that something bad will happen as a result of it. They may avoid places, sensations, or activities that remind them of a panic attack. And many people avoid any situation where they can't escape or find help. They may not leave their home or avoid public places. And this is called agoraphobia. That is what I have dealt with a lot since I was in my 20s. So that is what I have. And that is what I work through every day. I experience fight or flight, which means I either want to run away from my feelings or I want to fight them. Neither of these solutions work. The only way to overcome panic is through it. You must surrender to it, not feeding it with worry and what ifs, and noticing the sensations without reacting to them. Possibly the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. It is. It's harder than childbirth for me. From there, so from that point, from the bus, I got help. I found a therapist. I eventually did go on medication. I told my family. I told anyone I could. I told everyone. I made a lot of friends that way. I stayed away from city buses. I still don't really like them. I don't like flying, driving, but I still do it because I need to, and I have tools to help me. So while I'm not cured, I was not cured, I am not cured. I was being honest with those around me, and I was telling the truth as to what was going on. And that is my support slide, which comes from telling the truth to people, creating support for yourself. So in order to move forward and start working again, going for walks, now I'm a runner, believing I could do it, I had to trust, and that is my step 3. So trust means to depend on something for the future. I needed to believe I would be okay if I did the hard thing, because nothing inside my body was communicating that I would be okay. Leaning into trust means leaning into discomfort and doing it anyway. I put my trust in God. I had to trust He would carry me. I didn't trust myself, and that was my entire problem. I didn't trust my body, and I didn't trust my mind. And when your mind fails you, it's impossible to trust yourself. But I knew God, not so much from church. There's a whole sordid history there we won't go into. But I knew Him personally for myself. He spoke to me, and I believed Him. I could trust Him, and He would not harm me or ever leave me, and I was not alone. So I think a large part of the fear for me was being alone. And as a young child in my preschool years, I was in an emotionally abusive daycare where I was locked in the basement. I mean, locked to a 3-year-old, 2-year-old. So was I locked? I don't know that the door was locked, but in my mind as a young child, I was locked. I was not allowed up until lunch. And it was very much the situation where I had to earn my ability to come upstairs with good behavior. I'm sure you can see how this would lead to perfectionism, anxiety, and I still don't like to be alone. I didn't like to be alone, and what I've learned is that with God beside me, I never truly am. So on a practical level, and this may not sound practical to you guys at all, some of you might relate, but this has meant that God is in the car next to me when I'm driving, and this is in the car, God is in the plane next to me when I'm flying, and He's on a walk beside me when my heart starts to race, or on a run when I'm afraid. Or here today, as I struggle through this presentation, wondering if anything I'm saying resonates with anyone. But He sits beside me telling me that I am deeply loved and valued, and that what I say has meaning, and that I matter, and that my life is worth fighting for, and that I'm worth fighting for. And slowly I started to trust professionals as well. My therapist, I had to believe that what she said was true, even though I didn't feel it. So I also remember her offering to come ride in the car across the bridge. I was so terrified to drive across. I was like, hell no, we are not doing that. We are not doing that. I also remember her telling me about this chart that was just so impactful in my life. And I'll kind of show you kind of like with my hand, make sure you can see me okay, like it went like this, she drew this like this, and she said, you started here, and then you went up, you've learned, you've educated yourself on anxiety. And then, you have a panic attack and you drop down a little bit. And then, you go up a little bit, and then you drop down again. But you started down here. And even though you feel like you're there again, you're actually up here. And you're going to keep going up, and you're going to have little dips. You're going to feel like you're at the bottom, but you're not. You're never back down there again. You're never on your knees at that point where you're making that decision again. You're up here, you're learning. So even though it feels like you're dipping, you're going up. That's the direction you're going. And that has had huge impact on my life. I think about that again all the time. I started to trust also in the medication that it would work. I remember I cried the first day I took it. I felt so ashamed that I needed it, that I couldn't fight this on my own, that I couldn't just think my way out of it or pray my way out of it. But like any illness, sometimes we need external help. And I trusted that it would take some time to acclimate to my body. I started doing things that felt uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable at times, and trusting I would be okay. Something important to mention is that a large part of this is my reality still. It's not gone. I am not cured. I am not okay, but I'm happy, and I have more moments of joy than pain. I am successful. I am living my dream life, and I truly long for nothing. So while I live with mental illness and I feel it every day, I choose to take chances, to say yes, to pursue freedom in spite of it. I suppose trust and faith are similar to me. It's taking the leap, not knowing exactly how it's going to turn out, but trusting everything will be okay. I couldn't be where I am today if I hadn't wholeheartedly leaned into both of those. So that story is 20 years in the making. It's been 20 years. I'm 43, and that's how long I've been kind of really learning about this illness. I've had an amazing time. I'm grateful for my life and all the challenges and the gift that mental illness has brought me. It has given me boundaries and extremely clear limits. My body tells me when I need to stop, and I respect it. If I'm tired, I rest. And if I'm anxious, I pray. And if I need a day off, I do that. And I know this is life or death for me, so it doesn't matter if people don't understand, including clients. I don't push through or ignore how I'm feeling. Here's what I do instead. I acknowledge my feelings. I ask why I'm feeling this way. I ask what is bothering me. I wonder who is contributing to my anxiety. And only I can decide if I need to do it anyway, do the thing that's making me anxious anyway, in spite of how I'm feeling, or if I just need to say no. For example, speaking publicly is something I'm passionate about. Does it bring on panic? Does it bring on anxiety? Yes. Is it something that I want to do anyways? Yes. So I'm going to push through. I'm going to not push through, but I'm going to recognize, I'm going to talk to myself, figure out what those feelings mean. And then I'm going to weigh it, and I'm going to make a decision. And all day long leading up, I'm going to have to remind myself that this is something I want to do. And this is why. and we're going to do it. We're going to do it. So my final step for today is confidence. And confidence, according to Wikipedia or Oxford, no, this was Oxford Dictionary, is a feeling of self-assurance arising from one's appreciation of one's own abilities or qualities. Okay, there were a few definitions, but that was the one that felt so good to me. I love that. Confidence is just something I'm stepping into now. So confidence takes time and grace. It is having peace with who you are, accepting yourself fully, flaws and all, and embracing that. Even just give yourself a hug right now. I was like, wouldn't that be fun? Let's give ourselves a hug. Anybody watching? Do you ever do that? I'm going to do it. I'll show you how. It's so simple. Another thing you can do is put your hand, this is a Mel Robbins thing, a hand on the back of your neck, on your heart. It's like a little neck heart hug. I'm only now coming into this aspect of my life. It's new and I'm loving it. It looks like slowing down when I talk, trusting my gut, standing up for what I want, speaking up for what I want, and having a fun-filled life. And is this 40? Because I'll take it. I'm 43 and 40 plus has been amazing. Confidence that I can feel how I feel. I don't need to be constantly working on myself or fixing myself. I certainly don't need to fix anyone else either. Confidence in how I was created and the things that God wants to do through me. Confident that He created me to love women, to lift women up, to create and foster connection, to provide joy-filled and creative experiences for others. I'm confident He will show me how to do it if I get thrown off. I'm confident that whether or not my business succeeds, I will be okay. And I'm confident that I can do the things I want to. So instead of white knuckling hope, faith, and trust, which have all led me here and still live inside me, I now have confidence in my abilities. I am a public speaker. I am a leader in my community. I take amazing pictures. I provide income for my family. I laugh loudly. I talk often about my period, about sex, about how much I love my husband. I'm okay with my story. I do not need anyone else's story to be similar to mine. I'm curious and excited about life, and I wonder if mental illness is attached. I do often wonder about if mental illness is attached to my fear of losing others, but the more I like myself, the less this concerns me. Spending time with me is my favorite thing to do. Just want a second here. I am less afraid of offending others and more in favor of amplifying their voices along with mine. I know what I'm capable of, and I know there's so much more I don't know, and that excites me. It's a gift to have confidence. Anyone can have it. It's not some special secret. It's available to anyone. I've had it in many aspects of my life, in my marriage, my photography business, and my ability to connect women and to connect with women. I always haven't had it in my mind, and I think that's a hard thing for me to admit. It feels vulnerable and opens me up to judgment, but I'm confident enough in myself now that it doesn't matter what other people think. I know I can help people by sharing my story, and it isn't that important what some ignorant person thinks. And that for me is freedom. This is my pursuit and my steadfast focus, my desire for myself and every woman, that she may experience freedom in her life, and that she may know and love herself, and that she may bring joy to herself, and through that it extends to those around her. And if you have seen yourself in my story, I would love for you to reach out. I founded a women's community called the Well Collaborative in 2018. It fosters connection between professional women. We believe that networking doesn't have to be awkward. It can be genuine and non-competitive. As well, we focus on mental health wellness. We offer both virtual and in-person programming, and have members across Canada, in Saskatchewan mainly, and then also in the States a few. Our team, we are all partners in the well business. There's 5 of us. We practice the feminine economy, and we believe we're focused on mental health wellness and community support. I also co-created a retreat company called Inner Illume, where I bring women together with another partner for rest, play, and to illuminate their inner light. We are mainly photographers, but any kind of creatives are welcome with us to join in. We have a second retreat in Elora, Ontario, and it's actually super great for Americans because our dollar is really good right now for you, not for us. So it's a great price if you want to check that out. And then photography is my passion. It's kind of what keeps me grounded and really healthy and in the moment. And I love capturing authentic emotions in people. I love family, I love connection, and I just love people in general. So thank you so much for your time today. This has been it has just meant the world really to me to be able to share my story. It's the first time I've shared my full story, and it was very therapeutic. So I hope that my story helps somebody, and I just want you to know that you matter, and that I matter too, and that together it is just so important to share everything, all of our stories, and what has went on with us. So thank you, She Is Me. It's so wonderful to be doing this.
Tammy, thank you so much for being here. Stay on when we're done because I want to chat with you just for a second. But um, one of the well, our goal with She Is Me is freedom. You know, it's on our front page. It's our goal. It's simple. It's freedom. Freedom from self-loathing, freedom from rules and false beliefs that have been thrust upon us from birth. It's freedom to show up and be who you really are. And it's freedom to be who you are in your truth and shine as bright as you can, right? So this is the perfect ending to the perfect day, to the perfect everything. Um, thank you. Thank you. It is truly an honor. And I've said this a couple times because we have quite a few speakers who have joined us and have not ever had the platform to tell their story. And
Mhm.
so it is such an honor for me to know that the platform and the movement has a purpose and that I'm validated in that and that I'm able to provide a space that you could come and share your story and feel supported and trust that you're safe. And I am so
You
honored
did it.
being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 100% you did that.
I am happy that this 5 days has been truly amazing. And, you know, I rarely have words that escape me, but I don't have the words to express to everyone who supported She's Me and the annual conference this year and continue to support the platform and the movement. Um, but I do want to say how grateful I am to everyone who showed up and participated. And thank you, Tammy. And thank you, everybody else, for being here. So I hope you all have a wonderful night or a wonderful day wherever you are. Thank you so much.